CAUDILLO ahead. Equivalence principle, Alms and Anti-Semitism are the cornerstones of 21st Petrosocialism. By Frederik, Glas. Faced with a left that invests its modest intellectual assets in locating pipelines and shouts no blood for oil, the critique of political economy is almost embarrassed by this raw material, which has become uniquely critical in economic terms. What does it have to do with materials, with use values in general? At first glance, analyzing crude oil in its own terms seems as pointless as a chemist trying to research the composition of money. Yet it could perhaps be as important to her as the relationship between money and commodities. Quote, in contrast to commodities, which only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, gold is the material existence of abstract wealth. It is general wealth as an individual. Karl Marx, Urtext 1858. Why and under what conditions general wealth, as Marx says here, appears as an individual abstract wealth assumes material existence in this way, is a question that is aimed at the sovereign, at the fact that there can be no capital relationship without a state. But because sovereignty per se only exists in the form of individual, mutually demarcated and mutually hostile states, and a world sovereign is the squaring of the circle, a common basis is required even for the simple exchange of goods across borders, insofar as their different currencies are to be set in relation to each other. It is no coincidence that the central importance of gold is considered an atavism by economists who consider themselves particularly progressive. John Maynard Keynes spoke of the barbaric metal, because it reflects in a mere natural substance how little society has become society at all, that all its mediations, which are capable of establishing law within states, are based on relations of immediate violence, in Hegel's words, on social relations of nature. Marx, however, strangely insists on the fusion of sign and signified, and does not move away from the unity of money with the money commodity. This must drive enlightened economists to despair, unless academic frivolity leads them to pretend to be more enlightened than Marx. Michael Heinrich writes, the supersensible cannot exist sensually, it can only be described by means of a sensual object. By linking his theory of money to the existence of a monetary commodity, Marx conflates the most abstract definition of money with a specific historical monetary system. At the level of the exchange process, however, it can initially only be about money as such without concretizing a specific monetary system. End of quote. Marx does not merely insist on the necessity that abstract wealth has a material existence in some particular money commodity. Rather, he is concerned with the compulsion that lies in the fact that this wealth can only be detached from this money commodity to a limited extent, that it cannot simply be replaced by another. The intransigence that Marx also displays here ultimately proves how little he loses sight of the sovereign in the pure critique of political economy, and how attentively his critique must therefore be read, above all, as one of pure economy. The material with which the sign is fused can only be understood in its sense as a social act, as the presence of the state outside the state in circulation. Conversely, any critique of political economy that, in its interpretation of Marx's Capital, ignores this appearance of the sovereign fixed in the money commodity or merely dismisses it as a historical monetary system that has no place in the analysis of form, will inevitably tend towards a nominalist conception of money, i.e. towards seeing money as a mere sign. Heinrich accuses his critics of ignoring the current monetary system, but by simply declaring gold to be one investment object among others, he himself pays far too little attention to it. However, such a view, albeit in the wrong terms, takes account of developments after the end of National Socialism. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect peg via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate peg of currencies to the gold standard on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. In future, the stability of the dollar and therefore also that of the international payment system was not to be based on the USA's own gold reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to no longer exchange their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but by political power. The barbaric metal was not replaced by another, but by the sovereign, who commands the civilizing and civilizing military machine. According to Marx's analysis, the political significance of other raw materials must be quite different. Like every commodity, they only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, and are substitutable for it. This does not change even if a single one of them becomes the most important. Raw material in production, fuel for circulation, general primary energy source, and industrial raw material all in one, and thus predestined to unique strategic significance in the political sphere, not even if it proves this significance in the circulation of goods in such a way that, for example, the decision as to whether the oil business in a region is transacted in dollars or euros determines the political conflicts in this region. Indirectly, however, the paramount importance of this resource brings the question of gold back into play. So which sovereign's currency is able to guarantee what gold otherwise does? At the time of National Socialism, oil was already one of the most important raw materials, of immense political and strategic importance for the state and society in both peace and war. Nevertheless, the war against the Soviet Union was not waged to conquer the Caspian oil fields. The singular destructive power of National Socialism resulted from the assumed end in itself of annihilation, which was planned as a single frenzied campaign by military and paramilitary collectives on a large scale and actually carried out in one go. The supply of raw materials, including the Caspian oil fields, was an ever-growing necessity to keep this machinery of destruction going. The significance of fossil fuels in today's economy of destruction, i.e. in today's realization of unstates, Franz Neumann, is of a different kind and should be specified. The former crisis management sought to decouple itself from gold in order to gain space for state intervention, be it rearmament or the New Deal. This decoupling meant a tendency towards disentanglement in economic relations between nations and continents. And this was not least a condition for the uniformity of the National Socialist campaign of extermination, for the clear fronts that eventually formed. Individual companies such as Standard Oil and IBM nevertheless managed, despite investigations and proceedings by the U.S. authorities, to participate in the extermination campaign across the fronts, at least for a time. The fact that all circulation of goods is based on income from oil production, which is the case with the petrostates, also opens up other forms of development for the political madness of a regime such as that of Ba'athist Iraq or the Islamic Republic of Iran. It allows disentanglement, for example, enforced from outside by boycott, while at the same time intensifying world market relations, based on the unique status of oil which no boycott can withstand. A comparison with the effects of gold mining on the development of European absolutism or early irrigation technology on that of Asian despotism is therefore only of limited use. The contradictory integration of these crisis states into the world market, the status of the sovereign as a rentier of world production anchored in the oil business, must be seen as the main reason for the fundamental lack of unity, for the unclear fronts of the global campaign that today starts in the Near and Middle East. Again, its destructive power results from the assumed end in itself of annihilation, as the way in which the political subject makes the destructive potential of capitalist crises, which is aimed at the whole, its own cause. The anti-Semitism of Islamic politics, the fundamental logic of suicide bombing, and the uniquely repressive morality of the political gangs and theocracies that organize it leave little doubt about this. But the economics and technology of their use are as diverse and scattered as the various projects of the National Socialists in the last days of the Third Reich. They range from Iran's miracle weapon, which is to be aimed at Israel, to the werewolf gangs of Islamic origin that have long been active on the borders of the hated state of the Jews. Only, unlike the last German contingent, they are credited by the whole world. If it were only politically motivated and sociopolitically camouflaged donations, such as those from the pots of UN organizations and the EU, the danger for Israel would probably be manageable. But it must be understood literally that the anti-Semitic extermination campaigns are financed by the whole world, by the United Nations, but united by value, in the form of the returns that flow from the global oil trade into the states of the Middle East. Previously, the state, whether it took over the large companies or not, had to gain independence from world trade in order to develop its crisis management potential and then, of necessity, acquire the raw materials through war. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait was also reminiscent of this. Now, as soon as it has appropriated oil production, it seeks to connect itself all the more closely to world trade, thereby making up for any decoupling and compensating for its lack of military clout. It forms cartels with its peers, such as an OPEC, in order to stand up to the international oil companies and become a global player itself. But no state acts as mere capital would. When it comes down to it, the shares are only seen as a means of paying for the arsenals. The competition and the fight against Israel cannot be separated, at least since 1973, in the price agreements between the petrostates. On the other hand, as a rentier of world production, the sovereign appears weakened in classic political domains, its totalitarian possibilities often already appear to be atrophied. Under certain circumstances, this creates internal freedom that the authoritarian state of the 1930s did not know, and which today's state can all the more effectively propagandize as tolerance of Islam. This sovereign has plenty of time for this. Unlike under National Socialist rule, it does not promote the realization of annihilation continuously and furiously, but intermittently and wait and see. Sometimes acting frantically in order to suddenly strike out, then again seemingly doing nothing for long periods, depending on which grouping has just gained the upper hand in the distribution of returns or how the various rackets stand in relation to each other. The incorporation of oil production does not necessarily mean complete nationalization. There is a fatal mixture of a state economy and licensing to international corporations, which cuts off the majority of the population from the surplus value generated. In any case, market economy conditions and capitalist modernization only apply to a narrow elite. The state monopolization of key industries and the orientation of the national economy towards a rentier state system with the simultaneous suppression of all non-monopolizable economic sectors not only makes all parts of the population completely dependent on the favor of the state elite, but also makes the country dependent on foreign imports in almost all existential areas. However, this is a dependency that pays off. By exporting the valuable raw material, such a state can dispose of large incomes from abroad, which are usually only invested to a small extent in the development of its own industrial production, unless it is used for the production of weapons of mass destruction, so that they can be freely used as state revenues for political or religious purposes and make a decisive contribution to the formation of charitable organizations and Islamic Free Corps both internally and externally. The unique economic significance of fossil fuel alone, however, does not already give rise to the ideological structure, so that the political triumph of Islam, as the adequate form of consciousness of intermittent destruction, could be explained. It springs from it as little as money springs from gold. Like any other commodity, oil initially represents the independent, autonomous existence of exchange value. And in regions where this raw material cannot be found, the cultivation of opium, the oil of the failing states, may be able to help out a little. Whether the states here disintegrate or are still held together by Islam with extreme force, they can serve as territory for training camps and retreat areas for precisely those groups that are equipped for terrorist charity from the budget of the petrostates. The nationalization of oil production does not in itself produce a specific political structure, but it does allow for the political unity of disintegrating structures, a unity that is, however, so sturdy that it can only be broken up from the outside and probably only militarily. Where the returns from the oil business flow directly into the hands of the political rackets, and no longer mediated through the taxation of private companies, which are of course increasingly able to evade this taxation, where politicians do not represent the interests of the oil industry, but instead command it like a regiment or tame it like a gang, the regiments and gangs obviously also somehow clash and remain wedged together and dogged. Sharia and the cult of martyrdom provide the appropriate ideology for this immediate rule based on total mediation. Lots of blood for oil. The Islamic revolution that gave rise to today's Iran is the opposite of the bourgeois revolution that once triumphed in France. The latter abolishes the monopoly on violence and replaces it with the immediate violence of terrorist groups. In the one case, however, terror springs from the law which is guaranteed by the new monopoly on violence for the sake of the exploitation of capital. In the other, terror continues unabated in the forms of Sharia and sees itself covered, for the sake of Allah, by the returns from the oil business. The Russian Revolution took place roughly in between. What remains of it today is a natural gas company, the largest company in the country, which enables political leaders and racketeers to continue to terrorize citizens who behave as citizens and invoke the law at any time. The Russian state behaves like a purely criminal gang in the face of the Islamic martyr collectives. One may see in this the last remnant of reason that was once contained in the Russian Revolution. But it also corresponds to pure criminal association insofar as it is also prepared to cooperate with the extermination mania of such non-profit organizations based on oil profit, if it promises its own spoils as in Iran and not losses as in Chechnya. In the West, Germany is the logical Putin connection for these rackets, and the former chancellor is still the best character mask for all-round cronyism. Even if it does not automatically give rise to a political structure, the nationalization of the most important of all national opportunities for returns today prevents a bourgeois society from developing and the law from developing its own nature and power of resistance. The law, says Horkheimer, fixes the relative balance of power. To do this, however, the power relations must also be relativizable and relativized, and they can only be relativized through the development of capitalist competition, through the free circulation of capital. Only under such conditions is it possible to refrain from the particular person, to oppose the means of domination to this domination as the reflection by which it exposes itself, Horkheimer. Conversely, however, this does not mean that the abolition of nationalization would suffice to give the law such a power of resistance. It would only be a condition of possibility. It is just as possible, however, that the rackets would then attack each other in an uncoordinated manner, as in today's Iraq or Gaza Strip, apart from the anti-Semitic and anti-American enemy image that threatens to unite everyone again at any time. The nationalized oil industry, which is not a real industry, ultimately creates economic unity in the political non-state in states such as the former Ba'athist Iraq or the current Islamic Iran, protecting it from economic collapse, just as anti-Semitism protects it from political collapse. The economic unity in the non-state of National Socialism still guaranteed real industry, which, however, was financed less and less via the world market and was increasingly supported in advance, Heidegger, by the war profits to be expected in the future from the campaign of annihilation. This resulted in the compulsion to strike out immediately, which Hitler, imbued with divine providence, took into account in everything. Unity in the oil state, on the other hand, allows the patience of the Lamb and the trust in God to be able to position and use the weapons of mass destruction at any time. Then, as now, unity in the crisis also requires a promise of redemption. The destruction of the Jews, the destruction of Israel. The promise is formulated differently in each case, just as the armament boom in the Nazi state immediately led to the use of the weapons produced, while Islam's oil boom continues as long as capitalist world trade demands the raw material, thus enabling the purchase or construction of weapons of mass destruction. The Islamic Republic of Iran appears to be in a better position than Saddam Hussein's regime to coordinate the asymmetric war against Israel and the USA on a permanent basis. As the fourth largest oil exporter, this state is able to cope with a boycott in the long term, as the West's front, no matter how fiercely it is invoked against terror, will never be able to close completely in economic terms. Unlike Ba'athist Iraq, which still imitated the old fascist and Stalinist leader states, this state also forms a structure internally that is probably best suited to the sovereign as a rentier of world trade. In its connection to the world market, it imitates its preferred political form in a kind of mimicry democracy is being played out. Anyone who reads through the meticulous analysis of the Islamic constitutional state, given by Wahid Wandethag over many hundreds of pages, will be constantly reminded of Karl Marx's dictum: the machinery of government cannot be simple enough. It is always the art of the rogues to make it complicated and mysterious, and it is no coincidence that he associates this with the draft constitutions and discussions in the European Union, which are ideologically designed to supplant the sovereign. For if one thinks of the two together, the political theocracy of Islam and the apolitical democracy of the EU, one has the physiognomy of the counter-sovereign Manfred Dahlmann, as it is constituted today in the collaboration between Europe and the Middle East. There is no doubt that the Islamic Republic is a mere fiction of the separation of powers, Wandethag. The more complicated it is, and the more meticulously it is guaranteed in the Constitution, the more fictitious it proves to be. The division is in fact association, so that it is by no means only in an emergency, i.e. in a major state crisis, that the claim to absoluteness of the divine will strikes out to restore unity. Then one could speak of a real constitutional state and a real separation of powers. Instead, the state is already at stake in every small political decision of everyday life, the state of exception that allows everything. At any time, the immediate threat, the use of violence disguised as law by Sharia, can tip the scales in conflicts, just as an unveiled woman or a homosexual couple on the street must constantly expect to be attacked and beaten by a more or less randomly present commando of the guardians of virtue. It always depends on which racket is present and has the necessary power to assert itself in any question, in any conflict, armed with this claim to absoluteness of the divine will. The whole complicated constitutional structure is merely intended to coordinate the rackets, who by definition prefer the state of emergency. The competences of the unmanageable number of authorities, commissions, councils, etc. overlap in the real Islamic Republic no differently than in the non-existent Palestinian state with its numerous and limitless secret services, party and army factions. There is the religious leader and the president, the Assembly for the Recognition of System Interests, the Supreme Council of National Security, the Council of Experts, and the Islamic Assembly Council, the actual parliament. Furthermore, the Ministry of State, the Executive Committee of Elections, and the Central Monitoring Commission. In addition to the individual ministries, there are not to forget 23 permanent commissions working for the ministries, namely those for the revolutionary. Institutions, for the investigation of the laws of the Revolutionary Council and the laws before the revolution, etc. In addition, of course, there are specific provisional commissions which would have to be dealt with in detail. Above all, however, there is the Guardian Council, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Pastoran, and the Organization of National Mobilization, the POR Basiji. The ulterior motive in the fragmentation of powers and competences manifests itself in immediate instances and organizations such as the religious leader, the Guardian Council, and the Basiji, only there to prevent the separation of powers at the root. The Iranian parliament is eliminated from the outset by the existence of the Guardian Council, as if the so-called Enabling Act of March 23, 1933, which established a permanent state of emergency in the Third Reich without formally repealing the Weimar Constitution, was to become a constitution. The structures in the judiciary were similar. The Supreme Court, civil and criminal courts were undermined by the special courts. In addition to the military courts, these included the revolutionary courts, the court for the justice of the bureaucracy, the special court for the clergy, and the press courts. What Otto Kirchheimer described for the legal system of National Socialism as a general dynamic of the whole is given constitutional status in the Islamic Republic. The general legal commitment to a generally applicable civil law disappears, thus dispensing with an outsourced authority whose authority a group member could appeal to in the face of an unjust group decision. The community ideology deprives the group member of the right to appeal to an external authority that could ensure balance within the group. A real revolution set in motion to revoke the Islamic one would first and foremost abolish the Guardian Council, the Basiji, and the special courts. The Basiji only make it particularly clear that everything boils down to immediate relations of violence, unbroken by any resistance to the law. They are the essay of the Islamic Republic, from which the current president also emerged, who still relies on them and likes to appear in their uniform. These legalized terrorist groups have their base in so-called resistance cells throughout the country, in villages and in the city, at universities and in all major institutions, set up in cooperation with local clerics, confidants of the respective district. They emerged during the war against Iraq. Their protégés came from the villages, were mostly illiterate, and were educated to sacrifice themselves. The fact that they were not disbanded after the war, which nobody won, lies in the logic of the permanent Islamic revolution. Their rackets persist in the peace of the state of emergency demanded by religion, as charitable organizations that can perform their good deeds through the oil business and provide for their members with their social work spread throughout the country. At the same time, the Basiji take on the role of morality police and act as thugs wherever there is resistance to Islam. Ahmadinejad won power as their candidate in 2005 because he had promised to eliminate corruption and infiltration by Western culture with his second revolution. Consequently, the influence of the Basiji has steadily increased since the presidential election. At the end of July 2005, the movement announced an increase in its membership from 10 to 15 million by 2010. By then, the special units of this organization are to comprise 150,000 people. Accordingly, the budget for the Basiji was increased considerably, and they were given new powers as an unofficial special police unit. Once again, what distinguishes the Islamic Republic from the Nazi state, and this difference should by no means be neglected, is that this Sturmabteilung can or should apparently not be disempowered any more than the oil monopoly that it directly or indirectly finances should be dissolved. While the early disempowerment of the SA in the Nazi state was the condition for the rapid implementation of industrial rearmament and for not writing off the Wehrmacht from participating in the annihilation, the further expansion of the power of the Basiji conversely shows that the returns from the oil business allow for a completely different political economy of the rackets. Instead of industrial armament and huge military apparatuses, the new divine verdict of total war requires only martyr brigades and suicide bombers, albeit en masse, and a single bomb. It is the return of werewolf romanticism in Islamic form, which also includes the dream of the miracle weapon. The non-state of today, which receives the oil rents and only pursues industrialization selectively, combines apathy and activism, inexhaustible lamb patience and spontaneous willingness to sacrifice, trust in God and a longing for death. The blissful grin at the threatening gestures of the mullahs gives an idea of this. Above all, this results in temporal unpredictability. The weapon of mass destruction can be used at any time, perhaps immediately, perhaps in a few years or even decades. Anyone who identifies any particularly loud leader of jihad with Hitler does not initially run the risk of trivializing the current threat. However, there is the possibility of underestimating their persistence and perseverance. This annihilation mania can strike immediately, and it can wait. Another leader is only ever occupied by constantly changing rackets, in which the role of leader remains opaque, since there is the ideal overall gang leader, the heavenly supreme command of all rackets. The mere threat of a nuclear bomb, however, would already be capable of significantly restricting Israel's ability to act politically, its sovereignty, so that the rest could then be done by the gangs on the ground. Iran now settles its oil transactions in euros instead of dollars. When Hugo Chavez came to power in Venezuela in 1999, he declared, "Our most important goals are to fight corruption, radically reduce bureaucracy, and bring it closer to the people. We need a clean administration. In addition to the traditional powers, legislative, judicial, and executive, we want to establish two new powers in the new constitution. The moral power, Poder Morla, which will be responsible for fighting corruption and safeguarding human rights, and the electoral power, Poder Electoral, as the fifth pillar. This should be independent of the others and be able to control them. We want to involve the whole of society in this control. For example, judges at local level should be elected, but should also be able to be voted out again if they do not prove themselves. Being elected and then having to face up to the people through re-election will now be the maxim, from the president down to the last minor civil servant." End quote. But they were still looking for a model, Chavez said at the time, naming Rhenish capitalism as one of the possible ones and categorically ruling out brutal neoliberalism. "We handle privatization pragmatically and not dogmatically." In the meantime, Chavez has apparently found a model that differs somewhat from Rhenish capitalism, whatever that may be, and in which privatization is now really handled quite pragmatically. A second revolution in Venezuela started immediately from the top in order to secure the president's power against the growing opposition. Since 2003, a social program has been created, financed by the nationalized oil company PDVSA, which only at first glance looks like the development of a normal welfare state. In any case, the civil service has almost doubled since then. Almost 2 million people now work in the public sector in this country of 26 million people. In the meantime, the electricity and telephone companies have also been nationalized, and the state has gradually secured a majority stake in the remaining oil joint ventures. The multinationals, who like to be portrayed as all-powerful, are only too happy to submit to their profitable powerlessness. Just as has already happened in the country's other oil-producing regions, the Chavez government now also wants to secure the lion's share of the profits from the oil facilities in the Orinoco Basin for the state-owned PDVSA. At the same time, foreign partners have already signaled that they want to invest around $16 billion in production and new technologies over the next few years. At the current high oil prices, they will still make profits even under the new conditions imposed by Chavez. The prerequisite for this is that business runs smoothly and that the state pays appropriate compensation in the event of expropriations. The regime has done this so far. In this respect, German journalists believe that the new Venezuela seems to be aiming for a kind of third way between Putin's Gazprom and Saddam's oil fields. The oil company PDVSA openly admits that its workforce is rojo, rojito, red, all red, like the color of Chavismo. No, it is not a fascist or communist state, as radicalized sections of the opposition claim, without paying much attention to the differences. But it is worrying that the media are railing against Chavez but are constantly being threatened. That although private property is not abolished, it is demonized. That although the judicial system is intact, it has been systematically staffed with Chavists. That although the military does not formally rule, it occupies countless civilian positions. That the government is committed to participation, but at the same time has developed a ridiculous cult of personality around Chavez, who presents himself as the liberator of South America in an extremely authoritarian manner. Is this the socialism of the 21st century that Chavez promises to realize? Naturally, the left is enthusiastic about the participation that the government is promoting. Specifically, this involves the so-called Bolivarian missions. Spread across the entire country like a network, they offer medical care, subsidized food, schools, and educational opportunities. Flavio Carucci from the Ildes Research Institute, which belongs to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, says that Chavez has put the social question on the agenda, he has politicized Venezuela, and that is positive. Berliner Zeitung, November 29, 2006. What kind of politicization it is, however, becomes clearer in the Junge Welt, which features an interview with Marcela Maspero, a board member of the Venezuelan Trade Union Federation UNT. The trade unionist praises the new government in particular for turning the trade unions into rackets beyond the law. Quote, If there is one thing that this government has achieved in recent years, it is the implementation of a sustainable social policy that has been developed via the Misiones, bypassing the institutions of the bourgeois state. Junge Welt, February 12, 2006. The social benefits are handed over to the charity of the Misiones, which are also paid for by the nationalized oil company. Venezuela is the fifth largest oil exporter, and a prerequisite for enjoying them is loyalty to Chavez and his gang, which increasingly has to prove itself in its engagement against the political opposition. In this way, every U.S. driver involuntarily contributes to the development of the rackets in Venezuela and the spread of their anti-American propaganda across borders. This is because the Venezuelan oil company's subsidiary in the USA supplies almost 10% of the gasoline market there. Chavez's regime only bears the risk that its assets could be confiscated at some point. The gangs of the Misiones are a far cry from the stormtroopers of the Basiji. They did not emerge from the free corps of a war, but from the outsourcing of the social and health program. They were not formed by Islamic religion, but at best with Indian romanticism. They systematically pursue mass psychological identification with a single leader figure who opens his mouth as wide as possible against the U.S. president, who is invoked as the great devil in a similar way to the Middle East. Meanwhile, Halloween witches and Santa Claus are also persecuted as spawns of gringo terror, but not the Christ child, Europe's gentle anti-capitalist being. What can become of the Misiones, however, and how repressive they can become internally, remains to be seen and will be decided at the latest when the oil price drops. There has been an unmistakable outward aggression of late. Chavez is forging a Latin American alliance against the USA using revenues from the oil business, the first that could really be successful. Billion-dollar bond purchases in Argentina, financial support for Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua. And after Ahmadinejad's visit to Venezuela, there could also be a more intensive exchange of experiences between Basiji and Misiones on the axis of the rackets. The motto that Chavez proclaimed for the newly founded Socialist Unity Party is likely to sound familiar to the Basiji. Fatherland, socialism, or death. The next step would actually be a joint vacation camp for their two youth organizations at Skarmatselsi, where the FDJ once organized its summer retreats. To describe this projection as the generally prevailing delusion, which it is, does not do justice to the matter only insofar as the state, viewed in isolation, has fallen prey to the same delusion, and that of its own accord. And politicians, regardless of which party they belong to, outdo each other in giving in to the desire for immediacy. It is therefore anything but surprising that their pronouncements are no different from advertising a detergent. The state is, of course, not a real subject but a legal entity, and thus economically an identity in itself, like every company and every consumer. This subject acts on the basis of its own logic, which is not, as with companies and consumers, economically determined, but historically determined. This logic is best illustrated by the continued existence of diplomacy under capitalist conditions. The role of foreign policy, basically the safeguarding of territorial sovereignty, which makes the economy possible in the first place, is a matter of course for the other subjects, for whose inherent logic they have no antenna. The fact that the preservation of territorial sovereignty is based on a completely different logic than their activities, namely the logic of war and not the logic of legally pacified competition, trade agreements, UN international law, does not enter their heads. In recent years there have only been a few neoconservative authors who have insisted on this difference. And the states themselves, we are only talking here about the so-called Western, i.e. liberal pluralist, states that are adequately organized for the capitalist economy, are almost always driven against their original will in this logic. This is because the parts of the state apparatus responsible for foreign policy have long since internalized the rational form according to which there is a negotiated agreement for all problems. However, this finding blatantly contradicts the characterizations spread by left-wing critics of Western states in particular. According to them, imperialist warmongering, the colonization of foreign territories, and the exercise of hegemonic power over other states, immediate or historically mediated, are the cause of all the misery in the world. The term occupying power is probably the most devastating judgment of a state that these critics have in their arsenal. Of course, for them there are only two states to which this term can be applied with such moral acuity, the USA and Israel. If Russia or any other non-Western state expands its territorial sovereignty, it is at worst a case of venial sins, but usually just the pursuit of legitimate security interests. With these critics, there is a very peculiar shift from the economic to the political, In their self-image, they naturally see themselves as critics of capitalism from the ground up. But as far as this criticism of capital is concerned, they are following the criticism of capital made by German social democracy in the 19th century, which in 1914, when it approved the war credits, clearly expressed that its criticism was based on the primacy of foreign policy. And this primacy then continued seamlessly with the Bolsheviks and Stalinism and found its most ardent and unconscious supporters in the K-groups of the post-68s through to today's Greens and left and other social movements. Criticism of capitalism thus becomes identical with anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, in short, with anti-globalization criticism. The conditions of domination and exploitation within states are irrelevant to them. The postulate of non-interference in the internal affairs of a state is something of a categorical imperative for them. The fact that this has already been disgraced by the Nazis is shamefully kept under the carpet. And as much as they dream of the existence of a sovereign world state, which cannot possibly exist as they fantasize, they despise the long-established existence of a global monetary system that is largely beyond state control, at least as far as the financial system is concerned. The extent to which this contradicts the postulate of non-interference does not even occur to them. They cannot understand globalization as anything other than U.S. hegemony. And this is where these left-wing critics meet the critics of the state from the other pole of politics, the right. It is worth noting, however, that they are by no means all committed to the primacy of foreign policy in the same way. Rather, large sections of these right-wing critics of the state hope that an exit from the world market will increase domestic prosperity. You could also say that they simply do not care about the prosperity of other states or their relationship with them. They are openly speculating on using every diplomatic trick in the book to pursue a transfer of value from other states to their own, i.e. fraud. There is no question that the world market is by no means the birth of a world society. But the idea that we can change anything for the better under current social conditions by trying to escape it is not only theoretically absurd, but also arch-reactionary and extremely dangerous. Every step towards freeing the state from the constraints of global commodity money circulation is a step towards a people's state. And a people's state is a state that endeavors to dispense with the value-based mediation of the economy and to take this economy into its own hands as far as the production, consumption, distribution, and circulation of goods and money are concerned, which means it determines immediately what is to be regarded as use value, that is, it determines what is produced, how much, by whom, in what time, for whom. And to the extent that it separates itself from the market mediation of the economy, which it, together with the left and right-wing critics, perceives as unnecessary ballast, it separates itself from the mediation of political decision-making. It becomes democratic apart from representative forms of mediation because the identity needs of its citizens are immediately concentrated in it. Every people's state knows how easily and at little cost this emotional need can be satisfied for a large proportion of its citizens. Examples: Venezuela, Argentina. When Hugo Chavez, in a speech to the UN General Assembly on September 21, 2006, once again proclaimed the construction of a new world order that would break with the United Nations system that was born after the Second World War, many delegates probably had the feeling that Chavez's fantasies were not just tactical in nature, but were based on actual madness. The Venezuelan CAUDILLO leader not only imagined, as is usual for anti-imperialists, that he was the voice of the Third World, the voice of the peoples of the planet, but also hallucinated strange things about a devil who had conspired against these very peoples. Anyone familiar with anti-imperialist jargon knows that this can only mean the little or the big devil, Israel or the USA, for whom Khomeini had once introduced those religiously charged invectives. Whether the convinced Christian Chavez was merely using a metaphor in his speech to demonize his political opponent, or whether he really believes that the US president is a satanic being, cannot be answered unequivocally. What is certain, however, is that Chavez at least makes every effort to appear psychotic to outsiders. For example, he deliriously said, "Yesterday the devil was here, in this same place. This table, where it is now my turn to talk, still smells of sulfur. This devil is the mouthpiece of imperialism, and, as a hellish poisoner, distributes recipes to preserve the relationship of exploitation and plunder against the peoples of the world." Similar to his ally Ahmadinejad, who claims to have suddenly felt a light of enlightenment during his speech to the United Nations, Chavez's delusion and calculation cannot always be separated. This gives both of them a threatening aura, because you don't know what to expect from them. It has always been a particularly perfidious technique of exercising power to democratically leave it to the imagination of the subjects to imagine what the ruler would be capable of in case of doubt. And even at international level, the touch of madness sometimes produces considerable success. What the rulers of some third-world dictatorships lack in economic and military power, they all too often try to make up for with a form of unpredictability that forces the leading nations to make far-reaching concessions. This has recently been impressively demonstrated by the case of North Korea. But despite his flaunted unpredictability, Chavez, unlike his Iranian counterpart, for example, represents a political program that does not automatically lead to the great apocalypse. George W. Bush's advisors seem to have realized this, judging by their appeasing rather than escalating policy towards Venezuela. They also know that in politics, things are not always as hot as they are cooked. Chavez's program, the socialism of the 21st century, therefore contains a certain degree of political predictability despite the dazzling rhetoric of its protagonist, who never misses an opportunity to lash out at the USA and Israel. This is primarily due to the fact that Chavism is not built on the delusional world of Islam, but is based on thoroughly bourgeois revolutionary origins. It is no coincidence that Chavez had the Republic of Venezuela renamed the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. After all, the prominent liberator's Pan-Americanism was the inspiration for Hugo Chávez's anti-imperialist plans, albeit under completely different auspices than Bolívar's bourgeois Napoleonic intentions. Like Bolívar, Chávez also wants to establish a Latin American confederation that would make the continent independent of the hegemonic power. Today it is the USA and no longer Spain. Unlike the holy warriors in Tehran, however, the aim of this supposedly self-sufficient counter-sovereignty is not necessarily the destruction of the big and the little devil, but a misery administration for the third world that cushions the most blatant consequences of late capitalism through an authoritarian fusion of the state and the lumpen proletariat. Of course, this fusion presupposes a unifying enemy, for which the USA, which has often played a rather destructive role in Venezuelan history, is predestined because it is the most important trading partner on the one hand and appears to be a world hegemon on the other. Chavism is therefore characterized by an obvious contradiction. On the one hand, invoking the Republican Bolívar and, on the other, demonizing the very state that has developed the Republic in the most consequent way. That Chavism is in the tradition of bourgeois revolutionaries is therefore not even half the truth. Although the Árbol de los Tres Raíces, Tree of the Three Roots, which summarizes the reference to the extremely popular Venezuelan personalities Simón Bolívar, Simón Rodríguez, and Ezequiel Zamora, plays an important propagandistic role because this line of tradition symbolizes a connection with national history. It does not justify a socialist revolution as proclaimed by Chávez. It is a particular characteristic of Chavism that it is ideologically open to all sides and is on good terms with anyone who does not reject the grand project. Alongside positions of moderate or even radical left-wing provenance, decidedly right-wing ideas have repeatedly found their way into Chávez's political thought. This tendency is particularly linked to Chávez's fondness for the army. He himself made lieutenant colonel until his failed coup in 1992, which regularly produces people who want to establish a military dictatorship. One of these militarists, who played an important role for Chávez over the years, is Norberto Sarasol, geopolitical expert, arms dealer, and political advisor. His writings, according to Chávez biographer Twickel, made an impression on Chávez. Sarasol's geopolitical analysis corresponds to his nationalist anti-imperialist worldview. End quote. Chávez declared in 1996 in reference to Sarasol, the neoliberal capitalist offensive, which we can call imperial, serves quite concretely to make the army and national industry disappear, to turn the national forces through the wolf, to pulverize national, economic, military, intellectual, and economic power. End quote. Under the heading of the nation, Chávez rages against neoliberal imperialism, whereby social classes and interest groups are easily lumped together. The fight against capitalism requires the unity of the people, who cannot afford internal disputes and must instead switch to a hierarchy according to the formula CAUDILLO, army and people borrowed from Sarasol. According to Sarasol, the CAUDILLO was the political representation of the will of the people, and he acquired his power through acclamation. This idea of leader democracy appeals to Chávez, who, precisely because he is so fond of talking about real or direct democracy, presents himself as both the voice and leader of the people, making it clear that he actually has a similar concept to that of the Volksgemeinschaft in mind, the leader as the direct executor of the will of the people and no longer a parliament that could disrupt this immediate relationship. or, as Raoul Zielik admittedly affirmatively describes this alliance of mob and leader, the situation is characterized by a pronounced caudillism, but at the same time is more grassroots democratic than, for example, the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua. End quote. It was only in 1999, after 5 years of intensive cooperation, that Chávez's other advisors came up with the idea that Sarasol's model could be a neo-fascist concept, as Vice-Chancellor Isaias Rodriguez put it. Sarasol, for example, had never made a secret of his anti-Semitism, which went as far as denying the Holocaust. As early as 1994, after Hezbollah carried out an attack on the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires on the instructions of the Iranian government, in which 85 people died, Sarasol claimed that the Jews themselves had carried out the attack. When the liberal press reacted indignantly, he believed himself to be the victim of a Jewish conspiracy and quoted the French Holocaust denier Robert Forson. "My writings are the stones of my intifada." However, it was not such outbursts that initially led to the Argentinian Sarasol being expelled from the country in 1995, but the fact that he had insulted Chávez's predecessor in the presidency, Rafael Caldera, at a conference in Brazil. As a result, Sarasol was able to return to Venezuela after Chávez's election victory in 1998. In 1999, Sarasol was again expelled from the country because he stood in the way of Chávez's efforts to stabilize his government through alliances with moderate left-wing and bourgeois groups. However, Chávez never made any critical comments about Sarasol's anti-Semitism. Since Sarasol's expulsion, Chávez has once again focused more on explicitly left-wing rhetoric, with some bourgeois critics even sensing a Castro-communist infiltration. Other theorists gained influence, including a certain Heinz Dietrich, a professor in Mexico City. Dietrich, who had studied with Adorno, Horkheimer, and Habermas at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research in the 1960s and had been active in the SHB and the SDS, moved to Latin America in the 1970s after completing his doctorate in Bremen. After longer stays in Argentina and Bolivia, he was finally offered an H4 professorship at the state-run Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana in Mexico City in 1977, which he accepted. Since then, his career has skyrocketed and he has held visiting professorships at the universities of Frankfurt am Main, New York, Columbia, and Vancouver, as well as in Brazil, Spain, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. He has published several books, including together with Noam Chomsky, and is currently the most published contemporary political author in Cuba. As an advisor, he not only works for the Cuban government, but has also become something like the chief ideologist of the Bolivarian Revolution. His book, The Socialism of the 21st Century, which was published in Spanish around 10 years ago and has also been available in a German version for some time, is the fundamental theoretical work of Latin American anti-capitalism. The term socialism of the 21st century has become a buzzword on the Latin American left and is the new leitmotif of Chavism. This concept is perfectly compatible with National Socialists such as Sarasol. It envisages the transformation of formal, representative democracy into a direct or participatory democracy and aims to overcome the market economy through a so-called equivalence economy. The idea of an equivalence economy originates from the Bremen historian, sociologist, and geologist Arno Peters, the leading figure of the Bremen school, to which Dietrich also belongs. Peters developed the concept of the equivalent economy in 1996 in his book Das Äquivalenzprinzip als Grundlage der Globalökonomie. To put it briefly and succinctly, it is based on the delusion of freeing value from the clutches of the crematistics, enrichment economy, and transforming it into the objective regulatory instrument of an economy based on fair exchange. Of course, such ideas have been around before. Think of Marx's timesheeters or followers of Silvio Gesell's barter rings. What is new about Peters' version is that he, and even more so Dietrich, actually tries to reconcile his vision with Marx's materialist critique. This is only possible if one turns the critique of political economy into a political economy and trims the categories of value form analysis in this way. Quote, "Use value is the ability of a product to satisfy a need. Value is a quantified period of time, e.g. 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 days, etc., which is required to produce a use value, and exchange value is the necessary expression or manifestation of value as it manifests itself in concrete exchange." End quote. There is nothing to be read here of crazy forms or a thought thing. Marx. For Dietrich, value is an objective, and for him this means an eternally valid quantity that can be determined scientifically, as it were. He praises the Scottish theorists Cockshott and Cottrell in all seriousness for calculating that the average hourly value added in Great Britain in 1987 amounted to £7.54. The fact that Cockshott and Cottrell expressed value in monetary terms causes Dietrich no difficulty at all. After all, he does not want to abolish money at all, but only to free it from the rule of crematistics. Peters also sees money, like economics, as merely an arbitrary medium of exchange. Quote, "How the value of goods and services is expressed in the equivalent economy is basically indifferent and can therefore be determined by the respective practical circumstances. The decisive factor is that the value of all goods and services is expressed solely as the sum of the work performed." End of quote. Equivalence economics is so called because its inventors adhere to the idea that in capitalism goods are exchanged unfairly, i.e. goods with different values are equated. This deception stems from the fact that goods are not traded according to their value, but according to their price, which is a purely subjective quantity, i.e. devised by nasty scum only to exploit the masses. Equivalence economics, on the other hand, is based on the exchange of goods, in which different but equivalent goods are exchanged without profit equals equivalent. Peters. For this, however, one must know the objective value of a commodity. This is the sine qua non of equivalence economics, and consequently Peters and Dietrich go to great lengths to objectively determine a quantity of abstract, objectified labor. They calculate and work and simply do not realize that abstract labor is neither a fixed activity nor mathematically calculable, but only becomes a real abstraction in the equation of the unequal in exchange. One might object that the concept of equivalence economics is such humbug that it cannot be realized anyway and can therefore be disregarded. However, it is not necessarily the complete feasibility of a political economic program that is important, but rather the processes that it unleashes if the attempt is even made to implement it. Even if the concept of the equivalence economy as a whole is certainly a very old-fashioned crackpot idea, it nevertheless expresses an anti-capitalism whose attempted realization would always exceed the barbaric tendencies of the prevailing social order. Indicative of this is, as is to be expected, an aggressive anti-Semitism that identifies the Jews as agents of crematism and seeks to destroy them. Whether Hamas makes the Jews responsible for all the evils of modernity in its charter or whether Arno Peters declares, crematism, enrichment, is the ultimate cause of trade, robbery and war only makes a difference if one naively assumes that the Jews have not yet been identified as personifications of crematism. This is contradicted not only by the history of anti-Semitism, in which the Jews were invariably imagined as the embodiment of the refined Gottfried Feder, but also by reading the writings of the Bremen school itself. Heinz Dietrich, for example, writes that the world market is endowed with the Old Testament attributes of the God Yahweh, his unlimited sadistic brutality, presence, and omnipotence. However, the agent of capital has disguised himself. He moves neither in Palestinian peasant sandals nor with a biblical beard, but in Mercedes-Benz with Armani suits. He has rationalized the Old Testament Decalogue, the Mosaic 10 Commandments, down to one mandate to save costs: the profit rate. His cult building or place of worship is the stock exchange, and his earthly residence can be found in the mansions of the exclusive upper-middle-class districts and suburbs. He personifies capitalism as the world oligarchy, speculators, bankers, or the criminal world bourgeoisie. No stereotype is left out here. Dietrich talks like any neo-Nazi. And so it comes as no surprise that Peters' worldview also sounds pretty much exactly like the NSDAP party program. Man is by nature a community-building being. He fulfills himself in the state and its laws. The economy, according to Peters, has a serving function vis-a-vis the state. The crematism, enrichment, which is based on trade and money lending, interferes with the economy in its free development and thus prevents it from fulfilling its task. The acquisitiveness of crematism knows no limit. Its insatiability is unnatural and hostile to life. And last but not least, summarizing the whole barbarism in 2 sentences, only an activity carried out for its own sake brings lasting fulfillment. The life of earning money is not a life worth living. End of quote. After the 2 chief German theorists of Venezuelan socialism have explained what a life not worth living is, one would assume that racial laws would have been passed in Caracas immediately. But this has neither happened nor is it expected to happen in the near future. The Chavez government's anti-Semitism has so far been largely limited to verbal outbursts and close ties to Iran, Libya, and Hussein's Iraq. Nevertheless, the Jews in Caracas were given a brief foretaste of a future national uprising in 2003, when a group of demonstrators rioted in the Tiferet Israel synagogue during a demonstration against the Iraq War. However, the influence of the Bremen School is more evident in the political and economic measures of the Chavez government than in anti-Semitism. While Dietrich had declared that the first step towards socialism for Latin America was the creation of a regional power bloc, Chavez launched the ALBA Economic Community, which was intended to counteract the U.S. plan for a free trade zone for all of America. As an incentive to join ALBA, Venezuela offers oil at a preferential price. Again and again, it is oil that Chavez is increasingly transferring into state ownership by means of an empowering law, so that he can use it as a political weapon. The great mastermind of this Petrosocialism is, who would have thought it, also a German. His name is Bernard Mammer, son of former SPD member of Parliament Karl Mammer and Venezuela's deputy energy minister. Like Dietrich, Mammer was once active in the SDS, but at some point he realized that the revolution was not going to happen for the time being and traveled to Latin America to fight against imperialism. He did so by joining the radical left-wing Partido de la Revolución of guerrillero Douglas Bravo. However, because Mammer was a student from Germany, and therefore an idealistic intellectual, he was less suited to fighting and his place was more at his desk. There, judging by his success, he developed a groundbreaking Marxist theory of legitimacy for the nationalization of natural resources. He referred to Marx's comments on land rent in Capital, where he wrote that a part of the surplus value produced by capital falls to the landowner, MEW 25, page 627. According to Mammer, the landowner is the state, i.e. the oil rent is its natural right. Because Mammer, like his comrade Dietrich, does not want to know anything about a critique of political economy, but considers Marx's theory to be a particularly clever form of economic science, he concludes, even today, the administration of natural wealth is a matter for the state. End quote. With the oil wealth in his hands, Chavez now sets about advancing his socialism. Not only is he trying to bind other states, such as Cuba, to him through oil, but also the population. The income from the oil business, which accounts for half of Venezuela's state revenue and 25% of its economic output, despite all the concessions granted to allied states and occasional propagandistic oil donations to poor population groups in the USA, for example, forms the financial basis of the new socialism. The shaky foundations on which Venezuelan socialism stands could be observed in the winter of 2002-2003, when employees of the state oil company PDVSA went on strike against government policy. After just 1 week, the country was on the verge of insolvency. This made the repression all the more severe. 19,000 employees were dismissed. The rest, around 20,000 employees, worked directly and a further 60,000 indirectly in the oil sector, had their wages massively cut, and in some cases their working hours were even extended at the same time. As early as 2004, 3.7 billion petrodollars flowed into social funds, and the trend is rising. These oil-financed social funds, known as misiones, are the material side of 21st century socialism, the typical alms for allegiance racket. The charitable measures are aimed at consolidating the power that is essentially based on the poor population of the barrios. These include not only a literacy campaign, numerous soup kitchens, and the holistic healthcare project, but also the hundreds of cooperatives that produce exclusively for the state as a customer. The goods of the predominantly, but not exclusively, agricultural cooperatives are purchased directly without intermediaries by the state's supermarket chain Mercal and offered at highly subsidized prices, on average 42% below the usual price level. In this way, the poor population is not only materially supplied, but also doubly tied to the state. As producers and consumers, their existence is dependent on the state. The seemingly insane concept of equivalence economics is realized here in a distorted form. Although it is the amount of the oil rent realized on the world market, i.e. a speculative profit without real equivalence, that makes this subsidy state cult possible in the first place, this does not bother the ideologists as long as the result is right. By forcing the individual to do completely nonsensical work, the purpose of which is to submit to and fit into the collective, he is also entitled to the provision granted by the state. Everyone is equal means that no one has to step out of line. The Mercal supermarkets, supervised by the newly established Ministry of Food, are run by cooperatives in the barrios and rural areas. Comic drawings illustrating important articles of the new constitution are printed on the rice, cornmeal, pasta, dried milk, and sugar packets sold by Mercal stores. The products not only provide people with food, explains the proud operator of a Mercal store in the La Vega district, but they also nourish themselves spiritually because they read the articles of the Constitution. In this way, Chavez binds the poor to himself, who realize every day in the 15,000 or so branches of the Mercal markets what they personally owe him. This dependence is a prerequisite for the model of participatory democracy that Chavez propagates with reference to Heinz Dietrich. Participatory means that the individual does not regard the maintenance of state sovereignty as institutionalized coercion, but rather identifies with the community led by the CAUDILLO. Zielik formulates this completely enthusiastically as follows, quote, "The remarkable thing about these missions is that, although they are financed by the state, they have always encouraged the population to organize themselves. They by no means conflict-free interplay between the state and grassroots organization is not the result of a strategic plan. Rather, in the absence of a functioning state structure and due to the secret boycott of a bureaucracy still stemming from the pontifagismo of the pre-Chavista era, the government often had to resort to grassroots initiatives on the ground in order to implement reforms at all. This policy of improvisation, which is often referred to as setting a bypass, implied the establishment of provisional alternative statehood. The missions were located outside the ministries, financed not from the state budget but by PDVSA, the state oil company, which enabled the funds to be approved more quickly and implemented by the population rather than by state employees." End quote. In order not to leave this identification with the state to chance, the expansion of municipal councils, consejos comunales, will be promoted in the near future. According to the Municipal Council Law, which was passed in April 2006, these councils will be formed by 200 to 400 families in urban areas, 20 in rural areas, and 10 in indigenous areas. Well over 10,000 local councils already exist in Venezuela. The anonymity of bourgeois society, which in Latin America is in any case reserved for a small elite due to the necessary failure of catch-up industrialization, is now being eliminated by a reactionary return to clan and tribe. Every neighborhood and every street has its own block watchman, and the Chavista guardians of virtue, the Círculos Bolivarianos, which are modeled on the Cuban Comites de la Defensa de la Revolution and have sworn an oath of allegiance to Chavez, are always ready to take action against traitors and enemies of the people. However, this outsourcing of the state is not accompanied by an actual reduction in the number of direct civil servants, as in the lean states of Western Europe, but rather means that almost everyone is working on behalf of the state in one form or another, whether as one of the almost 2.8 million Venezuelans employed by the state or as a supposedly independent recipient of charity. Venezuela is thus developing into a dictatorship of poverty that calls itself socialist, because the individual is nothing, while the community is everything. Compulsory work, material and spiritual poverty, complete dependence on the state and de-individuation are elevated to a political program as negative equality, as misery for all. On top of this, the millions of recipients of handouts are invited to feel like political activists, when the monstrous oil rent statism keeps them in total dependency and makes use of the traditional authoritarianism and the equally traditional passivity of the lower classes. In March 2008, the time had come once again. Hugo Chavez, the socialist superstar of our time, was once again given the opportunity to present himself on the international stage as an anti-imperialist determined to do anything. When the Colombian army killed Raúl Reyes, the leader of the Marxist murder gang FARC, and advanced into Ecuadorian territory to do so, the Venezuelan CAUDILLO immediately struck the pose of the defender against Western aggression. The fact that Chavez, like his Ecuadorian counterpart Rafael Correa, immediately deployed troops in the border region was less motivated by the defense of the integrity of the state territory than by a foreign policy tactic aimed at covering up Venezuela's military, financial, and logistical support for the FARC. For years, the FARC has been waging its dirty guerrilla war from Ecuadorian and Venezuelan territory without being hindered in the slightest by Chavez and Correa. Chavez regards Colombia as a bridgehead of Western imperialism that seeks to undermine the unity of Latin America. Consequently, immediately after the killing of Reyes, he denounced Colombia as the Israel of Latin America. And to make no secret of the relationship he envisions with a state like Israel, Chavez immediately threatened war. The fact that the dispute was settled after just a few days was not surprising, however, as it is generally known that Venezuela could not win a war against Colombia either economically or militarily. So the little affair was reduced to the kind of vigorous saber-rattling for which the president has been known since the beginning of his career. But it would be quite wrong to conclude from this that the CAUDILLO's pithy words should not be taken so seriously. The open display of loudmouthness is not an aberration, but is exemplary of a thoroughly irrational and therefore unpredictable political strategy fed by the ideology of so-called Bolivarianism, which basically takes every outrage into account, and which must be taken seriously, as Chavez's concept of a national alliance of the lumpen proletariat, the military and the Bolivarian aristocracy against the supposed imperialist servants both internally and externally seems to be working and is obviously catching on with a large majority of Venezuelans. The fact that the majority of Venezuelans loyal to Chavez are still unemployed or work in the informal sector and are therefore extremely poor says little in itself about the state of a society if one ignores the function of this impoverished majority in society. In order to decipher this function, it is necessary to look at the technique of political rule that is currently holding Venezuelan society together by force. Bolivarianism, as a republican concept according to its own self-image, practically pursues the abolition of republicanism on its own foundations and with its own means. It retains all the characteristics of republican rule, such as free elections and popular sovereignty, but undermines its tacit presuppositions, which are based on the results of the Enlightenment. The self-aware subject, which enters into a fictitious social contract with its competitors out of well-understood self-interest and submits to the objective coercion incarnated in the general law, which finds its vanishing point in the state's monopoly on the use of force, only appears in Bolivarianism as a desubstantialized subject, in that its real lack of private property is summarily transformed into a virtue and translated into direct dependence on the all-powerful state. The individual becomes both a recipient of alms and a follower and thus appears as a political subject, and only as a political subject who proves himself through his undivided loyalty to the true sovereign, whose power becomes almost limitless because he dominates all spheres of society and even has control over the individual streets in the form of communal committees. The private sphere as a classic retreat for citizens, where they can take time for both thinking and enjoyment, is not only massively restricted by the precarious property situation, but also politically. There must be no space for retreat, because everything should be public in the name of participatory democracy. An important battlefield of the Bolivarian state is the traditionally strong family. In order to weaken the family, children and young people are put into all-day schools where Chavist ideology is drilled into them from morning to night. Chavez's often overlooked disputes with the Catholic Church also stem from the fight against alternating social spheres. The totalized coercive character of this form of rule therefore does not consist in the fact that no free elections are allowed, but in the fact that the logical prerequisite of these elections, the relative autonomy of the individual, is considerably restricted. In practice, the Chavistas have built up a dense network of neighborhood initiatives and so-called Bolivarian circles that control the individual and make them a member of a binding political and moral community. In addition to the various Bolivarian neighborhood militias, there are also neighborhood councils, the Consejos Comunales, which, according to the law, are supposed to completely cover and control a street. The responsible ministry attributes the following tasks, among others, to the Consejos Comunales, which are seen as the root of people's power, bluntly expressing the totalitarian character of Bolivarian rule. Quote, exercise social control over all activities that develop in the comunidad, whether they are of a state, communal, or private nature, food, education, health, culture, sport, infrastructure, cooperatives, missions, etc. Establish order and fight against crime and corruption. End quote. Anyone who has ever had experience with informers can imagine how comprehensive social control is when it is exercised by neighborhood committees. But it's not just the nosy neighbors who are the problem. The police, especially in the barrios, are also deployed where they live. This creates a dense network of immediate, i.e. personally exercised control. Although the respective patrols act locally and on their own initiative, they always act in the greater interest of the nation, which is identified with the will of Chavez, who is present as a father figure in every decision-making situation like God in the faithful. Parallel to the grassroots democratic control in the barrios, the leader Chavez himself takes action against enemies of the people, simulating the fusion of the people and the state. Opposition members and ordinary dissenters suffer repression at all levels, from the expropriation of disagreeable entrepreneurs to the revocation of public broadcasting licenses of television channels. See, for example, the case of opposition leader Andres Sosa Pietri's company in Vival. To restrict freedom of the press, the Chavista-dominated parliament enforced Article 297A. Quote, "Any person who uses false information and disseminates it through printed matter, radio, television, telephone, email, or leaflets in order to actually or potentially panic the population or maintain the level of fear in the population shall be punished with a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years." End quote. Although the masses appear to be as homogeneous as possible, the Venezuelan structure is actually characterized by an all-pervading chaos of loyalties. Chávez's state bureaucracy can best be characterized as a personnel mess that is constantly in flux, as ministers and civil servants are constantly being fired or forcibly transferred. It is Chávez himself who publicly announces the dismissal of supposedly incompetent henchmen or even kills employees from the administration on camera. This form of public execution, which attracts onlookers like a dung heap attracts flies, creates a situation in which chaos is the real order. The structure of Bolivarianism is the permanent hullabaloo that deprives the individual of any security and feeds individual panic by threatening all potential dissenters with exclusion or degradation. This form of unstate, as Franz Neumann would have said, is the best prerequisite for blind allegiance and obedience to leaders. Freud described in his mass psychology that everything depends on the illusion that the leader loves all individuals of the mass with the same love for the existence of the mass. If this illusion were to shatter, for example, because the leader dies, the masses would once again disintegrate into their individual parts. This is probably why Chávez is everywhere in Venezuela. The images are supposed to prove that Chávez is alive. The left-wing critics of Chávezism usually focus their criticism on the personality cult surrounding the CAUDILLO, but they do not understand that this is the cement of Bolivarianism and that it would collapse without this cement. The personality cult is not an external flaw that only needs to be removed in order to realize genuine and undisguised socialism, but is the core of Bolivarianism. Chávez himself knows this, as he said of his role model Fidel Castro. Without Fidel, there seems to be no movement. It's as if he were everything. Interview with Blanco Munoz from 1998. The much-praised democratization of society, which Chávez declared to be his first task and which in fact amounts to the elimination of parliament as a controlling authority, plays an irreplaceable role in the constitution of the masses. By appearing as the people's advocate, Chávez suggests that he is helping every individual to obtain their rights. Freud also saw the democratic character of the masses. A democratic streak runs through the church, precisely because everyone is equal before Christ. Everyone has an equal share in his love. And it is no coincidence that Chávez likes to present himself as such, as Christ. He sees himself not only as the man-child Hugo Chávez, but also as a savior. In this idea of salvation, the individual is as obliterated as in the members of the masses. With Chávez it sounds like this, quote, "If this person, the CAUDILLO, manages to do this, if he or she directs his or her life towards achieving the collectivization of the leader, the projects and the ideas with the mythical power given to him or her, if I can abstract myself from all these processes, then that justifies the presence of a CAUDILLO." End quote. Chávez thus sees himself as the incarnation of a mythical force that collectivizes its teachings, i.e. spreads them among humanity, to whom it wants to bring salvation. Such a messiah figure is perfect for identification. The masses are interested in identifying with the narcissistic leader, and for this it is necessary that he appeals to everyone at the same time and yet remains unapproachable. Chávez is the people is therefore the slogan on posters all over Venezuela. By all referring to Chavismo, they create a basis of negative equality that binds them together. The individual imitates the leader and directs everything towards gaining his favor. He gives up his individuality in order to be able to merge with the collective, but this de-individualization happens individually and requires the highest personal commitment. Through his integration into the mass, the individual cedes his freedom to the collective and believes it to be multiplied, with the consequence that the individual can no longer exist on his own. What the mass form does to the individual in all its cruelty often only becomes apparent when the mass dissolves and the now isolated mass individual panics. The mutual bonds have ceased and a huge, senseless fear is released. Fortunately, Venezuela has not yet reached that point. There are various interest groups in Venezuela that are fighting each other and vying for power in the state. There is both an anti-Chavista bourgeoisie and a radical left-wing opposition, although this is relatively small because most of the radical or reformist left collaborates with the Chavistas in one way or another or has been forcibly integrated. Nevertheless, the panic instrumentalized by the regime for the consequences of a disintegration of the masses in a post-Chavez era, which may come sooner than can be assumed at the moment, gives rise to fears of the worst. Civil war is a distinct possibility. The masses that Chavez relies on are not exclusively, but predominantly, the impoverished population group living in the barrios. Because they have little to literally nothing apart from their unwanted labor, they benefit most from the misiones, the president's handout projects. The lumpen proletariat, about which Engels once aptly said that it quickly transforms itself by means of good payment into a Praetorian guard of those in power at any given time, thus forms both the immediate power base of the Bolivarian movement and its passive momentum, because the poor devils from the suburbs are kept neatly in their homeland, the dirt and narrowness of the barrios, precisely because they are given the already meager blessings of the deficit-ridden state budget. For example, when the handout programs are no longer feasible because the public coffers are empty due to a rapid drop in the price of oil. On April 16th, the Handelsblatt newspaper reported that the world's third-largest oil field had been discovered off Brazil. If Brazil were to set about developing the field, the oil price would in all likelihood fall. The same applies in perspective if oil production in Iraq can be resumed in full. The fact that in Venezuela the seemingly powerful, the people, are also the most powerless is overlooked by local leftists in their zeal and, at best, they turn a blind eye to the authoritarian form of political rule, if they do not even protect and defend it. German leftists, who by definition tend toward state fetishism, know that the misiones, the alms programs for bribing the impoverished masses, are really a great thing without having to give it much thought. For them, the idea that the state is finally one of the whole people, LaSalle, is like a wet dream. But all that is currently being changed is the composition of state personnel. The Chavez government is increasingly filling positions in the administrative apparatus with members of the military. The courted poor from the suburbs are being given a much smaller share of the state's feeding trough. Although they are supposed to carry the reins of power and, for the purpose of legitimizing them, organize a shindig that, absurdly enough, is always associated with consular democracy by German friends of Venezuelan socialism, these neighborhood initiatives and grassroots democratic associations actually have nothing to say. They are allowed to make proposals and regulate their own affairs insofar as they do not interfere with the government, but the real power remains in the hands of the bureaucracy, which is directed and controlled by Chavez himself. In concrete terms, this means that Chavez and the small circle of his political advisors introduce new, trustworthy people as functioning cogs in the wheel of power and dismiss others who are thrown to the crowd as traitors via television and radio. This restructuring of the state amounts, and if you can't see it, you don't want to see it, to a form of authoritarian rule that is by no means inaccurately described by the word dictatorship. The constitutional referendum of December 2007, which would have made Chavez de facto dictator, it included proposals for an indefinitely possible re-election of the president, direct subordination of the central bank to the government, authorization for military deployment in the interior, direct subordination of the army to the president, and a redistribution of administrative zones, was the direct expression of this striving for a totalitarian social order. The fact that it has fortunately failed and halted Venezuela's path to dictatorship for the time being shows that the hoped for improvement in living conditions has proved to be a great disappointment for the barrio inhabitants, because although social control has increased immeasurably, there is by no means more meat on the plate in the evening. In this respect, Chavez's strategy has failed for the time being, which is cause for celebration, but it is also clear that the referendum was not the last attempt to install 21st-century socialism under constitutional law. The fact that Chavez conceded defeat is not contrary to what most left-wing Latin American experts claim, due to his honesty and openness, but is based on the fact that by ignoring the result he would have risked a civil war, the outcome of which is uncertain. Venezuelan society is now deeply divided, and a minor incident would be enough to cause it to explode. For this reason, Chavez must focus even more than before on the political definition of the enemy and redirect it from domestic to foreign policy. His demonstrative friendship with Ahmadinejad and Nasrallah will in all likelihood be intensified. The FARC mentioned above is also likely to benefit from Chavez's new initiative. Who will probably be hit harder in future than before are the Venezuelan Jews. Because anti-Zionism is not a mere whim of the president, but the expression of a pathological worldview based on a fetishistic criticism of capitalism, Chavez's anti-Semitism is not limited to propaganda against the Jewish state. Venezuelan Jews have therefore long been targeted by the declaration of the enemy. Anti-Semitism is not an external ingredient of Bolivarianism that can be detached from it, but its most consequent expression. This hurts the supporters of Latin American socialism in the West, and so they simply deny it. The fans of Bolivarianism want nothing to do with the anti-Jewish propaganda that is published daily in state and pro-government newspapers and magazines, and which is comparable in its sharpness to the Arab Sturmer imitations. The Jews are consistently portrayed in the influential Chavez press as conspirators, spoilsports, and deceitful capitalists who want to drive the people into the abyss. In his speeches, Chavez draws on these stereotypes when he talks about capitalists, imperialists, and Zionists, accuses the Jews of murdering Christ, and equates Israel's defense policy with the Nazis' war of extermination. Politically, such hate speech, and this is indeed a new phenomenon in Venezuela, is increasingly translating into state persecution of Venezuelan Jews. For example, a Jewish school has already been searched twice by the police in an unnecessarily harassing manner on suspicion of amassing illegal weapons and supporting terrorism, without success, of course. But Chavez and his anti-Semitic Deputy Interior Minister Tariq al-Aissami, who is responsible for the searches, are not so much interested in finding anything concrete. It's about throwing mud at the Jews and imposing the stigma of terrorism on them, thereby taking the already problematic concept of terrorism completely ad absurdum. Just as Chavez denounces Colombia as a terrorist state, even though he himself supports the FARC, the Jews are portrayed as terrorists, even though it is the Venezuelan government that is courting anti-Semitic terrorist gangs such as Hezbollah. Venezuelan Jews, whose numbers have halved in recent years, feel that anti-Semitism is not mere phraseology, but a direct threat to them. Sammy Eppel, a Jewish Venezuelan journalist, puts it this way: I can say that a large part of the Jewish community in Venezuela is very worried, because the anti-Semitism comes from the government. When groups carry out anti-Semitic propaganda, we can defend ourselves. We are on an equal footing. But how are we supposed to defend ourselves against the government? It has all the power. End quote. Eppel's somewhat exaggerated statement that the government has all the power, which is precisely why it tends to be true, points to the increasingly totalitarian conditions prevailing in Venezuela today. The alliance of the Chavista racket, the military, and the lumpen proletariat is only held together by an aggressive and religiously charged ideology and by oil-financed handouts. This alliance will only last if it constantly positions itself against internal and external enemies. Anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism are therefore essential to the state. Bolivarian ideology is to penetrate all areas of society and suppress competing views by all means. State control is delegated to the Bolivarian rackets and thus totalized. The much-vaunted democratization goes hand in hand with the weakening of the autonomy of the individual and subjects the individual to the various neighborhood initiatives, cooperatives, and circles, all forms of political rackets that are only linked by their immediate dependence on Chavez. The hope that Venezuelans will one day overthrow the legacy of the CAUDILLO is justified, but in view of the authoritarian shaping of society, it does not necessarily mean that the post-Bolivarian era will be characterized by a greater degree of freedom. It is therefore completely uncertain what will happen in Venezuela. Cuba should not take the example of real socialism and the poor work ethic that prevailed in the Eastern Bloc. Ernesto Che Guevara, Cuban Minister of Industry 1959 to 1965, wanted more communism. He believed that the point of leverage would be where individualism was replaced by service to the community. It was at this point that resistance would be greatest. The revolutionaries in the Eastern Bloc had capitulated to materialism and egoism at this point. According to Guevara, the workers in real socialism worked for wages, the companies only for their profit. Thus, the old capitalist categories continued to exist: commodity, money, and market. In Cuba, the revolution had to be more radical. The market had to be completely replaced by a planned system. The national economy had to become a single large enterprise in which every worker did his job like a conscious cogwheel. The material interests of the people should cease to be decisive. Good work should no longer be rewarded with wage increases, but with certificates. A sense of duty should fill citizens, culminating in a willingness to sacrifice themselves for the common good. What the trenches were in the revolutionary struggle would be the workplace in communist society. As exemplified by the guerrillas, this idea was not new. The power of communism was based on sacrifice, as George Lukács had already proclaimed in speeches and essays in 1919, the year of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, reprinted in Lukács 1975 instead of coercion. As it prevails in bourgeois society, a communist morality would take its place, to the effect that individuals would sacrifice themselves, on the battlefields of the revolution and in the factories of the new society. In Cuba, the willingness to sacrifice was not particularly pronounced after the revolution, as a joke that was in circulation testifies. Guevara passed it on in a speech to textile workers, summarizing it rather witlessly, eager to explain its counter-revolutionary punchline. The joke can be revived, despite its bitter source. Quote, "A worker is enthusiastic about the revolution because it has driven out the imperialists. He wants to join the Revolutionary Party. But a party representative puts the brakes on him and explains his duties. Greater than as a party member, you must set a good example, represent the party in communism, work overtime in your workplace, come to work on time, take an active part in party and neighborhood committees, must not drink alcohol while at work, never be absent from voluntary work assignments and not misbehave in your free time either." When the party functionary sees how the worker's expression slips, he goes one better. "And you must be prepared to give your life for the revolution." Well, logically, the worker interjects, "Whoever leads a life like the one you describe can also give it away." End quote. As I said, Guevara can't laugh about it. Sacrifice, he instructs his listeners, is seen by the revolutionary as part of his duty. If he doesn't make sacrifices, he feels uncomfortable. This is how greater than not sacrificing less than becomes the actual sacrifice of a revolutionary. This means that the concepts and content change. End of quote. Citizens should subordinate their thoughts and actions to the common good. One could also say that they should become nothing but philosopher kings. No wonder that Guevara's political theory, like Plato's, culminates in pedagogy. However, while Plato wanted to raise an elite that would master reason and enforce it in and for the community, Guevara wanted to democratize self-control and service to the common good. Everyone should become a solidary member of the community. A gigantic change of consciousness was necessary so that the selfless, socialist human being could emerge, the new man. In other words, when man is formed in his own image, communism will work. Guevara relies particularly on young people. He sees them as the clay from which the new man can be formed without all his former shortcomings. By the way, the fact that young people in the West carry Che's likeness in front of them when they rehearse the uprising points to the Janus-faced nature of the rebellion. What can explain his popularity stands for the longing for struggle and command, devotion and sacrifice. His renunciation of the parental home, his struggle in the Sierra Maestra, his resemblance to Jesus, his decision as a minister to risk his life again, this time in the Congo, later in Bolivia, where he was captured and executed, his martyr's death. There is no life outside the revolution. In that, and only in that, it seemed right to him. This is also how today's revolutionaries tick. The Invisible Committee proclaims a coming uprising and pays homage to it in and of itself. They hope for events into which they could plunge with skin and hair, in which 60 years of pacification would come to an end in the chapter Let's Go. Even more lasciviously, flaming revolutionaries from Greece await the end of pacification. We wish to turn our daily lives into a continuous battle against power and its civilization. They repeatedly emphasize their desire for a continuous clash. Perpetual battle, perpetual clash. Not a word about the state afterwards, not a word about the end of struggle, privation, and self-sacrifice. The pamphlets thus read like the counter-concept to Kant's eternal peace, eternal anarchy, permanent revolution, endless war, communism. Guevara's approach of creating a socialist person through education was in the old socialist tradition. The Saint Simonists had already declared moral education to be a socialist work. The slogan of the new man then spread in the Soviet Union in the 1920s. The theory behind it was called sociological materialism. One of its proponents, Aaron Salsand, a psychoanalyst and co-founder of pedology, the science of the child, boldly urged the mass transformation of children in a dynamic new environment. In the opposing theory known as biogenic materialism, on the other hand, man was seen as a creature predetermined by nature and genetic makeup. One of its representatives, the psychoanalyst Moshe Wolf, warned against viewing children as a tabula rasa on which anything could be written. Whether sociological or biogenic materialism, both can be authorized with quotes from Marx. Either man is an ensemble of social relations, or man is a natural being. A pedological congress was held in 1927 to settle the dispute. The party intellectual Bukharin claimed there that not only the character but also the physique of man was socially determined. With the Kremlin's blessing and emphasis, the position of sociological materialism prevailed. The Congress resume emphasized the malleability of man. So much for the revolution. Instead of a better society for people, better people were to be created for society. Also by force. Quote, from a broader point of view, i.e. from the point of view of a larger historical scale, proletarian coercion in all its forms, from shooting to compulsory labor, is, as paradoxical as it may sound, a method of forming a new communist humanity from the human material of the capitalist epoch. End of quote. 40 years later, Guevara said that it was necessary to launch a frontal attack against the unwilling, the unclear, the confused, and the lazy, to re-educate and educate this mass, to enlist them in the revolution and remove those who resist. The early socialist Robert Owen had expressed himself more cautiously. After his commune New Harmony had failed to live up to its name, he noted, an experience of 18 months has proved to us that the following qualities are necessary for a permanent member of the communist community. 1. Honest intention. 2. Temperance. 3. Diligence. 4. Care. 5. Cleanliness. 6. Thirst for knowledge. 7. Recognition of the fact that man's character is formed for him, not by him. End of quote. The last sentence advises restraint. People cannot be molded. The new man did not become a mass phenomenon in Cuba as little as in the Soviet Union. Materialism and egoism asserted themselves, as Fidel Castro sadly stated on the 20th anniversary of Guevara's death. If Che had known that money had become the most important instrument for motivating people, he, who was so against it, would have been horrified. End of quote. Quote, they teach you all this Marxist philosophy and then they treat you like a slave. Lena, deserted after 7 years with the FARC in December 2007. Ingrid Betancourt's captivity had become a symbol of the suffering of those who, like her, had the unspeakable misfortune of falling into the clutches of one of those revolutionary forces, liberation fronts and popular armies that drag their prey into the jungle in order to use them to blackmail a society they claim to want to free from the yoke of injustice. However, Ingrid Betancourt was not just any victim of the FARC, but at the time of her kidnapping was the Green Party's presidential candidate for the summer 2002 elections, making her the guerrilla's most prominent captive, for whom this unexpected capture must have seemed like a piece of gold among her other hostages, whose value was diminishing with increasing numbers, without her being treated more kindly as a result. The most famous hostage in the world soon proved to be a sinfully expensive luxury for an organization that had not yet completely lost its moral credit. The kidnapping of the very politician who had sought dialogue with the FARC to the point of exhaustion and against all sense of reality, who had never tired of preaching reconciliation with them throughout her career, meant that all the Colombian citizens' weariness with the FARC was now expressed in passionate demonstrations of sympathy for Betancourt. With their supposed coup, the FARC unleashed one of the world's most successful campaigns against themselves. The disaster, which was easy to foresee but unforeseen by the victim, came in February 2002, when the negotiations between the Colombian government and the FARC, which had been dragging on for 3 lost years, had reached their end point. At the time, Ingrid Betancourt was the last politician who still believed in dialogue with the guerrillas, because even President Andrés Pastrana, who had once won the elections with the promise of achieving peace through concessions, could no longer deny the failure of the dialogue and thus his own. As a gesture of reconciliation and a sign of his government's weakness, he had conceded a demilitarized zone in southern Colombia to the guerrillas right at the beginning of his term of office, without receiving anything in return. In this area, which was the size of Switzerland, the FARC were allowed to do as they pleased, unchallenged by the Colombian armed forces. They used the freedom to maintain their old weapons and acquire new ones, financed by the flourishing drug business, to advance the training of their soldiers, to capture the villages in the zone, from whose inhabitants they collected a revolutionary tax, and to collect protection money from the coca farmers in order to prepare themselves militarily and economically for the next battle with the Colombian state. While the negotiations enabled the guerrillas to double the number of their soldiers and extend their radius of action beyond the zone they had been given to cover almost half of Colombia's territory, the government negotiated on the defensive from the outset. The outcome of Pastrana's peace initiative was all the easier to predict because it had already become clear in the 1980s that the FARC, in contrast to a number of smaller guerrilla groups that had disappeared from the scene after the murder of their leaders or due to internal conflicts, had become too strong to be impressed by the actions of the weak Colombian state. and the hope that the FARC, following the example of all other Latin American guerrilla organizations, would give up the armed struggle after the collapse of the Soviet Union and seek a political way out was dashed after a decade. Perhaps a peace initiative like Pastrana's 40 years ago, when the FARC was founded, would have been successful. Back then, Manuel Marulanda, a school dropout converted to scientific socialism by his intellectual comrades in arms, together with 300 other peasant sons and a handful of rifles, founded a community modeled on the Paris Commune in a remote mountain village, 2,000 meters above sea level, from which a peasant revolution was to start, which hardly anyone except a few Latin American experts from the CIA paid attention to. But there was no peace initiative at the time. Marulanda and his small following were to be dealt with exclusively by military means. As a teenager, Manuel Marulanda was caught up in the turmoil of a civil war in which communist-oriented groups played only a minor role, if any at all. This war was triggered by the assassination of the Liberal Party's presidential candidate, Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, in 1948. A furious mob tore the assassin to pieces, whereupon the conflict escalated into a war that cost the lives of 200,000 Colombians over the next 10 years and went down in the history books as La Violencia. Manuel Marulanda himself had joined one of the guerrilla groups of the Liberal Party, on whose side a few communists also fought. When the Civil War ended in 1958 with a peace agreement between the liberals and the conservatives, who came together to form a national front policy, and the liberal guerrillas had laid down their arms, the Communist Party supporters went into the mountains with some farmers to prepare them for the future revolution with Lenin. However, progress was slow, in keeping with the spirit of the times, which was characterized by the American anti-communism of the Cold War. The first independent republics of the young Marxist peasants were dissolved by the Colombian military as early as the end of the 1960s. As the revolutionary groups were mainly active in the most hidden rural regions, which remained disconnected from the economic and political development in the cities, they did not attract excessive attention in Bogotá for a long time. However, dissatisfaction among the farmers grew, and with it the guerrillas' following, which propagated in their name the overthrow of the capitalist order, which brought no profit to the poor rural population. By the end of the 1970s, a whole series of armed groups had emerged, among which the FARC, which was supported by the Soviet Union and now had 3,000 soldiers at its disposal, stood out as the most threatening to the Colombian state. In addition to the FARC, several other guerrilla groups were active in Colombia at the time. Most notably the M19, an organization ideologically aligned with the Uruguayan Tupamaros, which had been founded by members of a left-wing party who had made the unfounded but then widely believed accusation that their candidate's defeat in the 1970 presidential elections was electoral fraud, and the ELN, an organization influenced by Catholic liberation theology and Marxism, supported by Cuba, which, unlike the M19, still exists today. Since the 1980s, two additional threats had emerged that were no less dangerous for the state order: the groups of paramilitary organized anti-communists and the drug mafia. The first anti-communist militias, which had been founded in the 1960s by Colombian generals and politicians, with the friendly support of the CIA, as vigilante groups in areas unprotected by the military and police, were subsequently legalized by state decree and officially equipped with weapons and uniforms. Their role in counterinsurgency initially remained as modest as the insurgency itself, so that they were soon neglected by the state in a double sense. Their machinations were not further encouraged, but neither were they hindered. This scenario changed dramatically when the drug mafia switched its production from marijuana to cocaine, a business that soon proved to be immensely lucrative and promised profits of unimagined proportions. Both the guerrilla groups and the paramilitaries entered the drug business and, like the classic drug mafia itself, gained not only huge sums of money but also a considerable increase in power and opportunities. The FARC were best placed to make political capital out of their economic prosperity. At a conference in 1982, they decided on a change of strategy, which was also reflected in a change of name. From now on, the ideological training and political mobilization of the peasants was to take a back seat in favor of the conquest of power by military means, meaning that the traditional guerrilla warfare was to give way to the warfare of a regular armed force, for whose development all financial and human resources were now to be deployed in order to achieve the real goal: the overthrow of the government and the victory of socialism by the end of the millennium. From then on, the guerrillas called themselves the FARC-EP, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia People's Army. However, the money from the drug business was not enough to finance the People's Army's ambitious plans. It was therefore decided to put further, ideologically even more questionable and morally even more reprehensible business ideas into practice, using methods that the imminent final victory would ultimately justify: extortion, kidnapping, murder, terror. But not only the FARC-EP, but also the PARAs faced new challenges. New militias emerged and new clients asked for their services. The drug mafia needed them to keep the increasingly annoying competition at bay and to use peaceful and non-peaceful means to fight against state repressive agencies, which had targeted them due to the tightening anti-drug policy supported by the USA. The competition had to be driven out of their own coca fields, and the justice ministers, public prosecutors, and judges who could not be brought to rest by bribes had to be killed. The families of landowners and cattle breeders, the preferred objects of hatred of the agricultural workers and poor farmers and the most desirable targets for kidnapping and assassination by the guerrillas, created their own paramilitary organizations and were supported by many middle and high-ranking military officers and politicians, partly because they had friendships with them, and partly because these small private armies promised to relieve the armed forces and politicians of the arduous, dangerous, and dirty business of counterinsurgency. It was not uncommon for the drug mafia to take the initiative. One of the first and for a long time the most feared paramilitary group, called Muerte a Secuestradores, Death to the Kidnappers, was recruited from their circles and was founded when the sister of a drug baron was kidnapped by the M19 in 1981. The family council had decided not to pay a ransom. Instead, during a soccer match in Cali, a sports plane appeared over the stadium from which flyers were dropped announcing the formation of a death squad. Drug dealers and mafia bosses were behind the project, each of whom would provide several million pesos and 10 of their best men to hunt down the kidnappers and their helpers, whether they were guerrillas or common criminals like themselves. In 1982, an illustrious group of drug traffickers, landowners, businessmen, military leaders, liberal and conservative party politicians, and representatives of the Texas Petroleum Company came together to form a paramilitary group whose purpose would be to protect both those present and the population at large from the guerrillas. In their campaign against the guerrillas, however, the PARAs also carried out massacres, killed civilians they considered collaborators, and thus posed a threat to the population themselves. However, the fact that the landowners and drug lords were able to pose as defenders of the population, although they were defending nothing but their own private interests, was due to the weakness of the state. Instead of strengthening it, they further undermined its power. It was already apparent that this would be the result of the PARA's policy when the state, out of sheer helplessness, first attempted to pacify the insurgent guerrillas through negotiations and general amnesties in the mid-1980s. In response to this policy, the various guerrilla organizations active at the time, such as M19, EPL, ELN, and also the FARC, founded political parties in addition to their military organizations, which took part in the elections, especially outside the larger cities, where they were sometimes able to win more than 10% of the vote at the first attempt. To the more optimistic observers, this seemed to indicate that the guerrillas were at least partially abandoning the armed struggle in favor of the political one. With this legal side of their struggle, however, the guerrillas were pursuing nothing more than the famous revolutionary tactic of the unity of armed and unarmed struggle. That this was indeed the case became clear in November 1985 at the latest, when the M19 carried out an attack on the Palace of Justice in the center of Bogotá, killing half of the judges of the Colombian Supreme Court as well as a large number of civilians. As a result, the government neglected the peace negotiations without having the courage to end them. Instead, it tried to make up political ground by economically promoting the rural regions, but left the military conflict with the guerrillas, the dirty work, to the PARAs, whose existence it officially tried to ignore. Towards the end of the 1980s, the M19 and the smaller EPL showed a willingness to give up the armed struggle in order to devote themselves to politics from then on. At the same time, however, the FARC terminated the ceasefire, which was still formally maintained by the government but had long since ceased to be a real ceasefire, and the PARAs began to assassinate the politicians of the newly founded left-wing parties and trade unionists. Over the next few years, hundreds if not thousands of ex-guerrillas who had turned to politics fell victim to the PARAs' death squads. However, instead of joining forces in the fight against each other and remaining neutral towards the rest of society, the PARAs, the guerrillas, and the various drug cartels, which had each gained members due to the passivity of the state, committed crimes on such a scale that the already weak state was completely unable to establish a minimum of law and order. Although by the end of the 1990s state power had continued to disintegrate in favor of the gangs, the illusion that the state's strength lay precisely in its compliance with the various gangs, which were at war with each other no less than with the uninvolved members of society, was soon revived. Andrés Pastrana finally declared this self-deception to be a government program and handed over an area of more than 40,000 square kilometers to the FARC in the hope that this gift, instead of strengthening the guerrillas in their previous actions, would now make them friendly and willing to negotiate peace. However, Pastrana's government did not pin all its hopes of being able to bring peace to the country on negotiations with the various criminal organizations. Under it, initial measures were already being taken to modernize Colombia's armed forces in order to improve their suitability for counterinsurgency. Between 1999 and 2002, the personnel strength of the Colombian armed forces increased from 130,000 to 150,000 soldiers, while the number of soldiers trained and armed for combat increased from 40,000 to 50,000. Although the military was increased considerably, the troops available for frontline operations at this time were only slightly superior in number to those of their opponents. This is certainly true if one adds together the manpower of the still active guerrilla organizations, the FARC and the ELN, with that of PARAs and the militias of the drug mafia. The situation was made even more difficult for the army. The poor training of the soldiers, their lack of discipline, outdated weaponry, and miserable intelligence. Quite a few generals continued to make pacts with the PARAs, some even with the FARC, and corruption within the armed forces was also so pronounced and respect for the most basic human rights so underdeveloped that it was not entirely unfounded when critics described the Colombian army itself as a threat to public order. Despite all the shortcomings of the army and police, it was ultimately due to the government's political indecision that the state's armed forces were not used to their full extent against the various gangs. In order to remedy the lack of democratic suitability of army personnel, training was reformed and laws were also passed to ensure more consequent punishment of crimes committed by soldiers in combat, such as the killing of unarmed people suspected of being guerrillas, i.e. civilians, or torture and similar serious human rights violations. These attempts at modernization were largely due to the extensive military aid that Colombia received from the USA, which had already been decided in 1999 by the Andrés Pastrana/Bill Clinton government team as part of the Plan Colombia program. Even then, the European Union limited itself to criticizing American military aid for Colombia, which, incidentally, has not changed to this day, and instead concentrates on financial support for socio-educational projects, including so-called peace laboratories run by NGOs in rural regions to teach uneducated farmers nonviolent conflict resolution and the art of organic farming as an alternative to coca production. Behind this lies the ideology believed not only by European governments, but much more authentically by the European left as a whole, that violence can only be defeated through nonviolence. Among the more radical anti-imperialist factions, e.g. the German socialists, this ideology only serves as propaganda in which the moral equation of the state monopoly on the use of force and guerrilla warfare conceals the secret sympathy for the latter. Among Colombians themselves, on the other hand, the FARC have long since ceased to enjoy any sympathy. Several surveys in the course of 2001 showed that 90% of the Colombian population rejected peace with the guerrillas. Less than 3% had a good opinion of them. In contrast, 2/3 to 3/4 of the population had sympathy for the armed forces, the police, and the Catholic Church, by far the most popular social institution in Colombia, at least until Álvaro Uribe took over the government. Even the PARAs scored significantly better than the self-proclaimed popular armies with 10%, a result that can be explained by the fact that the PARAs were often able to effectively protect the population from guerrilla attacks, especially in places where the state had no presence. In most cases, however, the guerrillas and the PARAs do not fight in direct confrontation, but rather try to contest each other's control of a particular territory. Typically, the troops of one faction invade an area from which those of the other have already withdrawn, so that they rarely encounter each other directly, but instead fight the war among themselves on the backs of the civilian population. The consequences of this form of warfare for the population can be illustrated by the example of Granada, a small town in the department of Antioquia, where the war never stopped even during the peace negotiations. In December 2000, Granada was attacked by the PARAs, who killed 19 civilians, whom they subsequently derided as guerrillas in civilian clothes. After leaving the town, the guerrillas attacked in typical FARC fashion, with homemade bombs that were as primitive as they were devastating, gas cylinders filled with fuel and shrapnel. First came the bombing of the police station, which immediately destroyed the surrounding houses. Then the local banks were robbed, private homes looted, and this time the collaborators of the other side were executed. This attack on Granada cost the lives of another 15 civilians. 120 houses were destroyed, and 8,000 residents fled the small town. In 2001, the authorities registered 33 attacks along these lines in various places. In the larger cities, where they could come into contact with the Colombian armed forces, the FARC preferred to use bombs hidden in cars or mounted on bicycle racks. a less murderous but equally effective method of demonstrating the power of the guerrillas to the urban population and inflicting the greatest possible material damage and psychological terror on society was to attack infrastructure, in which the smaller ELN, personally supported by Fidel Castro, excelled. According to statistics from the Colombian authorities, the guerrilla organizations destroyed a total of 950 electricity pylons and 62 bridges during the 3 years of peace negotiations, repeatedly leaving thousands of citizens in the dark for days, sometimes weeks, and causing the already fragile transport network in some areas to collapse completely. During repeated FARC attacks on the electrical infrastructure in the southwest of the country in January 2002, the power supply there had to be rationed, and after an ELN attack on the oil pipeline in the Department of Antioquia, there was a fire that killed 80 people. In 2001 alone, a total of 263 attacks on oil pipelines were reported. After the FARC intensified their attacks once again at the beginning of 2002, and new surveys confirmed that an overwhelming majority of Colombians were fed up not only with this peace, but also with their president. Andrés Pastrana announced the end of peace negotiations for the 10th time in 3 years, only to resume them 2 weeks later for the 11th time. In a new survey conducted 3 months before the end of Pastrana's term of office, 2/3 of the population expressed their conviction that the modernization of the armed forces, which had progressed in the meantime, would enable them to put a stop to the guerrillas. Andrés Pastrana took the hint and deployed troops along the demarcation line of the demilitarized zone. The Liberal Party candidate Horacio Serpa, who had only narrowly lost to Andrés Pastrana in the 1998 elections, and the independent left-wing activist Luis Garzón, who later became mayor of Bogotá and co-founder of the left-wing collective party Polo Democrático, then traveled to the demarcation line. Finally, on February 14, 2002, the Green Party candidate Ingrid Betancourt went to the demilitarized zone, which had already been surrounded by the armed forces, but had not yet been terminated, in order to prepare future peace negotiations directly with FARC representatives. This meeting, the first of its kind to be televised, provided the FARC with a suitable propaganda platform to question the legitimacy of the government. They blamed the government for poverty, injustice, and all other grievances in the country in order to justify their armed struggle. A week later, the FARC hijacked a plane and forced it to land on a highway near the demilitarized zone, where a FARC commando was already waiting to kidnap one of the passengers, the president of the Senate Peace Commission, Eduardo Getcham. That same evening, Andrés Pastrana appeared before the television cameras and declared his peace initiative a definite failure. While he showed aerial photographs of the demilitarized zone showing guerrilla airfields, as well as suspected concentration camps where the FARC were holding their captives and fields where the guerrillas were growing coca, he called Manuel Marulanda, the leader of the FARC, a liar who had betrayed my trust and was laughing in the face of our country. He then ordered the armed forces to conquer the demilitarized zone. The next day, the Air Force bombed guerrilla positions there, and 2 days later, ground troops marched into the area. The government warned Ingrid Betancourt several times not to return to the now remilitarized zone. In vain. On February 23, 2002, the same day that the ground troops entered the zone, she drove in a defiantly unprotected Jeep together with the head of her campaign office and 3 other members of her team into the middle of the war zone to San Vicente del Caguin, where the FARC secretariat had ruled for 3 years and had just hurriedly packed up its things, and where a Green mayor had been in office for some time in peaceful coexistence with the guerrillas. The FARC did not need to be asked twice and kidnapped the entire delegation before it even reached the city. The 3 low-ranking, in their eyes worthless employees were released immediately. Ingrid Betancourt and Clara Rojas, her campaign manager, disappeared into the Colombian jungle for the next 6.5 years. After her liberation by the Colombian armed forces this summer, during which not a drop of blood was spilled, Betancourt apparently continued to follow the ideological guidelines that had led her, and her collaborator, straight into the arms of her tormentors. In late September, during an interview with an Associated Press journalist in Madrid, she reiterated her doctrine that there are 2 schools of thought on terrorism. One is that you shouldn't talk to terrorists. The other, which I believe in, says, precisely because they are terrorists, you have to talk to them. End quote. The liberation of Ingrid Betancourt was the result of the victory of the school of thought she rejected, the policy of Alvaro Uribe's government, who won the elections in May 2002 and took over the presidency in August. One of the conditions for this change in practice, to which Betancourt ultimately owed her liberation, was $5 billion in military aid from the USA and a change in policy towards the FARC, which has since turned against dialogue and believes that peace is only possible once the guerrillas have been defeated. In the last 6 years, i.e. since Uribe came to power, the FARC has lost more than half of its soldiers in military conflicts with the Colombian armed forces. In addition, more and more fighters are deserting from the ranks of the FARC, including Lina, who joined the FARC as a 13-year-old teenager because the FARC promised to give me an education and an income. According to Lina, none of these promises were fulfilled, but it was made unmistakably clear to her that any attempt to leave the guerrillas would be punished with death. After 7 years, she nevertheless fled to the side of the armed forces. Supported by the state reintegration program for former members of the guerrillas and the paras, she began an education and a reasonably happy middle-class life in Bogotá. As the FARC could not get their hands on her, they executed her brother with 2 shots to the head. In the jungle, Lina had fed on rice and worms and slept in hammocks, so her life was not much different from that of those held captive by the FARC, except that they were prevented from escaping not only with death threats but also with ankle chains. As a member of a left-wing guerrilla, she had the same duties as the men, was expected to obey unconditionally like any other guerrilla, and when she was shot through the shoulder in a battle with the Colombian armed forces, she was given a dose of aspirin. Unlike their male comrades, however, the guerrillas, who make up around 40% of FARC soldiers, are expected to be sexually compliant. In the event of pregnancy, the child is forcibly aborted by a medical professional. This year, the number of deserters is higher than ever before, and more are turning their backs on the FARC every month. Due to the pressure exerted by the Colombian military under Uribe, they have had to retreat from the urban centers into the jungle and are no longer capable of terror offensives like those at the end of Andrés Pastrana's term of office. Their armament consists mainly of landmines, and instead of operating in larger formations as in the past, they have to act in small groups of 3 to 10 soldiers supported by snipers. The killing of a large number of front commanders last year, the air attack on a camp in Ecuador in which the FARC's foreign minister was killed, the assassination of the commander of its central command, Iván Rios, by the head of his own security department in March of this year, and the death of Manuel Marulanda in the same month have weakened the FARC leadership, as has the infiltration of the organization by intelligence services. In spring 2008 alone, the Colombian Secret Service was able to take possession of laptops and memory sticks containing around 10,000 names, photos and information about the internal structure of the FARC, that is considerably more members than the FARC is widely believed to have today. In addition, the guerrillas' modern communication system, which was based on mobile communication technology, was disrupted, forcing them to fall back on old-fashioned communication methods such as messengers. The bloodless liberation of Ingrid Betancourt and her fellow prisoners was partly due to the fact that the coordination between the various commandos no longer worked. None of the governments that were in office until 2002 had taken action against the paras, which was due to the fact that they were needed to fight the guerrillas, a fact that was more or less tacitly acknowledged by almost all state parties, as well as by the military leadership. As long as the parties were preoccupied with futile peace initiatives instead of deploying the armed forces against them, and as long as the armed forces did not get the guerrillas under control, the fight against the insurgents was left to the paras, with the result that even after the elections in May 2002, some of them boasted in public that a good third of the members of parliament supported them directly. When the government deployed the armed forces against the guerrillas towards the end of Pastrana's term of office, the paras were once again called upon for support. Nevertheless, Álvaro Uribe's government was the first to take action against the paras. However, Uribe did not resort to the army for this purpose, but used more democratic means against them. In 2003, Parliament passed a law regulating the demobilization of the paramilitary units. Although this law did not provide for systematic legal prosecution of the crimes committed by the paras, which threatened to make the law absurd, it was nevertheless effective. By 2006, the Colombian government had achieved the almost complete demobilization of the paramilitary units, which formerly numbered around 30,000 members, including their leaders. A good third of the members of parliament, the very third whose support the paras enjoyed in May 2002, have been under investigation since spring 2008. Based on the testimony of a former member of the paras, General Mario Montoya is also under investigation for his alleged collaboration with the paramilitary troops. Montoya is one of the generals who was trained in Fort Knox, Kentucky, as part of Plan Colombia, to lead the helicopter commandos that were deployed to combat drugs. He has a reputation as a no-nonsense commander and was involved, among other things, in preparing the operation that led to the liberation of Ingrid Betancourt. He is accused of having cooperated with units of the Paras in October 2002 in his then function as commander of the local police when they were fighting against the FARC in Medellin as part of Operation Orion. Although the appearance of the Paras was welcomed by the residents of the affected neighborhood, who were under pressure from the FARC, 40 people disappeared during this military operation. General Montoya's involvement in Operation Orion had already been mentioned in a CIA report published by the Los Angeles Times last year. Other members of the armed forces are also accused of having committed crimes themselves. The number of so-called irregular shootings by military personnel, which is nothing other than the murder of civilians, is said to have risen even further in the past year. Although all these examples show that Colombia can hardly be regarded as a constitutional state according to Western understanding, the Uribe government is taking steps to establish simple constitutional principles. So it no longer seems impossible that Gabriel Garcia Marquez's dark prophecy that Colombia would one day be swept away by centuries of violence and the storm of its solitary passions and misunderstood desires will not come true after all. The only certainty is that it will not have been 21st century socialism that paved the way for such a happy ending to history. There is a cycle in left-wing groups. From doing theory, you switch to doing politics and back and so on. If you do theory, you either want to acquire new theoretical approaches or reassure yourself of the older foundations or clear them up. If you do politics, you want to do more than just read, talk, discuss, and present, more than just, as Klaus Weimann scornfully puts it, twirl curls on the bald head of some abstraction or megatheory. You want to apply the acquired theory. The reasons for the respective decisions are hidden. They are probably to be found in the current mental state of the actors. The switch from theory to practice and vice versa may be due to frustration. If the addressees of the revolutionary theory and agitation stubbornly do not behave as hoped, then one withdraws into theory. The duration and reason for esotericism can vary. However, since theory is, fortunately, not pursued for its own sake, at some point one also wants to return to politics. When approaching current political movements as a theorist, there are at least 3 things to bear in mind. Firstly, the traditional concept of the revolutionary class is outdated. A specific social group, the proletariat, was exclusively designated as a revolutionary actor. The conflict that constituted its situation, that of wage labor versus capital, was supposed to be the central social contradiction. In the perpetual family quarrel of so-called workers' movement Marxism, it has been shown again and again for around 2 decades, both justifiably and strangely obsessively, that this contradiction is inherent in the system. Furthermore, it is and has never been plausible why the proletariat should have a privileged position of knowledge due to its position in the social production process and why it should therefore be particularly capable and empowered to act in a way that changes society. Furthermore, the concept of identity politics, which replaced the concept of the revolutionary proletariat, is now outdated and is viewed skeptically. On the one hand, identity politics is not about social totality. It is only involved in partial areas and only fights against certain manifestations of social power relations. Furthermore, its post-structuralist, postmodern theoretical foundations make it impossible to grasp totality at all. Secondly, identity politics tend towards a discrete conformism. It is their dialectic that the shaping and cultivation of the respective identity becomes a segment of cultural industrial exploitation, and the style of a critical consumer takes the place of political engagement. Thirdly, identity politics are unattractive for movement theorists because they do not mobilize enough masses, but only their respective segment of committed people. Thirdly, people are now relatively aware of reactionary aspects of social movements, especially the anti-imperialism that has become fashionable again and its inherent anti-Americanism, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri attempted an answer to all 3 complexes, but above all to the first 2 in Empire. The concept of the multitude was intended to replace the concepts of class and differentiated identities by combining them in a new way. Empire responded to a boom in social movements, which manifested itself under the slogan "Our world is not a commodity" in December 1999 in Seattle, in July 2001 in Genoa, and at the Second World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in January 2002. Like Hart and Negri, John Holloway, Changing the World Without Taking Power, and Alex Kalinikos, An Anti-Capitalist Manifesto, Daniel Ben-Said also sees it as the beginning of a new stage. What this consists of and why is not explained. If there is a movement, it attracts the politicians in waiting, even if their unarticulated self-image may deter them at first. The movement is not only reason enough for itself, but also for its theorists. The Jour Fixe initiative is not stupid. It is aware of the dangers and shoals of social movements and knows that emancipatory and anti-emancipatory tendencies are always intermingled in them. Moishe Poststone's intelligent essay in the anthology criticizes the reactionary moments. Michael T. Colton also admits that, in all these defensive struggles, an ideological sediment comes to light that generally bears narrow-minded, corporatist, if not nationalist, racist, or even anti-Semitic traits. However, this is not an argument against interfering in such disputes, but an argument in favor of it. Not to pick people up where they stand, but to dissuade them from the direction in which they are threatening to move. End quote. His co-authors also want to make more of what is already there. According to the editors, it is important to combine social resistance with an emancipatory perspective, because even if there is obviously not much to be gained from the existing social resistance, the hope remains that socially critical utopias will develop through these struggles. In her article on the Anti-Hartz IV campaigns, Mag Wampel calls what is already there, what can be built on and from which more should develop, the everyday resistance of those affected, which, however, usually only produces timid forms of revolt. Manuela Bajadzejev's essay on the autonomy of migration also shows how subtle and individual these forms of resistance, which are found with great effort, can be. Not only does she uncover an untold history of resistance and everyday political dissidence among migrants as carefully as with an archaeologist's brush, but also invisible tactics alongside visible struggles. How Bajadzejev can then report on these remains her secret. Nor does she provide any insight into the untold story, but merely asserts it again and again. Perhaps it does not exist, and all that remains is the movement theorist's trick that migrant practices of perseverance can be interpreted as a social movement. Persistence, organization, and migrant resistance. This is how Bajadzejev categorizes migrant forms of resistance. This allows her to extend the term resistance to the point of irrelevance on the one hand and to include highly contradictory phenomena under it on the other. Doesn't persistence bring to mind Martin Brosset's neologism resistance, which he used to explain the inconspicuous behavior of large sections of the German population in resisting National Socialism? When she describes the self-organization of centers of migrants as a form of having places at their disposal that made autonomous organization possible, this is probably a correct description, but it leaves aside what these autonomous places, such as mosques, are used for Islamism, and who is allowed to use them, exclusively men. Thus, Bajadzejev, like Hart and Negri, only ever considers resistance for the sake of form. And this is what a movement theorist has to do. On the one hand, to gather enough mass for an impressive movement, and on the other, to be able to disregard the questionable content of the so-called struggles. Bajadzejev also shares with Hart and Negri the operaist approach to social conflicts, as well as the vitalist view of history that the practices of domination may interrupt the struggles, but cannot dissolve them, but can only restore them in a new, reorganized way. The actors are always the subalterns. While for Hart and Negri the transformations of capitalism are reactions to the resistance of the proletariat, for Bajadzejev the struggles against racism are the basis of the analysis, not the subjects produced by racism. For it is the struggles that repeatedly force racism to reorganize itself, and these struggles are not to be understood solely as a reaction to various state and social racist practices. The wild current of resistance is always rushing, only in ever-changing forms. As much as one rejects the determinism of Marxism, Bensaid knows that the decision for social upheaval must not be the expression of a whim or an act of strength, but must be historically determined and conditioned. In fact, the subalterns should be driven to resist, as the social conditions are thereafter. In his summary of urban guerrillas and class struggle in Germany since '68, Weimann comes to the conclusion that, in view of the social cutbacks of recent years, this class struggle from above, the necessity of a radical class struggle from below is opening up, i.e. the development of social movements into social revolutionary movements. End quote. But nothing develops. The movement theorist sees himself as a finely calibrated registry of social upheavals. In fact, however, he is the index of a deficiency that he only sees as existing because the world does not obey his theory. He is his own problem. It does not understand this, but sees itself as the solution to this problem, in that it is supposed to be the instance through whose mediation the contradiction between what ought to be and what is and is disappointed is to be overcome. Therefore, one would have to do all sorts of things. According to Ben said, we need to develop new practices and solidarities that nourish a collective consciousness, of course. According to Sergio Bologna in his essay on the role of theory in political action, we need a new offensive at the level of critical thinking. Yes, that would indeed be nice. One would have to and would need to, then one could, if only. That is the overall result of all exercises in movement theory. That is as true as it is banal. But we already knew that beforehand. It has always been true. You don't need a new analysis every 5 to 20 years. The perplexity is palpable in the Jour Fixe volume, but it is not expressed. They say the same thing as the other movement theorists, only not so frenetically and believingly. After all, left-wing opportunities have increased today. Weiman concludes, without specifying where he gets his optimism from. Apodictic assertions are enough for the desperate. If you can't spin curls on a bald head, you can at least spin your sailor's yarn, which Ben said then winds as his Ariadne's thread of class struggle. With the translation and publication of Ben said's book, Un Monde à Changer, Movements et Strategies in 2003, the Jour Fixe initiative has deepened and expanded Karl Kraus, its connection to French Trotskyism, which had previously only been represented by Ernest Mandel's admirer Enzo Traverso. Ben said, born in 1946, was an early member of the Jeunesse Communiste and later of the French Communist Party, from which he was expelled for his Trotskyist deviations. In 1968, he was an activist in the Mouvement du 22 Mars at the University of Nanterre. Since 1973, he has been a leading member of the Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, LCR, and the United Secretariat of the Fourth International. He has published almost 24 books. A translation of his book on Trotskyism was published by the Trotskyist New ISP Publishing House in 2004. As a descendant of traditional Marxism, Ben said still makes relatively strong reference to Marx. But even this consists only of keywords, rather confused, mainly as if drawn from the jargon of the critique of value. One would like to know through which keyhole he looked at the intimate contradictions of the law of value. When Ben said conjures up the madness of capitalism, the impersonal logic of capital, the egoistic calculation of the market, when he laments the brutal indifference and isolation of each individual within his particular interests, then this includes the dichotomous counterimage, the emphasis on the logic of the living, which is suppressed but insurmountable through mechanical causality. Ben said thus has his absolute ground, a mixture of anthropology and metaphysics of work, on which he can build his worldview. In this, he pursues what could be described as the vitalism of living labor, akin to Hart, Negri, and Holloway, whom he criticizes. The surplus of living labor leaves the strict economic calculation and breaks the yoke of labor. Yet it is precisely the surplus produced by living labor that the calculations of the market speculate on and operate with. Thus the good, the oppressed, stands on one side and the bad, the oppressive, which in this constellation can only accrue to the good externally, on the other. Unlike Marx, who, according to Ben said, devoted his efforts to a politics of the oppressed, there is no social relationship through which the one produces the other and thereby constitutes itself mutually. No wonder, then, that Ben said repeatedly rants about the masters of the world and dismisses Marx's theory of value, which for him is only a Marxist theory, with the usual postmodern objections. The new forms of socialization of work result in a general deregulation of the law of value, which makes concrete work more and more difficult to measure, i.e. it becomes increasingly difficult to reduce heterogeneous and discontinuous work to an abstract commodity value. What the Jour Fixe initiative finds exciting about Ben said's theory remains a mystery, because apart from a confused reference to Marx, there is no theory in a world to change. Instead, Ben said spends around 90% of the book merely referencing the approaches of others, be it Bourdieu, Holloway, Hart, or Negri, be it on the subject of the privatization of common goods, ecological imperialism, or animal rights. The positions presented are almost never criticized. They are not worked through and then transformed to make something else out of them. It is not even clear what position Ben said takes on the respective topics. Delicate contours of his own position are recognizable in the rambling presentation of Hart and Negri's Empire and Holloway's Change the World Without Taking Power. Against them, he again brings up Lenin's concept of a revolutionary organization and vilifies the leftists who want to avoid power. Quote, "One can pretend to ignore power, but it does not forget us. One can loud-mouthedly claim not to want to take it over, but experience has shown to this day that it does not hesitate to take us over." End quote. Someone is writing his application to get his hands dirty on behalf of us all. None of this is worth thinking about and certainly not new. Neither the first nor, unfortunately, the last edition of this concept of real political utopia, of criticism of capitalism on the one hand and moralistically imposed pragmatist reformism on the other, which always warns critics of their inability to act, was found in Wolfgang Fritz Haug's work around 15 years ago. This seems to be the course of the Jour Fixe initiative. Colton also criticizes the Council Communists and, according to him, the New Left of '68, which was oriented towards them, for only developing a revolutionary identity instead of building effective organizational structures. Quote, revolutionary was and is, outside of an organizational framework, not much more than a lifestyle label intended to emphasize the particularity of one's own individuality, not a purpose filled with content. End quote. Like everyone else, Ben said finds himself in the usual waters of today. He is pleased about the emergence of a new political left in the anti-globalization and anti-war movements, without saying a single word about their political content. The form is the content, being against is enough, the supposedly right opponent, U.S. imperialism, is the justification. That is why Europe occupies a special place in his mind. Its radical reorientation should be directed against the USA and neoliberalism. These are the short-term goals of revolutionary Daniel Ben said, who, according to Jour Fixe initiative, is an activist of a political movement that does not exist in Germany. One would rather not know the long-term successes of this movement. Unfortunately, loss of reality or denial of reality and movement politics go hand in hand. This is the reason for the movement theorist's existence. It would be desirable for the movement to emancipate itself from its theorists. Then perhaps it could be more than just a projection surface and momentum. What is possible in the Tageszeitung is also possible in the Süddeutsche Zeitung. The same applies to the Frankfurter Rundschau and the Tagesspiegel. Everywhere it is possible to say what the southern Lebanese Shiite militia Hezbollah actually is. Yuri Avnery even writes in a commentary in the Tageszeitung that the battle between Israel's army and the Shiite Hezbollah guerrillas has ended in a draw. Taz. August 14, 2006. Torsten Schmitz writes in the Süddeutsche Zeitung that Israel's soldiers are at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Hezbollah guerrillas. SZ. August 12, 2006. And the so-called Middle East expert, Michael Lutters, points out to the reader in the Frankfurter Rundschau that Israel's army has so far achieved little against the Hezbollah guerrillas. Fr. July 28, 2006. Finally, the Tagesspiegel provides the following explanatory background. The Hezbollah militia was founded on the initiative of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards with the aim of wearing down the Israeli units with guerrilla tactics. End quote. And yet, a peculiar discrepancy can be observed in the German press landscape, and not only there. For as openly as the character of Hezbollah is ranted about on the one hand, there is little willingness to recognize the implications of the written word on the other. The stubborn disregard is then followed by memorable blossoms. For example, the Bielefeld Peace Network, on behalf of many others, stated in a leaflet distributed on the occasion of the recent defense of Israel against the massive rocket fire by Hezbollah that violence, terror, and the law of the jungle bring no solution, but only new violence, death, and suffering. The authors are careful not to mention who has claimed that violence, terror, and the law of the jungle are the solution, as this would bring them too close to the truth. However, the immediate ceasefire without preconditions is demanded all too quickly, along with compliance with international law by all warring parties. Finally, a conference involving all parties to the conflict should bring peace and security to the Middle East. Ceasefire and dialogue is what the German Third World romantics keep coming up with, once again demonstrating their complete misunderstanding of the situation in the Middle East and the new type of war that is emerging there. War here does not mean the continuation of political dialogue by other means, but rather war is essentially expulsion, annihilation, and, if you like, the farce of national liberation. This refers to a transformation of war that has been taking place since around the middle of the 20th century. A renewed look at the key texts of the transitional period can bring astonishing things to light. The Germans' war of extermination is not mentioned in the following remarks, but this does not mean that it had no influence on the development of guerrilla warfare. Although the Germans did not conduct their campaign of extermination as a conventional war, because their aim was the complete annihilation of the enemy, they did use a regular army. Nevertheless, with its idea of a Volksgemeinschaft, National Socialism decisively prepared the leveling of the difference between the civilian population and the army. It is therefore no wonder that a Nazi ideologue like Carl Schmitt should take a liking to the theory of the partisan. But let us first look back a little further. In his main work on war, the military theorist Karl von Clausewitz succinctly summarizes the directives and principles of state warfare as it developed in Europe at the end of the Middle Ages. Clausewitz defines war as an act of force to compel the enemy to do our will. State wars are characterized by the dominance of so-called symmetrical relationships. Opponents who are basically the same recognize each other in their similarity. This is the basis of the international law of war, as observed by both sides. War, as Clausewitz understood it, also has a very narrowly defined goal. It appears merely as a powerful means of enforcing one's own will within a social relationship, even and above all against resistance. However, this presupposes that neither of the two warring parties enters the battle with the intention of destroying or annihilating the respective opponent. It may seem absurd, but concern for the preservation of the enemy is constitutive for both sides. Of course, even for Clausewitz, war remains an act of violence, and there is no reason to romanticize it retrospectively. But the violence used here is indirect, i.e., it is not directed against the actual enemy, but only against the opposing soldiers. And this action in no way suspends political rationality. Consequently, Clausewitz can quite rightly argue that war is nothing but a continuation of political intercourse with the interference of other means. We say with the interference of other means in order to assert at the same time that this political intercourse does not cease through war itself, is not transformed into something completely different, but that it continues in its essence, however its means may be shaped, which it uses, and that the main lines along which the warlike events continue and are bound are only its lineaments, which continue between war and peace. And how could it be otherwise? Do the political relations of different peoples and governments ever cease with diplomatic notes? Is not war merely another kind of writing and language of their thinking? It has its own grammar, of course, but not its own logic. End quote. A distinction must now be made between this and a form of war that emerged around the middle of the 20th century, and with which the political intercourse that von Clausewitz was still talking about came to an end. Its discoverer is none other than Mao Zedong. From him we can learn that war is not a constant process, but that every social formation produces its own kind of war. It is this socio-historical determination of the form of war, bearing in mind its far-reaching consequences, that is all too often forgotten in the face of the suffering of the people. Mao openly names the basic idea of the new war, which he uses to clearly distinguish it from Clausewitz's concept of war. Mao writes, "The root of all war thinking is the basic idea of preserving oneself and destroying the enemy. All technical, tactical, and strategic doctrines are merely applications of this basic axiom. The lone fighter who takes cover to stay alive and shoots at his opponent to kill him follows it just as much as the strategist who plans a campaign or a war." End quote. A key passage. According to Mao Zedong, self-preservation and annihilation are the main axes of the new, namely guerrilla war. The motive of war is no longer merely the imposition of the will with little effect. Instead, guerrilla warfare touches on a supposedly existential dimension. One no longer believes oneself to be surrounded by an opponent, but by the enemy, threatened in one's livelihood, even assuming intentions of annihilation. Against this backdrop, the only goal of the war is soon its expulsion or extermination. A government or a state in waiting pushes to put itself in the place of the official government, the official state. Various principles of guerrilla warfare can be derived from this, some of which are also exemplified by Hezbollah. Regular armies, for example, base the discipline of their soldiers to a large extent on coercion and obedience. The guerrillas are quite different. To discipline their troops, they rely mainly on agitation, i.e., convincing the combatants. The enemy must appear absolutely terrifying to the guerrilla fighter. He must have the feeling that he is fighting for his own cause. Hezbollah does not shy away from staging or falsification in order to portray its enemy as a bloodthirsty aggressor, as the example of Kana shows. Hundreds of Katyusha rockets were fired at the Israel Defense Force, IDF, from Kana. The Israeli army fired back, hitting a building containing civilians. Hezbollah manipulated the number of dead from 28 to 60, and numerous bodies were brought into the building afterwards to present the staged scene to the press. In Der Spiegel, the advisor to the UNIFIL troops, Timur Göksel, explained that Hezbollah is so strong because the men believe in what they are doing. In conventional wars, a strict distinction is made between the regular armies and the civilian population. On the one hand, this is to limit the acts of war and, on the other, to ensure mutual protection. Peace is only partially suspended by the fighting and can be quickly restored once the war is over. As is well known, the guerrillas thwart this principle all too clearly. Indeed, their strength is based precisely on their fusion with the civilian population. This invisibility of the guerrillas, which is also attributed to Hezbollah, must be seen as the main secret, Sebastian Hafner, of their success. In Mao, one reads the relevant instructions. The guerrillas must swim in the masses like fish in water. In this way, the civilian population becomes the eyes and ears of the guerrillas, while at the same time keeping the enemy army deaf and blind. Once again, Mao Zedong, the mobilization of the common man throughout the country must create a vast sea in which the enemy drowns. End quote. Experts, including Timur Göksel quoted above, point this out precisely. On the one hand, Hezbollah has a good 700 professional fighters in its ranks. On the other hand, it recruits between 7,000 and 8,000 men from the Lebanese population. Others, such as Bassam Tibi, say that the jihadists do not wear uniforms, but fight among the Lebanese population. Hezbollah is not only invisible and intangible for the IDF. Faced with the fatal alternative of either just pushing into the void or destroying and killing seemingly indiscriminately, the guerrillas emerge as moral victors in the international media and among friends in the Third World from any resistance by the Zionist enemy. The seemingly indiscriminate state terror, thus, has an almost catalytic effect on the guerrillas' war. Hezbollah has emerged stronger from the latest war. It will be the strongest power in Lebanon and also enjoys a high reputation among non-Shiites. The conventional war must not be spun out indefinitely. Under no circumstances should the state of emergency that the war represents be allowed to become a kind of permanent state. The aim of any regular army must be to bring about a quick decision. In this respect, even preliminary or interim decisions can be accepted as final. Mao Zedong's view is quite different. The goal of the guerrilla is not to bring about a quick decision, but to transform the state of emergency into a permanent state. The guerrillas have to learn to swim in the ocean of war. However, the artificial prolongation of the war is not, as the European observer might think, an expression of the irrational reversal of warfare. Rather, the prolongation of the war is of immense strategic importance for the guerrillas. For them, war is above all a growth process, and nothing requires growth as much as time. In Mao's words, a revolutionary war means birth and growth from a small force to a large force, from powerlessness to the seizure of power, from weaponlessness to total armament, from landlessness to possession of the whole country. End quote. A regular army begins its fighting at the height of its military power. The guerrillas begin with literally nothing. Initially little more than a criminal band, it manages to grow over time in the fight, for the fight and through the fight. The history of Hezbollah since 1982, which is a history of countless bombings, suicide attacks, and armed ambushes, illustrates the tactic of growth in war. The guerrilla needs permanent war as a constant stimulus for growth. If time makes the enemy impatient, pushes him to make a decision, tempts him to be reckless, all the better. The guerrilla would do well to postpone the decision as long as the enemy is still stronger. No continuous campaigns, no blitzkrieg strategy, but a strategy of continuous war with blitz campaigns is written by Mao Zedong. As long as it is still inferior to the enemy army, it will concentrate on lightning strikes and rapid retreats. However, it has what it takes to wear down the enemy over time, as long as it succeeds in anchoring its roots more deeply in the population. Whereas a few years ago the Khmer Rouge was merely seen as an example of the violence of communist social concepts, the topic has recently gained in importance as a result of attempts to bring some of those responsible for the tyranny in Cambodia from 1975 to 1979 to justice. More recent publications go beyond the previously widespread notions of the Khmer Rouge's Stone Age communism or the mass murder of spectacle wearers and, like Rithipana's work Extinction, 2013, attempt to paint a more precise picture of the conditions at the time and the perpetrators. The great enthusiasm with which the Western left embraced the utopia of an even purer Cambodian revolution has now also been addressed in the book Pol Pot's Smile, 2013, by Peter Froberg Eidling, using the example of Swedish intellectuals including Jan Myrdal. Relativizing the crimes of the Khmer Rouge was also one of the signs of decay on the left in Germany, which already longed for liberation from the alienated existence of Western consumer society, with images of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The extent of the enthusiasm for the regime is exemplified by the visit of the Central Committee of the Communist League of West Germany, KBW, to Kampuchea in 1979. In Khmer Rouge society, political murder and the starvation of large sections of the population were the order of the day, resulting in 1.7 million deaths. With the invasion of the Cambodian capital Phnom Penh, the Khmer Rouge, consisting of groups that had formed in social and anti-colonial struggles as well as from a Marxist circle of Cambodian scholars formed in France, succeeded 40 years ago, on April 17, 1975, in establishing a rule that today can be regarded as probably one of the most absurd forms of real socialist statehood. Already under the government of the head of state Sihanouk, who was ousted by Lon Nol in 1970, the communists around Saloth Sar, Pol Pot, were driven underground, which in this case meant that they set up their headquarters in inaccessible provinces in the jungle, where they thought they had discovered a primordial communism among the Jarai and Bunong minorities. Individual riots, such as the peasant uprising of Samlaut in 1967, can be seen as harbingers of the Khmer Rouge revolt. However, resistance to the government only became more resounding when the US-recognized regime of Lon Nol came to power. Lon Nol's declaration of war against the Vietnamese fighters in Cambodia in connection with the Vietnam War resulted in outright pogroms against the entire Vietnamese minority population. His policies, which were often directed against the rural population, also led to rebellion among the population and ultimately to him imposing martial law on the entire country. Lon Nol's change of policy and the anti-Vietnamese actions led to the Khmer Rouge, which had previously been politically isolated, gaining more attention and support from the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, and North Vietnam. Despite all the measures taken by the Lon Nol regime and the massive bombing by the USA, the North Vietnamese armed forces were able to hold on to the country and even gain territory, which had a positive effect on the Khmer Rouge. A total of around 2.7 million tons of bombs were dropped on Cambodia between 1969 and 1973, which drove many people directly to the Khmer Rouge. 7 The Khmer Rouge, significantly strengthened, entered into an alliance with the ousted Sihanouk, which gave them an even larger base, and now fought openly against the Lon Nol regime. After North Vietnam's victory against the USA on January 27, 1973, the North Vietnamese armed forces were withdrawn from Cambodia as a result of the American-Vietnamese peace agreement. The Khmer Rouge, who did not join the peace agreement, meanwhile controlled large parts of the country and established a parallel state in these areas. On April 17, 1975, the Khmer Rouge succeeded in taking power by invading Phnom Penh, which was initially greeted with relief by a large part of the population and led to an enthusiastic reception for the fighters. However, shortly after the takeover, the hope of liberation proved to be a sham. Entire cities were literally depopulated through expulsions, and their inhabitants were recruited to work in the cooperatives in the countryside. The city dwellers, who were now regarded as the New People or April 17th people, were ideologically opposed to the rural population, whom the Khmer Rouge referred to as the Old People and regarded as unspoiled, genuine Khmer. Society was to be transformed through a return to rural life, supposedly unspoiled by Western civilization, in order to reconnect with the ancient greatness of the Angkor empires. In the labor cooperatives in the countryside, the city dwellers had to perform the hardest work alongside and under the supervision of the rural population and experience what the Khmer Rouge understood by their new egalitarianism, which was based on race and peasantry. Despite the forced mobilization of the workforce, the modernization of the country, which was to be made possible in the new social form of Khmer communism through the export of agricultural goods, could not succeed, as the prescribed production targets of 3 tons of rice per hectare were simply impossible to achieve. Instead, the poor food supply led to major famines in many regions, which were exacerbated by distribution conflicts between regional factions and production losses due to a lack of skills. In addition to forced labor in the labor cooperatives and the often inadequate food supply, people also had to live in constant fear of political violence. As the Khmer Rouge's rule was in a permanent state of collapse due to the desolate economic situation, people panicked and hallucinated internal and external enemies who were supposedly responsible for this situation. The violence against ideologically defined enemies, often determined on racial grounds, escalated into a system of constant purges. The Khmer Rouge regime could only be stopped by the intervention of the Vietnamese army, which invaded Cambodia in 1978 in response to attacks on Vietnamese border areas and proclaimed the People's Republic of Kampuchea on January 7, 1979, after the capture of Phnom Penh. The ideology of the Khmer Rouge cannot simply be considered an expression of communism or Maoism per se. In order to grasp the communism of the Khmer Rouge, it is not enough to regard it as the import of a closed worldview. Rather, it must be seen as an amalgam of various intellectual influences and independent developments. The Khmer Rouge's state structure was often dubbed Stone Age communism in Western media, as the cities were evacuated and the Cambodian peasants were glorified. The Khmer Rouge, on the other hand, saw themselves as ultramodernists. They intended to bring about social transformations such as secularization, rationalization of production, and industrialization, which had taken centuries to accomplish in Western societies, in the shortest possible time. These changes were to be brought about by a people determined by the Khmer Rouge, consisting mainly of peasants and capable of carrying out any revolutionary task. Instead of a return to the Stone Age, the Khmer Rouge attempted to modernize by exporting the agricultural surplus. If we have rice, we have everything. Our people can eat their fill and we can export it for hard currency. The more rice we produce, the greater potential we have for export. The more we export, the better we can afford to buy equipment, machines, and other instruments necessary for building our industry and communications lines and for rapidly changing our agriculture. The Cambodian economic concept was based on the dissertation The Economy of Cambodia and the Problems of its Industrialization, which Q. Samphan had already submitted to the Faculty of Law and Economics at the University of Paris in 1959. Q. Samphan was president of Democratic Kampuchea from 1976 to 1979. On August 6, 2014, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. His lawyer Jacques Verges previously defended the German SS war criminal Klaus Barbie. Samphan's thesis here is that Cambodia's industrialization was hampered by the foreign influence of the global market. His concept is not aimed at establishing a communist society, but at catch-up development and national sovereignty. It is therefore hardly surprising that he does not refer to Marx, but to Friedrich List, who, as Samphan points out, had already guided Germany's industrialization with his work Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie. 19 Samphan thus concludes from List's theory, which was always directed against the liberal political economists. Quote, "The essential thing to which economists must direct their attention is not the individual, but the nation. In any case, the nation summarizes the different characteristics of individuals. It is characterized by its longer duration." List contrasts the liberal theory of exchangeable values with the theory of productive forces. List insists categorically on this point. Under the conditions of free trade, a country cannot industrialize whatever the resources it possesses. End quote. In order to come closer to the goal of autonomous national capitalism, the Cambodian economy should be transformed through radical structural programs and emerge from international integration. Instead of class struggle, it would be about the leadership of all social forces, because after all, Samphan did not intend to abolish classes, but to make them productive members of the nation. Since it was not capitalism itself that was recognized as being in crisis, but only external influences that were identified as the problem, Samphan's concept was essentially directed against the sphere of circulation, Western decadence, luxury, etc. The aim was to strictly organize the most urgent national needs and postpone the satisfaction of others for the benefit of national development, which meant publicly combating every incentive to waste. Accordingly, production was to be increased by intensifying work and rationally organizing the economy. The introduction of production and consumption cooperatives was intended to increase production without overturning current technology. Thus, in accordance with Samphan's distinction between the productive labor of the rural population and allegedly wasted labor in the service sector, it is necessary to search for labor that does not serve the immediate production and well-being of the nation. By increasing production, Samphan wanted to lead the fight against usury and unproductive groups. His analyses, in which he names coffeehouse, restaurant and hotel operators, hairdressers, rickshaw drivers, and other service providers as unproductive alongside civil servants and traders, make it clear that he does not measure labor according to whether it generally produces surplus value under capitalist conditions, but whether it produces immediate material goods that can serve his concept of a state excluded from international integration, which is to be co-financed by exports. It is no coincidence that Marx criticizes List's separation of wealth and its causes, i.e. the separation of exchange value from the conditions that produce it. Quote, productive power appears as an infinitely sublime being above exchange value. The force takes the place of the inner essence, the exchange value that of the transient appearance. The force appears as infinite, the exchange value as finite, the latter as immaterial, the former as material, and we find all these opposites in Mr. List. Into the material world of exchange values, therefore, enters the supersensible world of forces. If the vulgarity of a nation sacrificing itself for exchange values is obvious, the sacrifice of men for things, forces, on the other hand, appear to be independent spiritual beings, ghosts, and pure personifications, deities, and surely one may demand of the German people that they sacrifice the bad exchange values for ghosts. An exchange value, money, always seems to be an external end, but productive power an end that arises from my nature itself, an end in itself. So what I sacrifice in exchange value is something external to me. What I gain in productive power is my self-acquisition. So it seems, if one is content with the word, or, as an idealizing German, is not concerned about the sordid reality that lies behind this grandiloquent word. End quote. The fact that the attempt to find a way out of international integration is ultimately fatal can also be seen in Marx's criticism of List. Quote, since the citizen now thinks to become rich mainly through protective tariffs, and since the protective tariffs can only enrich him, insofar as it is no longer the English but the German citizen himself who exploits his fellow countrymen, indeed exploits them more than they have been exploited from outside. Since the protective tariffs demand a sacrifice of exchange values on the part of the consumers, mostly the workers who are to be displaced by machines, all those who receive a fixed income such as civil servants, the landed pensioners, the industrial citizen must prove that, far from chasing after material goods, he wants nothing other than the sacrifice of exchange values of material goods for spiritual beings. Basically, then, it is only a matter of self-sacrifice, of asceticism, of Christian greatness of soul. Quote, end. It is clear that Sampson's concept also ultimately aims at nothing other than a willingness to make sacrifices for the benefit of catch-up industrial development, as Sampson's idea of generating surplus value almost exclusively through agricultural labor, without resorting to technical advances, is similar to the fixation on the production of absolute surplus value in the colonial mode of production. By relying on the low technical composition of the means of labor, it is not possible to shorten the necessary working time through increased productivity, as is the case in the capitalist centers. Ultimately, this also leads to the colonial system constantly trying to remove the price of the commodity labor power from value creation on the free market in order to ultimately sell the product on the free market. Sartre summarized this contradictory relationship as follows. The colony sells food and raw materials cheaply to the mother country and buys expensive finished products in return. This strange trade is only profitable for both parties if the native works for nothing or almost nothing. End of quote. Since the production and thus the exploitation of the periphery are directly influenced by the colonizers, the generation of relative surplus value is limited by the relationship between the periphery and the motherland. In this context, Sampson's concept of catching up with Cambodia's industrialization by means of agricultural production strengthened for export appears to be a renewed national colonialism. While value and wage labor were not abolished in the Soviet Union, but rather dominated by state capitalism, the Khmer Rouge reproduced the colonial mode of production on a national level. Instead of producing surplus value through mechanization, they established a system similar to that of the colonizers, which was characterized by the extension of the absolute working day and the direct use of force. Already during the Civil War, the Khmer Rouge were able to establish an economic system that corresponded to Sampson's ideas. Through a program of collectivization, production was reorganized and an immediate barter system was established without any major connection to the outside world. The central form of organization was the cooperative, which was to determine the lives of the people of Cambodia for the foreseeable future. The concepts of a national economy based on cooperatives had already been elaborated by Ho Yuan in his book Solving Rural Problems. A Socialist Program to Safeguard the Nation, 1964. Although the cooperatives Yuan envisioned contradicted those implemented by Pol Pot in many respects, Yuan's basic ideas already reveal all the tendencies that would later determine the Khmer Rouge's extreme anti-individualist ideology. Yuan tried to prove that the individualism that characterized the Cambodian farmers originated from their economic basis and could therefore be abolished by the cooperative form of organization. According to Yuan, individualism is not the theory of the worker, but an alien ideology generated by capitalist influence. Since the individual, in Adorno's words, represents the form of reflection of property relations and owes its crystallization to the forms of the political economy, especially the urban market system, yuan, by conceiving of individualism as an expression of bourgeois society, certainly hits on something essential here. However, he is not concerned with the realization of the individual, which is only possible with the abolition of capitalist property relations in communist society, but with its abolition. Instead of bringing about a society in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, Yuan seeks a better society in the masses and the new man. Quote, in this way, a new category of people who will be the leaders in the future will emerge from among the masses. End quote. The Khmer Rouge took the anti-imperialist identification of individualism and capitalism, which Yuan constructed, further in the most brutal form and used the contrast between the cooperative and individualism as the starting point for their critique of alienation and the practice resulting from it, in which the individual was crossed out. The form of the cooperative was transfigured into the ideological counterpart of imperialism. In contrast to other socialist states, in which there were still remnants of individuality and privacy, at least in form, in the course of barter and wage systems, the Khmer Rouge wanted a purer communism. To this end, everything was to be collectivized in order to combat imperialism. Quote, if all possessions lead to selfishness and oppression, is there not also a risk of this with private thoughts? The ego becomes the last outpost of capitalism. If collectivization is to be meaningful, it must therefore be total. Why should immaterial property not be collective if material property is? End quote. Thus, in the course of the ideological struggle against individualism and seclusion, it was also forbidden to cook one's own food or to grow food. This ban meant being completely tied to the anchor, the Khmer Rouge organization that distributed the food rations. While Marx symbolically described a communist society in which it was possible for the individual to do this today, that tomorrow hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, raise cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner as he pleases, this was perverted by Khmer Rouge society. The Khmer Rouge just banned hunting, fishing, animal husbandry, and criticism. Individualism was combated with slogans such as, if you are free, it would have been better that you had died young. The economy in the cooperatives made the money trade partly superfluous, which led to its complete abolition on April 17, 1975. The abolition of money here is the manifestation of a policy of catch-up modernization, which attempts to free itself from the restrictions of liberal forms of mediation and replace them with direct rule in order to appropriate the productive basis of society in an immediate manner. However, shutting down the sphere of circulation does not mean revolutionizing the relations of production. Through the economic form aimed at exporting the surplus product, the Khmer Rouge established an order that wants the commodity but not the money, on the basis of an intensified exploitation of labor power within the existing relations of production. As early as 1959, Horkheimer summarized what it means when industrialization is supported by a state that already proclaims in its constitution, all important means of production are the collective property of the people's state and the collective property of the Volksgemeinschaft. Quote, today, the transition in the former colonial countries is being made up for quickly, ruthlessly, and radically. Under their dictators, the natives there today expect no less of themselves than what was already expected of them by the imperialists of the 19th century. Slowness and lack of adaptation are no longer regarded as laziness, but as a betrayal of the Volksgemeinschaft. The laziness and weakness of individuals is being eradicated. Everyone must accomplish the violent disciplining of himself, or if he is unable to do so, he must perish. In the face of the unprecedented wealth of the world powers, the indigenous masses feel their poverty as a disgrace, and the new national pride is the transformed rage at their misery and at the same time the shackle that chains them to their autochthonous masters. End quote. Where the self-expropriation instinct of working people in honor of capital is considered too weak to survive on the world market, direct coercion and personal domination are used. However, this form of domination and exploitation, as it was still practiced under imperialism, appears outdated as a result of decolonization, which is itself an expression of the implementation of the world market. The Khmer Rouge, on the other hand, wanted to push through catch-up industrialization and state sovereignty single-handedly and only relied on slightly developed trade relations with countries such as China or North Korea. As Clemens Nachman points out, the concept of particular self-sufficiency is in turn logically undying, because national independence can only be realized as its own opposite, as a form of all-round dependence in the medium of the world market. By abolishing the forms of mediation, the Khmer Rouge pursued a delusional ideology of regressive crisis resolution, which can be understood as a reaction to the increasingly assertive forms of circulation of the world market. They could not simply escape the dynamics of the world market, because what was already illusory in Fichte's closed trading state, for which foreign countries are as good as non-existent, would have been impossible at the time of decolonization. The Khmer Rouge did not fight against the principle of competition universally enforced by the world market, but only against its bourgeois guise. If, however, as Marx emphasizes, the exchange of exchange values is the productive, real basis of all equality and freedom, the idea of which is universalized in the course of the asserting world market, then with the abolition of the form of mediation, security also falls for the individual, who without the form of exchange mediation is no longer considered an equal in his difference, but is broken down to identity and belonging to the Volksgemeinschaft. Instead of competing for wages on a labor market, there was a direct compulsion to work. In democratic Kampuchea, there is basically no unemployment. End quote. The Khmer Rouge did not want to waste anything on the appropriation of labor, and saw this as a direct advantage over other countries. Quote, "If we had 1,000,000 riels, we would use it all to build the country and to defend the country. If they have 1,000,000 riels, they spend half of it on wages and only half on building and defending the country. This puts them 500,000 riels behind us." End of quote. What Marx writes about slaves also applies here. In slavery, etc., where the false appearance is not brought about by the previous transformation of the product into money, it is also palpable that what the slave receives as wages is in fact nothing that the slave owner advances him, but only that part of the slave's realized labor which flows back to him in the form of food. End quote. In contrast to the conditions of slavery, in which the surplus product was only intended to feed the clique of slave owners and was still essentially static, the Khmer Rouge, through their plan to export the surplus product to the world market, ultimately created a relationship that knew no legal barrier to exploitation, but rather, precisely by abolishing any liberal forms of mediation, exposed people to the werewolf hunger for surplus work. This ultimately went so far that people, the actual basis of the mode of production pursued by the Khmer Rouge, were sacrificed en masse, as they were often considered unproductive from the perspective of the world market. This was expressed in the following slogan: "If we keep you, it's no use. If we eliminate you, we lose nothing." End quote. The form of indifference with which the nation-state confronts the individual, whether in the abstract as an economic subject or in concrete terms as a sacrificial life, is influenced by its embedding in the world market and the associated dependence on international exchange. However, if the nation, the political mediator of the world market, is to be set as a bastion against the world market and thus as a purely self-based unity of the creative people, liberation nationalism must openly emphasize its ever-present substantialist, culturalist, or folkish traits. As early as the colonization process in Cambodia, a cultural or folkish substance of the Cambodians was identified and has been reactivated ever since. While French administrators in the 1920s and 30s attempted to identify a nation or a national character in dialogue with Francophone Khmers, Vichy French policy influenced the colonies from 1940 onwards. After the invasion of France by German troops, Vichy policy, in addition to anti-Semitic laws in Indochina, also initiated a cultural chauvinist turn and attempted to promote local nationalism by glorifying the past. In this context, Admiral Decoux, in the service of the Vichy regime, encouraged Cambodian youth groups to uncover their roots through archaeological work at the temples of Angkor Wat. The temples, which were regarded as the cosmic symbolic center of an empire that stretched from the South China Sea to the Malay Peninsula, were thus stylized in the 20th century in conjunction with European political concepts as the symbol of a unique national culture. The desire to build on the supposedly glorious times of the Angkor Empire gained importance, especially among the educated Khmer, who held the view that Cambodia's territory had steadily shrunk over the years due to foreign annexations and had ultimately always been threatened with extinction. This made it possible to proclaim the necessity of regaining lost territory. The desire for national identity was no less strong among the representatives of the anti-colonial liberation movements, who adopted French-influenced nationalist ideas about Cambodia or, like Pol Pot's Parisian fellow student and mentor Kong Vansak, attempted to uncover an alleged cultural basis of the Khmer that was covered by Indianizing and Sinicizing myths. Not unaffected by the nationalist climate, Pol Pot chose the pseudonym The Original Khmer for a newspaper article in France in 1952. Pol Pot's later ideas of an original Khmer culture were based on a 2,000-year history of Cambodia, which could be divided into the phases of primitive communism, slave-owning society, feudalism, and capitalism. In addition to the class contradictions, Pol Pot emphasizes that the Cambodian people had been determined by foreign rule since the era of the slaveholders and that in the period before 1975, the year of the revolution, which in his eyes marked the beginning of socialism, they were transformed into a colonial and semi-colonial society by the rule of the French, Japanese, and American imperialists. In this episode, it is not the proletariat but the people as a whole, oppressed by foreign influences, that is hypostatized as the historical power. Quote, "In truth, however, our people have never ceased to fight, have sacrificed their lives at all times and from generation to generation without hesitation. They have even fought with their bare hands. They dare to wage armed struggle, which is the highest form of struggle. Our people have fought, they are still fighting, they will always fight." End quote. The willingness of the people, who have been foreign determined since the time of slavery, to make sacrifices becomes the new ideology of origin. A historical construction of suffering enables a standpoint of moral superiority. So every drop of this fighting blood of our people should be transformed into an attitude of resolute patriotism. This exaltation of the people can also be found in the idea that the Cambodian people were able to defeat not only the Japanese and French, but also the American imperialists with the 1975 revolution without outside help. As Pol Pot put it, "We have won total, definitive, and clean victory, meaning that we have won it without any foreign connection or involvement. In the whole world, since the advent of the Revolutionary War and since the birth of U.S. imperialism, no country, no people, and no army has been able to drive the imperialists out to the last man and score total victory over them." End quote. The next sacrificial battles were to serve to build a new healthy society that was liberated from the corrupt and depraved culture. If the Cambodian people could beat the USA, they could overcome any obstacle. The power of the people allows any revolutionary task to be accomplished. Purged of foreign influence, the Khmer Rouge wanted to build on their vital national character. Relying on one's own strength means awakening the creative spirit of the masses. The myth of a vital, self-sacrificing, and independent people was also to be embodied in the construction of Angkor Wat, which, alongside the 1975 revolution, was the second fixed point in the Khmer Rouge's conception of history. In Pol Pot's speech in 1977, these two events are placed in relation to each other. Quote, "Angkor was known in the past. Angkor was built during the slave-owning period. Our slaves built it under the yoke of the exploiting class of that era, for the pleasure of the king. Our people were capable of building Angkor so they can accomplish any task. Our people made the glorious April 17th a reality. Our national spirit, our national pride must be praised in order to carry out our work of national defense and construction of the country well and ensure its continuity." End quote. The Khmer Rouge, who wanted to revolutionize a society in which monarchy and religion were influential and deeply rooted, especially among the rural population, countered the old ideologies with a new myth. The assumption of Theravada Buddhism, which was widespread in Cambodia, a life full of suffering, was perpetuated while at the same time fighting religion. Quote, "The basic thrust of this religion is that life is full of suffering, that one brings suffering upon oneself through evil deeds, that the suffering should be bravely endured and combated by moral righteousness and self-purification, so that one may liberate oneself from accumulated bad karma and achieve nirvana, that sublime state of nothingness." End of quote. What Horkheimer stated about the relationship between nation and religion can be transferred here. Religious concepts are now largely replaced by symbolic categories of a different order. What was demanded in religion is now done for the whole, for the community. If, like Adorno, one follows the trace of old suffering, the archaic silence of pyramids and ruins reveals the echo of the noise of the factory. The Khmer Rouge's reference to Angkor illustrates their indifference to the life and death of the individual. For the construction of Angkor Wat was, as Jan Moordal pointed out, dependent on the majority of the people being considered mindless animals. In contrast to other socialist movements, the Khmer Rouge's banner was not adorned with a hammer and sickle, but with the great temple of Angkor. While the hammer and sickle, which stood as a political symbol for the unity of workers and peasants, city and countryside, referred to living labor, which was to be liberated from capitalist alienation, whatever one imagined this to be. The temples are a symbol of dead labor, in which any perspective of liberation, even if ideological, has been cashed in for the national myth of total mobilization and sacrifice. Since the surplus product appropriated by the ruling class plays no role, Angkor becomes a symbol of production for the sake of production. The man conjured up by the political myth of Angkor is at the same time the man who defeated the Americans in 1975 and must now sacrifice himself unconditionally for the new nation. The new man of Cambodian communism was to combine class hatred and national hatred. He was to be formed from the old man, i.e. from the Cambodian who had once built the greatness of the Angkor Empire. This old new Cambodian was to be Spartan and Helot at the same time. Since the 1975 revolution was presented as a complete victory against the American imperialists and the reactionary regime of feudal rule and capitalist compradors, the country was initially considered liberated from an anti-imperialist perspective. According to this way of thinking, most aptly described by Sartre, the elimination of the colonial master meant killing two birds at once, namely simultaneously eliminating an oppressor and an oppressed. What remains is a dead man and a free man. The survivor feels national ground under his feet for the first time. End quote. Since the victory against the Lon Nol regime, which was considered the epitome of foreign rule, the people became the real masters of their country and their destiny, according to Pol Pot. Liberated from imperialism, the self-sacrificing struggles of the past were to be extended to the field of economic development and to society as a whole. Quote, Lenin carried out a revolution with empty hands. We did the same thing. We made a revolution in difficulties and with empty hands. But we had a clear line and a firm standpoint. We made a revolution and we beat our enemies. Building the country in economic terms is the same thing. End of quote. Since the objectified rule of the world market, which was initially projected onto the Lon Nol regime, could not simply disappear, new enemies had to be found permanently after the revolution as a projection surface for the subject of imperialism. After the direct opponents of the war, Lon Nol soldiers and officials, had been executed, thousands of people who could be associated with the Lon Nol regime were murdered in the first few weeks after the liberation of Phnom Penh. In addition to the symbol of capitalism, exploitation, and oppression of the peasants, which was held responsible not least for the American bombing, hatred was directed at the cities and the people living there. The city became a symbol of corruption and decadence. Its inhabitants were seen as capitalists corrupted by U.S. imperialism and contrasted with the pure peasant. The anti-intellectual and anti-urban politics and the image of a capitalist urban population living off the backs of the rural population were able to build on the existing conflict between city and countryside. Quote, the city market lives off the rural areas. The tree grows in the rural areas, but the fruit goes to the towns. End quote. The Khmer Rouge thus provided the peasants, who felt they had been taken advantage of and suffered from colonialism, capitalism, and war, with the most plausible explanation for their own suffering, as well as the opportunity to pursue a regressive need for punishment. From this perspective, the evacuation of the cities could be seen as a blow against capital or imperialism. Quote, we evacuated the cities in order to eliminate all resistance from the outset and to smash the cradles of reactionary capitalism and merchant capital. Evicting the inhabitants of the cities meant eradicating the seeds of resistance against the Khmer Rouge. End quote. Since the Khmer Rouge's national liberation movement was based on the complete liberation of the people, those who did not conform to the image of the sacrificial peasant were excluded from society, from the state. As Walter Ashmanite points out, the 1976 Constitution of Democratic Kampuchea does not recognize a middle class, but only the monolithically welded people fighting for the noble goals of liberation and social revolution. The lives of those who were not subsumed under the concept of the people were, in contrast to the life of an animal, useless. Quote, the cows are good. They help us a lot and do not eat rice. They are much better than you pigs. End quote. The Khmer Rouge eliminated the basic contradiction of colonialism identified by Sartre. Quote, poor colonial master. There lies his whole contradiction. He should, as genius does, so they say, kill those he plunders. But precisely that is not possible because he must also exploit them. Because he does not push the massacre to the point of genocide and the enslavement to the point of degradation, he loses the reins and the operation turns into its opposite. An incorruptible logic will lead it to decolonization. End quote. If the Khmer Rouge motivated their followers to take revenge for the injustice and impoverishment they had suffered, This meant the loss of any guarantee of survival for those who had been plundered. Revenge did not mean repaying like with like, but rather a head for an eye. This practice of persecution was able to build its definition of the enemy on pre-existing resentments. Before 1970, the social division of labor ran parallel to the ethnic differentiation of the country. While the Khmer were mainly farmers and fishermen and, after independence from France, occasionally appeared as administrative officials and intellectuals, the Chinese and Vietnamese were often traders or businessmen. The Vietnamese in particular were also more commercially successful at fishing than the Khmer and were increasingly employed by the French colonial officials in the plantation economies and in the few industrial enterprises. Chinese small traders were active in almost every Cambodian village. The colonial regime also developed a form of modern state in Cambodia, imposing a structure of centralism and bureaucracy on the Cambodians. The national economy was expanded beyond the subsistence economy and integrated into the world market. The contrast between urban and rural areas was significantly exacerbated. The modern elite of the colonized country, made up of servants, interpreters, and soldiers, was, like the structure of the colonial state, alien to traditional society. The Khmer Rouge further radicalized the conflict between city and countryside, linking ethnic and regional identities with class, which was ultimately considered hereditary. The Cham Muslims were accused of having no concept of work. Quote, "All nationalities have laborers, like our Kampuchean nationality, except for Islamic Khmers, whose lives are not so difficult." End of quote. The determination and search for ever new enemies, which knows no end, the distinction between a city corrupted by individualism, money, and Western influence and the working, sacrificial peasant as a healthy counterpart, the persecution of the Chinese minority, the Sino-Khmer, half of whom were destroyed because they were associated with trade and usury, are the result of a projective delusion that resembles the mechanism of anti-Semitism. By simply projecting what the Khmer Rouge sought to identify as the imperialist, personal foreign domination, the threat of secret services, modernity, etc. onto everything foreign, whether ethnic Vietnamese, ethnic Chinese, the Cham Muslims, people who spoke French, English, Vietnamese, or Chinese, any sign of foreign influence had to be considered a threat and persecuted. As Gerhard Scheidt notes, the emergence of projections similar to anti-Semitic ones, such as the persecution of Armenians, is favored by a situation that offers the residual impression of a closed world. The policy of economic and political isolation perpetuated this perception in Cambodia as well. Even though there was no tradition of anti-Semitism among the Khmer Rouge, the delusion had to be perpetuated permanently. As a consequence of the inescapability of the world market and the fragility of their own system of rule, international enemies and conspirators such as the Vietnamese aggressors, or the permanent presence of secret services such as the CIA and KGB were hallucinated, which could be interpreted as ciphers for world jury. Own claims to an area in Vietnam, which was called Kampuchea Krom in the Khmer language and often gave rise to conflicts between nationalists in Vietnam and Cambodia, were thus projectively seen as proof that Vietnam wanted to swallow Cambodia. Contrary to the anti-imperialist imagination of a unified, organic nation, the Khmer Rouge Revolution further fractured the already weak and divided nation, partly because it substituted itself for abstract social mediation. The Khmer Rouge organization, the Anchor, presented itself as a powerful and omnipresent controlling body. Slogans such as, "The Anchor has the many eyes of the pineapple," however, only concealed the lack of institutionalization and stability of the power structures. The revolution abolished the old legal system without creating a new one. The projectively charged struggle against the old society was directed at its forms of mediation. Quote, "They rejected the very concept of law, abandoning it as an artifact of the feudal, reactionary, imperialist order against which they stood. From the very beginning, the Khmer Rouge relied extensively on extrajudicial murder." End quote. In this permanent state of emergency, the arbitrariness of the individual cadres and leaders of the regions ruled over the life and death of the people. Where the individual only counted as a sacrificial worker of a collective, the cadres could prosecute even the slightest trace of individualism as a betrayal of the pure nation. The division of the country into zones by the central government around Pol Pot, whose leaders initially enjoyed Pol Pot's trust, established very far-reaching regional self-administration. The rulers in the individual zones were able to gain the prestige of regional warlords or clan leaders in the paternalistic Cambodian society. In addition to the racial and class warfare, this fragmentation also led to regional conflicts and the competition between the regions to the development of their own proto-ethnic identities. Life in the respective zones took different forms under the rule of the local warlords. While rule in the southwest, where members of the Pol Pot clique ruled, was particularly violent and people who belonged to the new people were killed directly after even the slightest infraction of the rules, more moderate forces who were oriented towards Vietnam administered the region in the eastern zone. The party's policy, which never lived up to its claim of being a monolithic bloc with a single vertical chain of command from top to bottom, was also marked by internal party conflicts between the Pol Pot clique, supporters of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and a Vietnamese-oriented section. At times, the Pol Pot clique even found itself increasingly isolated. The supposed homogeneity of the national liberation struggle continued to disintegrate, and the attempt at continuity between a state of war and economic development meant that the enemy, the foreigner, had to be sought within the ranks. The projective worldview sensed the enemy and disintegration in power struggles as well as in any sign of difference. Where the party concentrated too little power to do justice to its own image, the traitors, whether real or imagined, and their networks, microbes, that contaminated the revolution were to be destroyed. Quote, "The enemies without guns are more hidden, cunning, sinister, and vicious than the enemies with guns." End quote. In 1977, this led to large-scale purges in almost all parts of the country, with the exception of a few regions that were under the stable rule of the Pol Pot clique, which plunged the country into political chaos. This disintegration of the structures, which never even dared to refer to abstract law, unleashed the rigor of madness. What was already laid out in the International, presumably by Pol Pot, was enforced as a social principle. From today, life or death, no matter. As a result, most of the deaths occurred where state dirigisme was at its lowest and radicalism at its strongest. The barbaric and terrorist character of Khmer Rouge rule was most evident in the torture camps such as S21, a converted high school in Phnom Penh. The torture camps became the center of the struggle for a new Cambodia, the heart of the movement without which the Khmer Rouge could not keep the nation's circulation pulsating. The Khmer Rouge Society, which never overcame the phase of war and wanted to extend it to the economy, saw the failure of its own plans as the work of ever-new enemies. The invisible enemies were to be made visible through annihilation. Confessions were extorted from those who were tortured and interrogated in S21, only to be murdered in the so-called killing fields. These confessions were then rewritten by Kang Gwek Eve, Dutch, the head of S21, who reported to Pol Pot's standing committee. People with connections to the Lon Nol regime, members of fictitious or already dissolved parties, Vietnamese agents, as well as representatives of the CIA and KGB were created here. The abstract foreign domination of the world market was delusionally attempted to be destroyed in the people murdered by the Khmer Rouge in order to ensure the purity of the revolution. Quote, "In the Khmer Rouge Revolution, the great body that is the people must be united, unified, homogeneous, so that every individual is unrecognizable. The people must be purged of their enemies, the imperialists, the Sino-Cambodians, the Vietnamese, the Cham, but the struggle against the other, which is hidden in the self, is endless." End of quote. The word epitaph refers to an obituary, a dirge, or, more generally, a farewell song that is intoned when a valued person, or, as in the case under discussion here, a thing, i.e. a context of ideas and actions that is considered significant in perspective beyond the situational occasion, has died. Death does not necessarily mean physical death. Usually an epitaph is held for a person or a thing. The preposition for is rather unusual, if not incorrect, in this context. Nevertheless, this formulation was chosen because, on the one hand, neo-Zapatism as an emancipatory project represents a corpse, and because, on the other hand, as a politically affirmative proposition, it may still have a limited lifespan ahead of it. However, the fact that it will disappear from this world, whether through the murderous violence of the Mexican Federal Army or through its own political efforts, resulting in indistinguishability from other patriotic endeavors, seems sadly certain. An epitaph for Zapatismo, i.e. also for the moment in which the unmasked Marcos, as Mexican Minister for National Development, could declare in front of the cameras together with the German Foreign Minister that international civil society does not bow to the dictates of the Yankee dollar. It is more than questionable whether, when our epitaph for Zapatismo has become one on the same, the mourning community will be as numerous as its supporters were during his lifetime. At first glance, this is characterized by very heterogeneous, if not diametrically opposed, reasons for their enthusiasm. Two main groups can be identified here. For some, the EZLN uprising embodies the first post-communist revolt. For others, it refutes the thesis of the end of history that was hastily put forward after the fall of real socialism. The Internet Observer of the Frankfurter Rundschau explains this consensual success by the fact that the theses of the Zapatistas and their subcommandant Marcos on neoliberalism and democracy are extremely attractive to Western ears. Quote, other guerrilla movements such as in Guatemala, where the situation was far worse than in Mexico, have been using the Internet for years without success, because no one can hear their Marxist-Leninist rhetoric anymore. End quote. He's probably not entirely wrong. What the newspaperman generalizes in his professional superficiality as Marxist-Leninist rhetoric is the insistence on the abolition of capitalism as a prerequisite for a society that only deserves this name because it elevates the satisfaction of its members' needs to primacy, however this is theoretically justified and practically implemented. But hardly anyone wants to hear about such things today. Commodity production, the market, and competition are regarded as general human standards that could perhaps be organized a little more socially here and there. Radical criticism is considered unworldly, sectarian, and sometimes even dangerous. In this view, too, the two main groups of EZLN supporters meet, and not only in this country. What distinguishes the left-wing Zapatista friends, who are happy that the end of history is still a little way off, from the issuers of the first post-communist revolt clearance certificate is their insistence on the particular form of their agreement with the course of events. In Zapatista discourse, this could be described with the quasi-mythical term dignity. In this country, unfortunately, it is nothing more than the notorious own opinion, the proof of successful civic socialization, because these people do not want to know anything about the insignificance of opinions in bourgeois society, but nevertheless feel every day that it does not matter. They still attach importance to this particular form today. They do not want to simply disappear into the masses of those without alternatives after the seemingly definitive establishment of the market and democracy in world history. The unexpected, eruptive outbreak of the Zapatista uprising on January 1, 1994 came at just the right time. No, the demise of real socialism was not supposed to mean the end of history, for the left that had become sensible, certainly an end to its own errors resulting from ideological blindness, but by no means an end to the need for creative innovators acting in full awareness of their own responsibility. Despite all the totalitarian derailments, hadn't we contributed to the civilization of the FRG? Hadn't our own engagement turned the once scary Germany into a lovable, democratic fatherland? Even if you were still too young to claim these merits as your own, like the real 68 heirs and their K-Group and Sponti adventures, you could still benefit from their experiences by drawing lessons from them under guidance or on your own initiative. The most important lessons include: 1. Statehood in its form as democracy must not, as in the mainstream of traditional left-wing theory, be a means to achieve socially benign goals. Rather, it must be understood as a sacrosanct identity of purpose and goal of political action. 2. The market and the goods exchanged on it are constitutive components of human society in general. The abolition of these regulatory bodies would have catastrophic consequences, as allegedly proven by the practice of real socialism. In order to master this little ABC of the democratic market economist, it is not necessary to have an interest in anti-capitalist theory, as a quick glance at the relevant mass media will suffice. However, the fact that one has not made it easy for oneself when entering the common sense underlines the seriousness of one's own attitude. One is not a simple follower, and one's competence as a provider of solutions to problems. And the Zapatista uprising made it clear that there were still plenty of problems around the world even after the democratic victory in the Third World War. The EZLN's Yabasta drew attention to the quite ordinary crimes of the international world market, which are as old as the subjectless perpetrator himself. Only the victims are always concrete people with a limited lifetime, which is made hell for them by the market and the state. Nobody cares, reads the EZLN's declaration of war, distributed from January 94, that we are dying of hunger or curable diseases, that we have nothing, absolutely nothing, not even a dignified roof, no land, no work, no health, no food, no education. End quote. The Zapatistas were absolutely right. The concrete poverty of concrete people is of no interest to anyone except the poor. Nevertheless, Their fate does not leave the intellectual elites indifferent. They welcome it as a problem. From concrete poverty, from the lack of food, housing, medicine, i.e. things that are available in abundance and can be produced at any time, but which are to be paid for as commodities, there is no reason for them to protest against the commodity character of the necessary things, the lack of which causes the misery described. Here those elites find more reason to complain about a lack of justice. The demand that the use value of things should be appropriated in order to satisfy the needs of all those in need, i.e. that the political coercive and guaranteeing authority of commodity production, the state, should be abolished, would at best relegate them to the realm of irresponsible fantasy. At worst they would call for the executive organs of the state itself. It is not only the so-called metropolitan left that has learned the lesson of the market and the state as indispensable instruments of civilization. The EZLN has also shown itself to be an erudite student of the New World Order. The quote just begun continues, "No right to elect our representatives freely and democratically, no independence from abroad, no peace and no justice for us and our children." End of quote. In another translation of the same text it says, "To determine our authorities freely and democratically." And instead of "no independence from abroad" it says, "without independence from foreigners." End quote. Although it is not possible to judge which of the two translations is the more accurate without the original Spanish, it seems to me that the second one gets to the heart of the matter better. Not just any representatives should be elected, but, as befits a proper state, enforceable authorities, those who are able to distinguish between nationals and foreigners, between legitimate and illegitimate claims on the state sovereign. Instead of the current clique of traitors representing the country's most conservative groups, also known as sellers of the fatherland, the country should be ruled by true patriots. Quote, "We, meaning the EZLN, stand by the fatherland, and the green-white-red flag is loved and respected by the insurgent fighters." End quote. These are old and new tones at the same time. Old tones because political insurgency movements in the Third World generally see themselves as the better patriots and attack the government they are fighting as traitors to the nation. In terms of ideological history, this was mainly due to the national orientation of the parties and movements influenced by Lenin's theory of imperialism and the theoretical guidelines of the Leninist-Stalinist Third International. The dogma of the necessity of the formation of an autonomous and independent nation as a precondition for the social emancipation of the lower classes has retained an extremely vital resistance after the almost silent and soundless disappearance of almost all party communist certainties. Added to this is the practical demonstration of national privilege and subordination through international capital competition. The imperialist state's forcible protection of unfavorable world market conditions for the countries of the so-called Third World provides empirical confirmation of the anti-foreign aversion. This is also the case in Mexico. The reason for the uprising chosen by the Zapatistas was the entry into force of NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, in which the inferiority of the Mexican economy to its U.S. and Canadian competitors was established by the Mexican state voluntarily renouncing its foreign trade regulatory instruments. This globalization of the most effective exploitation standard was to be followed at national level in the form of neoliberalism by the unrestricted provision of all usable, above all human resources for the exploitation of capital. For Mexico, this meant the abolition of the meager and incomplete social achievements of its national development. What in the centers of the world market means the lowering of the lower limits of the price of labor power and the conditions of its reproduction, established by class struggle or corporatism, means for the countries of the periphery more than just a continuation of the existing misery of the underclasses, but an immense acceleration of the immediate deterioration of all their living conditions. In such a situation, national sovereignty over one's own wealth resources appears to be a fundamental step towards general prosperity. So much for the old and familiar tones in the EZLN's declarations. New tones can be heard, however, when it comes to dealing with the state power currently dominated by traitors to the fatherland. Traditional liberation movements sought to dismantle it and replace it with a so-called people's power. As a rule, they recognized in the constitution of the embattled state an essential cause of its inferiority to foreign desires. The liberalism often enshrined in the constitutions appeared to them, not without justification, as an ideological justification for the small layer of domestic profiteers who sold out national interests to foreign beneficiaries. After the liberation movements seized power, A completely new legal system was therefore to be established in which the material interests of those who had previously been left behind would shape the nation's self-image. And indeed, for a long time, the states that were hastily vilified as development and modernization dictatorships were at least able to offer the majority of their populations a more secure livelihood than states that felt connected to the Western market ideal. The example of Cuba stands for the modest success of such a policy until its forced current self-cancellation. However, the current final phase of the Cuban model also demonstrates the fundamentally anti-emancipatory tendency of left-wing state projects in its ideological manifestations. When social achievements fall prey to inexorable destruction, the state continues to demand its tribute in the form of its subjects' unconditional willingness to serve. The slogan Patria o Muerte expresses this with oppressive clarity. However, a radical left-wing critique of statehood as a means of social emancipation is not part of Zapatista theorizing. Instead of subjecting the genuine components of capitalist production and distribution, the state, the market, wage labor, and the monetary economy to criticism, because they automatically reproduce the old conditions behind the actors' backs. Even with the best will in the world, Zapatista state fetishism falls even further behind its traditional predecessors. Already during the armed struggles in January 1994, the EZLN proclaimed its loyalty to the Mexican Constitution and elevated it to the legitimization of the uprising. Quote, "As our last hope, after having tried everything to put into practice the legality based on our Magna Carta, we refer to Article 39 of our Constitution, which literally states, 'National sovereignty is essentially and originally vested in the people. All public power emanates from the people and is used to serve the welfare of the people. The people have at all times the inalienable right to alter or modify the form of their government.'" End quote. The last sentence from the constitutional quote is printed in italics in the German translation. The translator probably noticed that this is an unusual formulation for constitutions. As a rule, constitutions leave the people of the state free to change and modify the personnel of the government, but not its form. In Germany, an attempt to change the form of government would be an anti-constitutional endeavor with all the consequences, up to and including the declaration of a state of emergency. Had the EZLN left a constitutional legal loophole open here in order to use the Mexican state, once it is in control, as a means of popular power for its clientele suffering under neoliberalism? To answer this question, it is necessary to look at the situation of the Zapatistas' main clientele and the articulation of their interests through the EZLN. In Mexico, as in many other Latin American countries, the neoliberal policies affect not only the increasingly marginalized working class but also, to a particular extent, indigenous population groups in the agricultural sector. The state of ultra-exploitation, which is particular to Chiapas but can be generalized to most Mexican regions, based on the de facto lack of rights of the so-called indigenas, plays a major role in the EZLN's self-portrayals. Ultra-exploitation is a very appropriate term in this context, because the price of indigenous labor is often determined by the direct violence of the owners and hardly by traditional market mechanisms or even the class struggle. A central theme of the description in the Zapatista texts is therefore the contrast between the often feudal autocratic agrarian landowners and a commercial bourgeoisie on the one hand, and the indigenous peasants without rights or land, whose concrete situation alternates between subsistence farming, wage labor, and serfdom on the other. The phenomena of agriculture practiced by the lower classes almost without need and the often almost uncompensated appropriation of their products by the property classes led, almost inevitably, to the articulation of a political consciousness affirming the ownership and circulation of goods. The slogan Tierra y Libertad expresses the need to own the sources of wealth, tierra, instead of the large landowner, who is of course unproductive and dispensable for the agricultural worker, and to make them productive above all through the exploitation of one's own and family labor, and to dispose of the products as a free subject of exchange with legal guarantees, libertad. For traditional leftists, such an idealization of market and state, exchange and law usually posed no problem, because as politicians they were interested in creating the broadest possible front as a vehicle for their advancement. The abolition of peasant commodity production was to be pursued through collectivization at a time after the revolution that seemed opportune. After all, as national economists, they were aware of the usefulness of small peasant ambition for state reconstruction projects. And as historical metaphysicians, they assumed, even in times of global commodity circulation, that each individual country had to pass through a ladder of determined forms of production before a general satisfaction of needs could be envisaged. It is well known that the founding fathers and mothers of the EZLN came from the time of militant Maoist-Stalinist construction organizations, whose basic ideological equipment included the understanding of politics, economics, and history described above. Idealizing descriptions often praise the fact that these former milers had undergone considerable learning processes following their retreat to the Mexican southeast. Obviously, the result is not only the mastery of indigenous languages and ways of life, but also the acceptance of real political requirements. As a traditional left-wing guerrilla project, the Zapatista uprising began completely out of time because it was historically late. After the end of the Soviet camp as a subsidizing instance of simulated, literally social market economies and the objective loss of value of labor as a factor of production in the post-Fordist era, the scope for national development projects provided by the New World Order is zero. This was certainly not lost on the Zapatista strategists. The traditional-looking uprising with its peasant and indigenous coloring soon became a communicative project for discursively impressing civil society. This has also earned the Zapatistas a lot of points with the Zeitgeist Knights of the metropolis. Although they still use the slogan of national liberation and continue to try to forge national liberation fronts, they have long since expressly distanced themselves from the goal of seizing national power as a prerequisite for alternative nation-building. Concrete demands and objectives have been replaced by phrases grouped around the projectable concepts of dignity and truth. The literary subcommandant revels in the glorification of freedom, democracy, and justice, as if he were about to apply for a job as a speechwriter for Clinton, Kohl, or Yeltsin. The EZLN would prefer to be an ordinary political party today, but Mexico's mafia-terrorist state apparatus does not allow this. Almost as a reflex, the traditional position of conquering the state apparatus that had become vacant due to the EZLN's purification of civil society was reoccupied last year by two new guerrilla movements, EPR and ERIP, that uphold the old ML concept with democratic modifications. A new Mexican Communist Party has also been founded in the meantime. According to it, socialism has not failed, it has only stumbled. Is this the end of the first post-communist revolt, and therefore really the end of history? Not quite. This shows precisely the lack of results of the Zapatista project. In the triumphalist euphoria of the West after 1989, the end of history meant the end of subjective, identifiable rule. Real socialism embodied this in an almost ideal typical way with its claim to deprive labor of its character as a mass of exploitation for capital and to elevate its alleged liberation to the primacy of statehood. After its abdication, in the eyes of Western ideologues, only reasons subordinated to the economy, embodied in the will of the citizens of the competing monetary subjects, should rule. In this context, state power can no longer be thought of as a foreign body weighing down society. It now becomes what it has always been in the bourgeois world, despite all ideologizations, the necessary guarantee of social commodity exchange, which every bourgeois subject must want under penalty of destruction. The political ideological expression of this always unfinished Gesamtkunstwerk is called civil society. The EZLN would like to see power in Mexico transferred to this civil society. The dictatorial, arbitrary rule of the state party PRI, on the other hand, represents the dominance of particular ruling interests over the development needs of the state as a whole, with all its uncivilized manifestations, such as corruption and the use of state power to enrich the traditionally privileged. For a bourgeois elite that has fallen short, usually with an academic background, such a particularistic and arbitrary exercise of power is the main obstacle to their participation in power. A macabre Gorbachev bon mot from the early days of Soviet perestroika hits the bullseye for these retired leaders. They need democracy like they need air to breathe. They are therefore happy to compare the Mexican situation with that in Eastern Europe before 1989. The historian Adolfo Gili, a member of the Partido Revolucionario Democrático (PRD), which is apostrophized as left-wing bourgeois, formulates the following on behalf of his caste. I hope for something like a Czechoslovakian response. A large and peaceful uprising, an entire society that says no. End quote. The Mexican poor, on the other hand, the indigenous people in their social misery, need neither democracy nor civil society. It is of no use to them if the meager earnings of indigenous drudgery are no longer suspected of being the product of racist segregation, but poverty, illness, and hopelessness appear to be the result of market economy performance or its absence, i.e. self-inflicted. Nor is it of any use to them if the repression directed against their claims takes place in future on the basis of the rule of law. Arrest warrants, death sentences, weighing up the legal interests involved in torture, of course, only to avert greater harm. Democratic lawyers are competent and experienced in all these civil matters. The real Mexican poor, in whose name the Zapatistas have come forward and who provide them with cannon fodder and future voting cattle, do not need a renovated state or a just market economy. They need the worldwide abolition of both, which would then also be the abolition of their poverty. Car brands that advertise with Che and Marx, revolutions that only take place in the realm of consumer goods, protest movements that take their names from the universe of advertising, such as the Italian Movimento 5 Stelle, which has its stars in common with award-winning hotels and wines. It is very understandable that younger people in particular are yearning for times when perhaps not everything was compatible with everyone and vice versa, when there were real differences of opinion that were expressed in symbols and names. But because the culture industry also seeks to exploit these desires under the catchword retro, the search for the real stuff goes further and deeper to movements that seem to have escaped cultural industrial exploitability, to times that do not seem as bottomless and volatile as today, always in search of the time when it seemed clear who was fighting for what and why. In 2013, for example, the self-managed youth club bureau in Sulzbach-Rosenberg, Upper Palatinate, which also has anti-German sympathies, is currently presenting almost exclusively events that deal with the Paris Commune, the October Revolution, or the Spanish Civil War. In other respects, too, the clock is being diligently turned. The Junge Welt is selling original Red Guard caps. On the former opposite side, a Leipzig punk band is posing as heroic anarchists under the name Kommando Kronstadt, while Zusammenkämpfen is touring the country with a series of events that aims to make the Red Front Fighters League of the Weimar era palatable again for itself and its listeners. And because, of course, not everyone wants to satisfy their longing for the costume collection of the workers' movement, time travel to a somewhat more recent past, such as Peter Kurzek's spoken autobiographical novels from his youth at the turn of the 1960s and 1970s, is also successful. These are audiobooks which, in their private irrelevance and despite the poorly articulated stream of speech, still bear witness to the last time in which tomorrow could have been something other than the eternally identical, at best accelerated repetition of today. It would be wrong to make fun of this reversal of utopia into the past, as it announces a more than justified weariness with the thundering irrelevance of the leveled performance community, in which there is no longer anything worth achieving for, and performance thus becomes an end in itself. Breaking out of this universe through an act of willful ignorance for the length of a film, lecture, audiobook, or album is almost necessary mental and intellectual self-defense. This ignorant attitude only becomes wrong when it pretends that the objects of its longing still have a life outside the acts and forms of reminiscence or can be brought back to life through willful efforts. There is nothing to learn from the October Revolution, the Commune, Kronstadt, or the 2CV trip to the seething Paris of '68 in the sense that it could be repeated under the right guidance if there is anything to reflect on. It is why it can no longer be like this, and yet, or precisely because of this, the longing for it is so great and almost insatiable. Because capitalism has outlived not only itself, but also its historical potential and thus its alternative, the memories of history stand so erratically in the roar of post-history. It is not stupid to devote oneself to this erratic, to keep alive the memory of what has been missed and failed. It is stupid to pretend that what one mourns with more or less good reason is still alive. Longing then turns into regression, which prefers to take refuge in delusional worlds rather than accept that the loved one can no longer be reanimated. The radical left-wing scene of the 1980s also leads such a zombie existence, i.e. having died without resting dead. It lives on precisely in its decaying character, which it already showed back then. This is probably the reason why the most stupid and vile of the historical German autonomists continue to persist in various subcultures. After all, even the contemporaries of the 80s didn't come up with much more content than their descendants, at least not much more than graffiti-worthy slogans that still weather on some Kreuzberg walls today. Fight the shitty system can still be deciphered from time to time, and the system that underground authors like Geronimo boast about having fought today with their turgid hate-cap memoirs titled Fire and Flame, for example, was constructed by the average autonomist from a few simple components. First of all, Zionist U.S. imperialism, which oppresses the peoples, then the technocratic corporations that destroy the environment, indigenous cultures, and health, and finally the universal patriarchy, which can only really be dealt with by separating the sexes or leveling out any gender difference or the like. The unpleasantness that right-wing radicals completely share this view of the system, at least in the first two-thirds, i.e. that instead of acting as the system's goad, they appear more as misguided soulmates, is obvious today, but was rarely felt before the end of the GDR. For example, in April 1983, after a series of right-wing extremist attacks on U.S. Americans in Frankfurt, groups from the RZ felt compelled to publicly explain in the text Beethoven gegen McDonald what exactly made the subtle difference between anti-imperialism and anti-Americanism. But there is a lot that makes it possible to understand why longing clings to the concept of autonomy. After all, it is also linked to the idea of being able to live in a separate, detached world in which the demands of the world of work for motivation, and consumption, which are being made more aggressively today than perhaps ever before, may not apply, where language, appearance, manners, and topics of conversation should be radically different from the nonsense chattering incessantly from screens, loudspeakers, and colleagues' mouths. Wanting to be autonomous in this sense is actually a basic condition of mental survival, in the sense that dissatisfied individuals are in contact with other dissatisfied individuals. It becomes problematic when the justified claim to personal autonomy becomes mixed up with the reanimation of the pseudo-political program of the autonomous left-wing radicalism that has already been briefly outlined. For this leads from the absolutely understandable, indeed necessary impulse of the individual to a kind of voluntary stultification in the gang. The autonomous counterworld has long since ceased to differ from its surroundings, because it merely duplicates the gang-like organization of society under ostensibly oppositional auspices. With repressive codes of behavior and dress, rigid phraseology, dull resentment, and the ostracism of dissenters, the counterworld was and is no better or different from the world itself. And that is why political autonomism ultimately crosses out the original claim to individual autonomy. That is why the individual who wanted to break out of the collectives of everyday life ends up in the political collectives. That is why conformism and obtuseness prevail where resistance and imagination are insisted on most loudly. However, this form of collectivizing limitation is not only a product of the degeneration of German left-wing radicalism, it is already inherent in the historical political origins of the concept of autonomy. This limitation is a legitimate legacy of the Italian autonomia movement of the 1960s and 1970s, whose anchoring in factory groups and proletarian residential areas made a deep impression on the unorganized, i.e. non-Marxist-Leninist, part of the radical left in Germany. However, what in Italy around 1980 was torn between the millstones of state repression, Euro-communist social and cultural policy, the economic integration of internal immigrants in northern Italy, and a rapidly changing youth culture, continued to have an effect north of the Alps as an autonomous scene, which soon presented itself only as a radical wing of the new social movements and thus took part in the process that Wolfgang Porth rightly described at the end of the 1980s as the Völkisch awakening of the German left. The Autonomen thus de facto took the place of the earlier Lebensreform movements that had been vacant since 1945. Overcandid left-wing radicalism quickly turned into sheer irrationalism and conspiracy mania. Nonsense about Illuminati in the White House and other conspiracy theories were soon just as acceptable in the scene as alternative medicine and propaganda for rock-hard grain bread, i.e. all the intellectual garbage that had previously been reserved for the letters columns of magazines for embittered senior citizens. But how could an originally revolutionary Marxist concept, namely that of autonomia operaia, or workers' autonomy, become the namesake and precursor of this devastating regression? In Italy in the 1960s, two worlds collided in the course of internal migration from the poor, agrarian South to the economic miracle world of the North. Social conflicts, which no longer fitted in with the previously common ideas of the PCI, shook up the labor market and the companies and changed industrial relations. Previously, the principle of Marxist workers' organizations was that the organization of work had nothing class-specific about it, but represented the state of the development of productive forces. Only the political forms that stood in the way of progress and prevented it from making its benefits accessible to all needed to be revolutionized. Ultimately, the proletarian state would also improve living conditions, but basically leave them as they were. This was unacceptable to many internal migrants and subcultural youth. The question rightly arose as to what differentiated the communist and trade union apparatus from the other authorities of organized capitalism. The answer was clear: far too little. In fact, this new antagonism that was opening up seemed to be a great opportunity to pose the class question anew, beyond institutional incrustation and with a perspective not on a reorganization of the state but of life and everyday life. For radical left-wing Marxists, this initially meant everyday working life. The front of the class struggle should no longer run through institutions and parliaments, but right through the workplace, in the factory halls and on the assembly lines. Its protagonists were no longer to be trade union officials, but the reluctant recruits from the South and the suburbs, in a word, the so-called mass worker of the time. But how to approach them, how to get to know, understand, and organize them. The solution to the riddle was to be the so-called militant investigation, which magazines such as Quaderni Rossi and others vehemently called for. In the Militante Untersuchung, self-awareness and self-organization were to come together to enable an autonomous organization of the working class beyond the state and state-like apparatuses. Ultimately, what should have emerged was what autonomous leader Tony Negri summarized in the early 1970s in a timelessly sympathetic-sounding slogan, that of the Workers' Party Against Work. It is well known that this political experiment failed miserably, even though it caused considerable headaches for Italy's ruling political and economic caste in the 1970s. The circumstances surrounding it have already been alluded to in the introductory remarks. It is all the more astonishing that the buzzword of autonomy has nevertheless made such a mainly transalpine career. One can therefore assume that it conceals a social meaning that only becomes really unpleasantly apparent in a post-Marxist context. Tony Negri's current partisanship for the multitude against the remnants of individualism, his advocacy of local and regional regression and its hatred of the world, and the consequent partisanship of the old autonomous milieu for Beppe Grillo are no coincidence. In an interview on the post-operaist network Uninomade, Negri celebrated Grillo's election success and the new instability, the authoritarian hostility to mediation and the chauvinistic regionalism of the Movimento Five Stelle are the same to him. The fact that the Grillo movement in northern Italy represents a left-wing populist metamorphosis of the Lega Nord, which has not lost the majority of its core voters to Grillo for nothing, is of little concern. Uninomade presses the roaring Wutberger into old categories, be it with the nasal remark that every new class has emerged from the ambivalence of the struggle. This remark, however, goes to the heart of the question of how a radical Marxist concept such as operaism could become a cynical legitimization of populism and regionalism. At the center of this is the Nietzschean idea that war is the father of all things, because operaism also ended up making the struggle its own reason and also determines the social classes through their position on this fundamental agonal principle. It was not for nothing that it was the radical left in France and Italy who had sought authentic resistance at the grassroots level, who wanted to lead the armed struggle from the factory, who then initiated the Nietzsche revival in the late 1970s. A look back at the program development of the Berlin Merv publishing house is striking proof. What began in 1970 with publications from the militant group Lotta Continua, in German, The Struggle Continues, had already reached the Nietzsche reading book by Gilles Deleuze by 1979. As early as the 1960s, the writings of operaists such as Negri and, above all, the fundamental writings of Mario Tronti showed a tendency that deviated significantly from Marx's conception of social classes. In the operaist understanding, the working class sees itself as autonomous from society. Together with its antagonist, the bourgeoisie, it is no longer an expression of an anonymous general relationship, that of commodity exchange, and would accordingly disappear with its overcoming into the association of free individuals, just like the bourgeoisie. Marx had envisaged this in Capital. The main agents of this mode of production themselves, the capitalist and the wage laborer, are as such only embodiments, personifications of capital and wage labor. Certain social characters which the social process of production imprints on individuals, products of these certain social relations of production, MEW 25, 887. The operaists saw it differently. The working class molts itself into a productive Urgrund, a principle of being that remains for itself, from which usurpers have historically risen again and again, but which are doomed to perish again in this Urgrund. Tronti saw this as the workers' point of view, which should be the starting point of a new Marxism that should reject all capitalist mystifications of the original creative power of labor and make the latter recognizable as a historical principle. But this is precisely how Tronti turned the critique of political economy into a proletarian philosophy of life. Quote, "So whoever asks us, why still Marx? We answer, because the course of Marx's work on the subject of labor, labor power, working class, is the historical course of the development of the problem itself. First the proletariat, then labor power, first politically as a class, the workers, then the economic category as an articulation of production, first the antagonist class, then the function of capital. The working class had a political origin, inasmuch as it appears from the beginning as an alternative of power to the system of capital. It has an economic growth, inasmuch as it is introduced into the mechanism of production and reproduction of this system, and it must have a revolutionary organization of its own development, which will smash in its entirety the very system of which it is a part. End quote. But if the entire productive power of the human race is embodied in the working class, for which the system only outwardly demands a certain form of organization, why do I have to expend a great deal of ingenuity on militant investigation? Or is this ontological inflation rather an indication of precisely the opposite? Namely, that class autonomy as a concept emerges precisely when the class society to which Marx still referred, in which classes acted as character masks of an inherently anonymous apersonal relationship, belongs to the past. In other words, if it really is no longer a functional exchange that refers people to one another, but rather personal relations of power and violence once again causally determine the social context. And that is what Tronti tacitly admits when he assigns the working class a primarily political character and only secondarily regards it as an economic fact. For only rackets and not classes stand in such an external relationship to one another. They are no longer related to each other as determinants of production, like capitalists and workers, but behave in the way that Wolfgang Porth aptly described under the heading of pluralism. Quote, "The expression means that society is divided into groups whose formation does not obey any logic. Logic means that the whole must be divided into certain elements in order to exist as a whole. Proletarians and capitalists were mutually dependent because the one cannot exist without the other. Transport workers' unions and the film projectionist lobby, BDA and BDI, blacks and whites, Protestants and Catholics, CDU and SPD, Flemings and Walloons can do without each other. They are not mutually dependent. With regard to the whole, such groups are coincidental and superfluous. They arise and disintegrate." End of quote. Each of them could claim to represent a world of its own, which nevertheless remains arbitrary and coincidental precisely in its unity. And this is precisely how the autonomous hypostasis of the working class as a context of being and primal principle only indicated its actual disintegration. It was not for nothing that the same radical left-wing scene, which had still been grinding away in company groups in 1975, intensively discussed André Gorza's farewell to the proletariat 4 years later. Adorno had already envisaged this in 1942. The classless society of car drivers, moviegoers, and people's comrades mocks its own members, the dominated, who dare not admit it to themselves or to others. The immeasurable pressure of domination has dissociated the masses in such a way that the negative unity of oppression that made them a class in the 19th century is still being torn apart. Instead, they are immediately seized by the unity of the system that does it to them. Class domination is preparing to survive the anonymous, objective form of class. End quote. In fact, in Italy too, all that remains of the former workers' point of view is the principle of the masses, the multitude, the invocation of the struggle of the underachieving horde against the rackets of the more successful. The principle of the collective, however, remains no longer as something that can be overcome like belonging to the proletariat, but as a conditio inhumana. The old class affiliation was in a certain sense already the overcoming of class, because one belonged to it by virtue of an anonymous economic mechanism that did not care who and why it put one into this or that pot. The castes, and in a certain sense one could use this term to describe all communities that do not arise from free social exchange and intercourse, but precede it like the peasant ones or prevent it like the guilds. These castes, however, return in the collectives described by Porte and Adorno. Belonging to them is linked to personal characteristics, to preferences and places of residence, to appearance and age. With this disintegration of classes into a gang society, any appeal to the working class naturally becomes hollow. Its elevation in operism becomes an empty principle that is filled with whatever arbitrary personal reference system society has to offer. This is also what the autonomous talk of context has been talking about since the 1980s without wanting to. It was no coincidence that the Italian autonomous movement discovered the social worker and the autonomy of the masses from the mid-1970s onwards. Initially, the concepts for this new collective subject with few contours were still based on the classical operaist idea of the centrality of the working class, and attempts were made to use the auxiliary concept of the fabrica diffusa in struggles for appropriation. Housewives stealing from small inner-city supermarkets in Italy, which at the time was suffering from severe inflation, and neighborhood struggles, young people who could not get one of the expensive and rare rental apartments in Italy occupied vacant buildings, under the proletarian hat, classical operism was theoretically already heading towards where Negri and his followers are today, to the communitarian aversion to the non-indigenous, the general, that which comes from outside, in short, to the protection of cultures. Because the theoretical grid survived these justified struggles of housewives and young people who had to live at home and was ready for what happened to it in the 1980s as the regression described at the beginning. This grid was filled with identitarian, ecological, and conspiracy theory nonsense. The Fabrica Diffusa already contains the idea of an alliance of minorities, of identity communities under anti-imperialist auspices. Although there is no alternative to the farewell to the proletariat, in a class society that survives its own origins and thus disintegrates back into one of cartels and gangs, this farewell also became a farewell to the idea of a classless society, the unconstrained unification of the many differences, without this difference ever having to congeal into an inescapable fate. Form gangs, probably the most popular slogan of the autonomous movement in its heyday, is therefore not oppositional or even revolutionary, but pragmatic and realistic, at least since the revolutionary Marxist braid has been removed. Autonomy against the system thus becomes the narrow-minded standpoint of individual neighborhoods and streets that hold their inhabitants as tightly as the peasant clod or the medieval lane once did. A glaring example of this is the strange, autonomously celebrated town twinning between the Peruvian city of Ayacucho, the city of origin of the Maoist peasant Partido Comunista del Perú, better known as Sendero Luminoso, and Kreuzberg. The ideological attraction to forced communitarianism financed by the drug trade, similar to the Khmer Rouge in Peru, may seem strange at first, but it is not so much. It was tempting to exaggerate one's own drug business on the doorstep, one of the few obvious career opportunities in post-reunification Kreuzberg and post-reunification Neukölln, with revolutionary fuss and thus a socially acceptable legitimization of the associated violent crime. After all, it also promised connectivity to the classic left-wing autonomous neighborhood structures, and in the ideologically fitting guise of the alliance of minorities. And in a way, the Kreuzberg comprehensive schools are as isolated from the world market as the Andes. An at least reasonably profitable sale of labor, and thus the possibility of moving away is similarly unlikely in these cases. Autonomy here is really just a political exaggeration of a scandalous exclusion of no longer used and unusable, both are closely related, labor from the general primary labor market. And there is another historical parallel that links the overripe, degenerated class society with the one that was already originally hindered in its development. The local uncle economy, which binds individual reproduction to family and neighborhood for better or worse, and which only maintains criminal business relationships with the outside world, which in turn provide the desired career model for young men, has a historical model, Naples. As a Spanish colony held for centuries to the status of Latin America, a system of neighborhood capos, tax collectors, and, if you like, local conflict mediators, in short the Camorra system, developed there as a frontier carrier of power and as a preliminary organizer of a completely disinterested and corrupt upper class. A system that was later able to effectively prevent the market mobilization of the Italian South, as it controlled the largest port in the South and the largest urban labor pool. Jurisdiction, job creation, lending, licensing of all kinds, i.e. all conditions of economic activity, remained in the hands of the Camorra under the thin veneer of an Italian authority that nolens volens befriended the existing autonomous system. A system that would only have faltered if that free and anonymous labor market had formed locally, but it only did so in the northern half of the country, which did not have to bear the devastating legacy of Spanish colonial rule and where the discontented of the South could flee to for decades. Those who stayed, however, also remained in the Camorra system. As the escape to the north was blocked in the 1980s by high youth unemployment and unaffordable rents there, the Camorra also became more interesting again as a local, self-financing model of misery management, which only becomes a public nuisance when Neapolitan brand piracy damages Italian companies. Certain numbers of drug-related deaths are exceeded, territorial disputes shake so-called public order, or, as recently, illegally imported garbage from the north is dumped on the streets. How it works on the inside can perhaps be better understood than from the sparse German-language literature through an Italian thriller by Pasquale Squiccieri from 1972, originally called Camorra and with the German distribution title Omerteriden heißt Sterben. In it, Fabio Testi plays a young up-and-comer in the uncle economy system who is driven by personal scruples to a deadly reckoning with the Don and his gang patrons. But this reckoning has no consequences. Even after the Don's humiliation and the death of some of his henchmen, his friends and neighbors continue to depend on the Camorra for their livelihoods, as this is the only place where they can get loans, jobs, and building permits. Against this background, it is perhaps no great coincidence that Italian revolutionaries replaced the Leninist concept of the strong proletarian state with that of autonomy early on. In a certain sense, Gramsci already did this, in which local self-organization becomes the favored organizational principle. Perhaps the very historical genesis of the political concept of autonomy contradicts what it actually promised. Isn't the independence of the individual already negated in the self-organization of the community? Is it precisely economic backwardness that gives rise to the ideological concepts of postmodern crisis management? Gang formation as communitarianism without commonality? If we ask ourselves these questions, then the conclusion suggests itself that the heteronomy of the market, i.e. the heteronomy of the individual through abstractions, was much more conducive to the development of individual autonomy than the autonomy of the collective. This does not mean that the longing for revolution, self-organization, and a different everyday life is reprehensible. Quite the opposite. It would be reprehensible to kill off such longing. But it is even more reprehensible to pretend that the gang, and not the protection of the last remnants of individuality, spleens, and vulnerability, is an alternative to the society of gangs in which we already live. The fact that the dream cannot ultimately consist of battles, but rather their possible end, is also revealed, quite contrary to their intention, by the choice of title for a review of the Red Decades in Italy that is at times well worth reading and often even melancholic and sentimental. Nanni Balestrini and Primo Moroni gave their 2002 book about workers' autonomy, Youth Revolts and Armed Struggle in Italy the title Golden Horde, of all things. And this was also the epithet of the late medieval Mongolian cavalry armies, and thus one of the most powerful symbols in cultural history for nomadic hostility against urban civilization. As the movement of globalization critics grew and gained more attention, books appeared on the market that either claimed to be manifestos of the movement or were appointed by others. A manifesto is an offer of meaning. It is an attempt to articulate a general consciousness, to give it a form. A diffuse mood is to be given a consciousness. Whether a text becomes a manifesto, even if it is written as a manifesto, is not yet clear. Different texts compete against each other on the market of movements. This is where it is decided what is and will become a manifesto, because a movement recognizes itself in it, because it sees in it what it wants to be and how it wants to see itself. The function of the writings that become manifestos is less to provide a movement with a consistent theory than to reproduce and synthesize what the movement already means. They provide slogans around which an amorphous form of political consciousness accumulates. Not all attempts are successful. Empire by Michael Hart and Antonio Negri was proclaimed a manifesto, although it was not designed as such and despite its unwieldiness in terms of content and form. Alex Kalinikos, professor of politics at York and member of the British Trotskyist Socialist Worker Party, SWP, wrote an anti-capitalist manifesto for the No Globals, which was unsuccessful, although it was well introduced via the No Global interests of the German Trotskyists of Linksruck, Christine Buchholz, and Oliver Nachtwey. Although it was published by a tax in-house publisher VSA, although it takes account of the No Global's common denominator, anti-Americanism, even on the cover, in that anti-capitalist is designed in Coca-Cola lettering. Perhaps Kalinikos' book is too calculated, too much of a Trotskyist attempt at agitation, too dull in its language, too systematic, too little associative. The genuine enthusiasm of movement admirers like John Holloway to express the common feeling is obviously better received than the routine attempts of movement majorizers to direct the flow of movement into their own channel. There is a general problem with criticizing the No Globals. Their theory, whether explicitly formulated or inferred from their political actions, is so far below the level of criticism that one is at a loss. Where to start? Should we read their brochures and books, which always say the same thing? They don't read what they say themselves. What they need are just a few buzzwords and symbols with which to develop their unease into resentment. Perhaps it is possible to get closer to the worldview of the No Globals through the theoretical attempts that evoke a relatively high level of sympathy. Perhaps we can learn more about them than the little that their slogans boil down to, which Noam Chomsky, to simplify it a little, but only a little and exceptionally, summarizes as follows. On one side of the conflict are the concentrated centers of power. The other side is the general population around the world. End quote. John Holloway was born in Dublin, Ireland, in 1947. He has been a professor of political science at the Instituto de Ciencias Sociales, y Humanidades at the Universidad Autónoma de Puebla in Mexico since 1993. He was initially in demand as an expert on the Zapatistas. According to the eco-pacifist anarchist magazine Glas Revolution, his book, Changing the World Without Taking Power, has left academics in the Federal Republic of Germany open-mouthed. Holloway is also welcome in other movement-related magazines, such as the Aranka of the Fels Group, Is 3W or Das Argument, especially as an interview partner, which also applies to magazines as far apart as Junge Welt, May 16, 2002, and SPX, October 2004. He was published very early and most frequently in the anarcho-syndicalist magazine Wildcat. He is active in the German and international no-global scene. In May 2002, he was at the Buko Congress, and in 2003 at the Attack Summer Academy. In November 2004, he spoke at the Northeast Forum in Recife, and most recently in January 2005 at the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre. If it is true that, as Glas Revolution writes, it doesn't take long for the room to boil mostly with enthusiasm when he speaks, then John Holloway's writings should be able to shed light on the mental state of the no-globals. However, it should be borne in mind that Holloway's theses at the above-mentioned congresses sometimes provoked resentment because they were not constructive enough. The sympathetic title of Holloway's book already indicates one of the positive elements of his efforts. He is against the statism of party Marxism. The revolution cannot consist in the simple takeover of state power because the state is not a neutral instrument of social control. Holloway speaks out against class reductionism. The class contradiction is imminent to capital, and the working class is neither a standpoint nor a culture to which one can refer positively, but something that must be overcome. He would also like to overcome what post-Marxist theorists of subversion put in place of the class concept, various identity politics, because these remained at the level of capitalist reproduction. Against scientific socialism and Marxist sociology, Holloway sets a negative concept of science, the critique of the falsity of existing reality. In contrast to orthodox Marxism, for Holloway the negation of untruth is the only truth we can proclaim. In contrast to Marxist economic theory, he knows that the categories of Marxism are not based on the reproduction but on the destruction of capitalism. The strong reference to Marx and representatives of Western Marxism such as George Lukács, Ernst Bloch and Adorno and Horkheimer also stands out positively, but this is where the problems begin. Central to Holloway is the concept of fetishism. 3 of 11 chapters are devoted to it alone. Holloway assembles classic quotations and repeats well-known phrases that have coagulated into a phrase and are in need of explanation in themselves and become even more so with him. He synthesizes the Marxian concepts of alienation and fetishism. Both have their roots in a rupture of action. The division of labor and exchange tore society apart, alienating people from each other and from their products. These basic relationships continued to develop. How exactly remains unclear. Holloway only postulates it. For example, exchange developed, we are not told how, into ever darker forms that conceal action. What it means and what it does not mean, that things rule, that value has an independent life, and what this has to do with the inversion of the relationship between people and things, between subject and object, remains equally obscure. Even when Holloway goes on to say that fetishism penetrates the essence of our being, all our habits of thought, all our relationships with other people, and ultimately permeates everything, he is in the good company of a largely self-referential discourse in Western Marxism. One tendency can be gleaned from Holloway's confusing reference to value theory and the fetish character of the commodity, a discomfort with abstract social forms. This unease is the force field that orients his critique of value, commodity, exchange, and fetish. Consequently, he equates abstract labor with alienated labor, i.e. uniform, tailorized labor that is performed without fun, and so on. I will refrain here from countering what can and cannot be found in Marx at all and to what extent others encourage this, etc. On the other hand, he tries to mobilize something concrete. Holloway defines value in different ways, but he devotes particular attention to the value antinomy. On the one hand, value has the role of the decoupler between subject and object. On the other hand, it conceptually captures the separation of the commodity from labor. Then again, value is a process, namely that in which the power of the worker is subordinated to the domination of her autonomized products. On the other hand, value is not an economic category, but a form of struggle, because as a form in which we relate to each other, it is a constantly contested object. Use value exists in and against value, and in rebellion against this form. This view leads Holloway to the revolutionary perspective of developing use value against value. He wants to defend something concrete against something abstract. Use value was in danger of being submerged in value, of being concealed by it. But it is still there underneath it. Value and use value are categorically mutually dependent. This use-value fetishism is a popular variant of the method of playing off one side of the capital relationship against another. Other variants are commodity production versus money circulation, market economy versus capitalism, Proudhon and Gessel et al. Grabbing capital versus creative capital. One variant does not necessarily lead to the other. That the dichotomy of use-value and value somehow emanates and is reflected in more concrete ideologies is Moishe Postone's mistake. But they go together and can coexist well. It is the same ideological hollow form, H.G. Helms, that can be filled in different ways. It is the same error of uncritical thinking that is reproduced again and again. And this is consequent with him. One of the best-known and most popular slogans of the No Globals is, "Our world is not a commodity." What exactly is meant by this is rarely explained. It is presumably intended to express that not everything is for sale, that not everything should be subject to capitalist exploitation imperatives, and therefore no longer available to some. Commodity already has negative connotations. For Holloway, the commodity is an object produced by us, but which is outside of us. But what is the difference to any other product? Every product is outside of us. But the commodity, according to Holloway, takes on an independent life in which its social origin in human labor is extinguished. Why should we no longer know that work had to be done to produce an object? Why should the labor that made the product be forgotten? The fact that a product was made for exchange on the market tears up the flow of doing. There is no longer a connection. But on the other hand, exchange also creates a connection. Why does it break the sociality of action and with it the process of mutual recognition and social affirmation? Holloway is not concerned with the existence of a social context, but with how it is created. Under capitalism, now money tells you whether what you are doing is socially useful. End quote. The fact that money takes over what people used to do is an evil for Holloway. Because in the present, there is absolutely no direct connection between the actions of the user and the actions of the producer. End quote. So what? Mind you, Holloway is not concerned with the problem that the general abstract possibility of crisis is given by the fact that selling and buying can fall apart, but with a lack of personal relationship. What is bad about this is obviously so self-evident for Holloway that he believes he no longer needs to name it. But it is precisely this lack of immediate personal relationship that is one of the progressive aspects of bourgeois society. For Holloway, however, the development of the individual is not even a positive aspect in the implementation of the capital relation, but is bad per se. As is well known, the forms of circulation of bourgeois society create the form of the individual, the empirical individual human being as a self-conscious and rationally acting owner and administrator of himself. In bourgeois thinking, therefore, it is not the person as part of the community, but the individual as a person with his or her own particular identity that is the starting point for thinking. End quote. According to Holloway, however, this way of thinking is not right. The individual is separated from its generic being or its generic life, and it should not be. Does Holloway mean what he writes here? That the connectedness or non-connectedness of a person to their genus can be the normative basis for evaluating a social form. That a person should take his place in his species. What constitutes the human species is already questionable. But Holloway quickly moves from the ontological, anthropological, zoological, and genetic definition of genus to social categories, which he uses synonymously. In bourgeois society, the individual also stands apart from the community. This seems to be harmful for Holloway because, in contrast to him, the bourgeois concept of science extols this distancing of the individual from the community as a virtue. End quote. But what is the community, and why should one belong to it? For Holloway, there is a we. This we is closely related to doing. Holloway replaces the ontology of labor of traditional Marxism with an ontology of doing. For him, doing is the actual basis of society. It is always social insofar as every action always presupposes the action of others. Doing creates a we consciously or unconsciously. Doing is originally creative power, but under capitalism it is turned into its opposite, into instrumental power. Creative power is unifying, whereas instrumental power is divisive. He does briefly qualify that doing is always social but not always collective, because in the capitalist relationship it is organized according to the division of labor. But then he again speaks of a community of doing, of a collective of doers. Such contradictions occur again and again. On the one hand, creativity does not exist in a pure sphere of its own. On the other hand, creative work is reduced to abstract work. On the one hand, there is no innocent subject, because everyone is entangled. On the other hand, Holloway speaks of the innocence of our actions, which is inverted into a guilty participation in the exercise of instrumental power. On the one hand, there is no wholesome origin, no essential, non-alienated home inside our hearts. On the other hand, he repeatedly evokes one linguistically and logically. If one is self-divided in capitalism, then this presupposes an intact original world. Individuals are robbed of their humanity. The warm interweaving of action is fragmented into countless cold atoms of existence. If Holloway knows that the working class is constituted in and through capital, he also knows that it is imprisoned in capital, that the power of labor is held captive. If in one place it is the subalterns themselves who produce their oppression, in another the doer becomes a victim through alienation, and what they have created is snatched from the working class. Their opponents, the capitalists, are themselves subject to the capitalist laws of development, but then again they are acting subjects. The separation between doing and done takes place through the exploiting class. When a few appropriate the actions of most people, Holloway speaks of robbery and theft, but he can also become quite figurative and describe the creative activity of the working class as living blood for the capitalist vampire. How can these contradictions exist side by side? Why does neither the author nor his readers notice them? Is it simply a half-baked theory? Has he not thought things through properly? Whatever the case, these contradictions help him to get out of the dilemma of revolutionary theory that a theory of fetishism puts us in, that there is no way out, no possibility of change, either because consciousness is trapped in a universal context of delusion or because capitalism has closed itself into an iron autopoietic system. The exit that contradictory statements open up is prepared linguistically. Holloway also masters linguistic tricks that can help in difficult situations and lull the reader's attention by stimulating identificatory rapture. But he is nowhere near as virtuoso as Hart and Negri. His linguistic bombast, for example, only manages the absolute struggle of the masses, but even with this it remains unclear what this is supposed to be and how it differs from an ordinary struggle of the masses. Holloway's tone is more reminiscent of that of the autonomists. Just as they propagated politics in the first person, political subjectivism, he cultivates discourse in the first person. Every now and then he addresses the reader. What can we do? Change the world without taking power. Haha, very funny. That creates immediacy. Even if it is rather embarrassing and ingratiating when a professor behaves in a snotty manner. His saying, "Que se vayan todos," get lost, everyone, piss off capital, we've had enough of you, found its way into some demo calls alongside song quotes. Like the autonomists, Holloway also builds up pairs of opposites of cold capitalism on the one hand and community warm and angry revolutionary subjectivity on the other. He also has a preference for children's imagines. Communism, he says, is the movement of intensity against the blunting of feelings. The barricades are impetuous and childishly innocent. We attack the world with the unbridled, stubborn curiosity of a 3-year-old. He begins his book very Block-like in an immediate manner. In the beginning is the cry. We scream. He wants to start from discomfort, from confusion, from longing. To scream like a child, to strip the scream of all structural explanations is what needs to be achieved before embarking on a theoretical analysis. In this, Holloway establishes plausibility himself by mixing quotations like a first-year student in all textual credulity. He uses quotations as evidence for his theses, but where they are merely illustrations. In the first half of his book, which can be described as the more theoretical part, causal conjunctions such as therefore, thus, and so that abound, which have no connection to the preceding, but which suggest consistency. The linguistic tricks are not just ornamental, they have a direct impact on the theory. He proceeds in a similar way in his if-then sentences. If the forms of social relations are understood as processes of forming social relations, then it is clear that the categories must be understood as open categories. If, for example, value is not understood as an economic category, nor as a category of domination, but as a form of struggle, then the actual meaning of the category will depend on the course of the struggle. This cannot be contradicted. If value is understood not as it is commonly understood, but as Holloway's private language would like it to be understood, then the category of value can be used as Holloway would like it to be used. If bread is no longer called bread, but wood, then anyone who asks for wood in a bakery will not starve. If absorbent cotton were made of gold, it would fall to the ground faster than an apple. The conclusion is correct in itself. If A, then B. But why should we accept the initial premise? Any content can be squeezed into the sentence form, which simulates consistency and inevitability. The internal logic of the sentence remains intact. The sentence is correct, but untrue. When it comes to the revolutionary perspective, the reinterpretation becomes a decree. The poor theoretical derivation becomes decisionism. Our starting point makes such an approach impossible, namely both the approach of bourgeois science and that of the conventional critique of fetishism that change is impossible. But why can and must we take this standpoint? Because what must not be cannot be. Quote, "It cannot be otherwise. We have to open up the concept of fetishism in order to get out of our theoretical impasse." End quote. So why did he enter it? In order to break with this pessimism, it is necessary to further develop the concept of fetishism today. End quote. And how do you do that? By adopting a different perspective. Quote, "In order to be able to think about changing the world, we have to start from action. Because, from the perspective of action, it is obvious that everything is in motion." End quote. Holloway's anti-fetishism emphasizes that the fetishism peculiar to the capital relation does not install a finished system that runs by itself like clockwork, but that both the capital relation and its ideological effects are constantly being constituted by the subjects of this society. Holloway is right that it follows from this that this system can always be changed, but he turns the abstract possibility into an immediate presence. It is not only the possibility, but the fact that the revolution is within reach that Holloway throws out of the concept. Since the fetishization process can only be understood in relation to an anti-process, an anti-fetishization process, since fetishism can be criticized, for Holloway the present existence of anti-fetishism is also proven. Omnipresent power means omnipresent resistance. Where there is oppression, there is always its opposite. It follows from the very fact of the cry that we exist against and within capital. But Holloway doesn't just have to sneak the revolt conceptually and decisionistically, he can also find it in the diverse forms of the resistant movement. But it is not that simple. Anti-power, the culture of resistance, is always there, always present, but also well hidden, to the point of invisibility. However, take a closer look cannot be enough, because since it is not necessarily practiced openly or consciously in resistance, it can apparently also be unknown to those who practice it. It must be a true secret knowledge. Quote, "To be able to see the anti-power, we need other terms." End quote. Unfortunately, he does not say what they are, only who belongs to the augurs of anti-power and who does not. The fart that a peasant lets out in an Ethiopian proverb as he bows to the passing lord is part of a hidden world of revolt. Quote, "Hidden, however, only for those who exercise power and for those who, through practice or habit, accept the blinders of power." End quote. Those who throw off the blinkers will not only have their eyes opened, they will also be able to recognize the anti-power in its anti-revolutionary pupae. There is often a threat that the revolt will be channeled. In nationalism, the passion is taken up and directed in a different direction, harmless to power and to the detriment of the subalterns. Even at present, dissatisfaction is rather diffuse. This can lead to people becoming involved in NGOs. Certainly, as Holloway also knows, this is petty bourgeois, but Holloway knows more, because this engagement is also based on the idea of a radical otherness. Not everything that appears meaningless to the discerning observer actually is. There are more subtle ways of struggle, and Holloway knows how to list many of them. Rebellion is a central part of everyday experience, from disobeying children to cursing the alarm clock that makes you realize you should get up and go to work, to all forms of celebrating illness, sabotage and pretending to work, to open rebellion. Throwing your alarm clock against the wall, being late for work, back pain or other forms of sick leave, sabotage, fighting for break arrangements, for shortening the working day, for more vacations, higher pensions, strikes of all kinds, dyeing your hair green, committing suicide, going mad that it seems to have no political impact whatsoever. From the inconspicuous no in everyday life, Holloway also moves on from classic international social struggles to a very modern phenomenon. Migration is a particularly important and obvious form of flight. End quote. According to Holloway, migrants are people who flee from capital full of hope. Quote, the struggle to escape capital is obviously not limited to the workplace. Struggles for healthcare or housing, struggles against nuclear energy, attempts to implement anti-capitalist forms of life or food production are all attempts to escape the domination of value. End quote. Everywhere there is a world of struggle. Quote, the autonomous communities in Chiapas, the students of UNAM, the Liverpool Dockers, the wave of international demonstrations against the power of finance capital, the struggles of migrants, the worldwide struggles of workers against privatization. End quote. If you see a bubbling of insurrection everywhere, microphysically and globally, then you can also misuse mass misery for your ideological purposes. Migration is not flight from capital, but legitimate migration towards it in order to be exploited instead of being left behind by capital and starving to death in an African wasteland. The abundant reference to empiricism is here, as always with movement theorists in the theoretical construction at this point, only an illustration of what one wants to see. Struggles are cited in order to make an impression, to create hope, never in terms of content. This is a general problem of the radical left. Just like Holloway, it knows how to classify irregular or unruly behavior in everyday life as part of a revolutionary uprising. Of course, they don't just want to stick to these forms of resistance. That is why they are working on taking up contradictions and developing them. Between 1975 and 1984, the fight against rising public transport fares was one of the Revolutionary Cell's campaigns. They set fire to ticket machines, fare evasion cards, and the cars of ticket inspectors. One action was intended to trigger awareness processes among the people they thought they were standing up for. The cells distributed fake tickets to private households. Most of the recipients did not respond to the authorities' call to hand in these tickets. The cells considered this a success. Many workers and housewives who vote for the CDU and SPD deliberately traveled with forged tickets distributed by a revolutionary illegal organization. We do not regard this as an example of the possibility of urban guerrillas in the FRG, but as a small example of how contradictions in consciousness can be taken up, turned at one point against bourgeois society and its forms of behavior, and a real class unity established. Under German conditions, we consider it remarkable when a few tens of thousands of people do something illegal and even more support it. The success was seen in the fact that people who would never have been expected to do so were made to act illegally. The main problem was seen in taking the good people's goodness away from them, in getting them out of the habit of legalism. That's why the left generally sees the fact that people take to the streets as a positive thing. Who does what and for what reason is not important at first. In 1991-92, the left was confused. This was because the extreme right in Hoyerswerda, Rostock, etc. adopted radical left-wing forms of politics, such as martial demonstrations of violence and rioting. The neo-Nazi dared to do something. He became active and refused to be told what to do. He dared to do something. He broke the law and became illegal. He threw Molotov cocktails and fought with the police. For the radical left-wing scene, the problem was not just that the codes were no longer clear. Previously, people knew immediately which group they were dealing with when they saw pictures of a militant demonstration on the news. Now a house could also be occupied by neo-Nazis. The neo-Nazi used to be the skinhead subculture on the one hand. On the other hand, the staid NPD under Martin Musnug distributed stickers with the slogan Ein Herz für Deutschland, a heart for Germany, in Heimatmusik clothing. The authoritarian character had always been understood as a Philistine, the conformist but never the conformist rebel who rebels against an existing order in order to establish a more rigid, more authoritarian one to better satisfy his need for masochistic submission and sadistic exercise of power. Since 1992, the neo-Nazi has been doing everything that only leftists had previously done and what leftists understand by resistance. Did the neo-Nazi now also offer resistance? How does a movement theorist deal with powerful manifestations of popular consciousness that deny the assumed tendency to rebel? You explain them away or reinterpret them. Holloway first merges anti-Semitism into racism and then both into the general foundations of rational thought. Capitalism means a break in action, means identity thinking, means definitions. The process of definition conceals a whole horror world, because the definition of X creates non-X as other. English versus Irish, black versus white, Aryan versus Jew. Holloway writes about the capitalist crisis, but the victims of the, albeit imaginary, barbaric form of crisis defense Shoah only appear in his work as the Jews identified, classified, and numbered in the concentration camps, as victims of rational thinking. Quote, "The crisis of the 1930s was not a permanent crisis. It was solved by slaughtering millions and millions of people." End quote. The crisis was resolved. The systemic crisis took effect and was litigated. Where it should be about the Volksgemeinschaft of National Socialism, there is not even a fascism of the masses with Holloway. There are no longer acting subjects who actively constitute their own oppression and that of others, but only the results of impersonal events. Significantly, Holloway does not realize the extent to which the reification to which he is so sensitive has permeated his own language on this subject. Just as little as people on the left wanted to understand the German revolution of National Socialism, just as little as they could see in it a revolution against bourgeois society, an anti-capitalism based on a market economy, which only made concessions to freedom and the goals of individual capitalists when and for as long as it had to, but instead only ever saw in the German Revolution a conceptual popans for deflecting revolutionary energies, which the Nazis knew how to cleverly direct. Against the Jews, just as little did they understand the new right-wing extremism. Professional educators and sociologists trivialized the neo-Nazis as losers of modernization. They denied them higher motives to stand up for the German cause, and held out the prospect of national engagement drying up if young people without prospects were granted a place at the meat troughs. Left-wing movement theorists, on the other hand, gave the murderers of Rostock, Zollingen, etc. a higher consecration by ennobling their acts as protest. Quote, "Racism from below is alienated protest. If we consider the crises and their consequences, we can understand that the outcry of the socially trampled creature can become a cry of hatred. Arson and murder can be transformed forms of protest, in the mode of alienated protest against alienation." End quote. They are a displaced protest against loss of identity, Haug. Since it sometimes attacks the state's monopoly on the use of force and therefore challenges the sovereign, and thus, as W.F. Haug says, disrupts can disrupt rule, it is declared resistance, Liebrecht. An academically appointed social welfare worker does his job, debt relief is his state-paid mission. A movement theorist does it for free and out of faith. He is an offender of conviction. Anyone who recognized attacks on refugees as a form of protest by subalterns back then, like Alex Demirovic, is impressed by empire today. And those who are now sensitive to a criticism of no globals of capitalism that falls short of the mark, such as the Federal Coordination of Internationalism, BUCO, but who also discover contradictions that need to be politicized and possibilities for action that are opening up, still resent critics today for concealing the contradictions that have existed in this process in the racist mobilization since 1990. In addition to moralizing denunciations such as elitist self-aggrandizement, criticism of social movements also faces accusations of content. Criticism of the movements assumes something that has not yet been decided. It assumes mature anti-Semitism or the like, when in fact all we have are clumsy or unscientific attempts to describe the everyday mind. However, a critique of social movements can only take place post festum, only when a social movement has actually developed in a reactionary direction. Everything else is speculative or malicious insinuation. In fact, we do not know for sure and definitively how a movement will develop. It may well be that social movements or individual actors in them will neither continue to develop in the direction that the movement critic diagnosed, nor that they will remain where they are at the moment. But that is not the point. Criticism of social movements is based on an actual state. It takes stock of how a worldview is articulated, how a political practice is justified. You have to stick to that first because there is nothing else. In this respect, the movement critic is a greater realist than the one who defends the movement against this criticism. Unfortunately, One only knows whether a potential is revolutionary after this potential has been realized. The critic should know about this dialectic. The movement theorist, however, engages in ontology. He does exactly what he accuses the critic of doing. He knows exactly what will happen beforehand and knows better, only he predicts a different outcome. It can be said about a social movement that its worldview is uncritical, affirmative, anti-Semitic, etc. for certain reasons. Whether the subjects of this movement are anti-Semites, for example, is another matter. Such attributions are only good for moralizing, stigmatizing political practices. But the subjects of a movement must allow themselves to be confronted with the objective ideological content of their worldview. Furthermore, it can be said where, according to all previous experience, such theories and movements can develop. It must be admitted that this is speculative, that developments and processes are fundamentally open. However, it can be said with certainty that a development for the better would occur not because of, but despite the initial situation. Only if they stop following the logic of their previous worldview could things get better. This critical attitude towards social movements is, on the one hand, less speculative than the benevolent attitude of movement defenders, who must know pretty well where the not yet of a movement is heading. And secondly, it is far less condescending. The critique takes the movement seriously, takes it at its word. The constructive criticism of movement theorists, on the other hand, stands benevolently by and pats the shoulder. Because an existing difference between the theorist and the movement is denied and some things are paternally forgiven in order to be able to intervene in a didactic way, condescension and not thinking oneself better are the same thing. The question is, how do the movement defenders know that the development of a movement is open if, according to their own statements, one can only judge a movement post festum? When is the point reached at which one stops and takes stock? And who determines this point? In his wild determination to subsume every irregular to militant behavior to the one great revolutionary desire, Holloway also leaves nothing out. It is often a barbaric or violent no, vandalism, hooliganism, terrorism. The deprivations of capitalism are so intense that they provoke a scream against, a no that almost completely lacks emancipatory potential, a no so brittle that it only reproduces that against which it screams. This is not all well and good, but understandable, because the current development of capitalism is so terrorist that it provokes a terrorist response, so anti-human that it provokes an equally anti-human response. End quote. If innocent people are murdered en masse by idealistic killers glorifying themselves in death in order to build a worse society than the bourgeois one of competitive capitalism, then capitalism is to blame. How far will Holloway go in his indulgence of barbarism? What will he let slide? Needless to mention the suicide bombings in Israel. Everyone knows that they are carried out of desperation, overshooting the mark, but understandable. Where does Holloway's understanding end? In one case, he immediately took a stand. He had written Changing the World before September 11, 2001. In order to avoid any misunderstandings and to prevent any self-doubt from seeping into the front of the no-globals who primarily hate America, he also morally justified this massacre and the jubilation over it. For the attacks, the Twin Towers were by no means symbols of freedom and democracy, but symbols of power. He attributed a perverted utopian core to the massacre, saying that the attackers had killed themselves in order to create a better world. He says nothing about this world. Instead, he equates the attackers of 9/11 with the USA because they were just as blind and indifferent to their victims as the US bombers over Afghanistan. Even if the latter kill in order to achieve a different goal and the latter murder in order to murder as many as possible. Why should the taking of hostages in a school in Chechnya by Islamists not be justified by Holloway? Movement theorists like him first issue a license to murder. Afterwards, they attribute the victims of acts of terror intended to abolish bourgeois society in order to establish clerical fascism to bourgeois society, not to their barbaric opponents.